am, but you
don't. You don't want to know.
fun
You don't
of
want to know what
epistemology,
you
the branch of
experience.
philosophy.
You don't know if you have hands.
Specifically about presuppositionalism. Right?
You're only
took a
explaining-
first-year philosophy
and I'm
course.
just, I'm
thinks
literally
he's
just explaining that nobody can truly know. We're gonna
not
have to engage with some
listening at
sort
all.
of circular reasoning.
Okay, so you're saying that no one actually knows the Earth's a globe.
We're going to. It's just like axioms, like brute facts.
Okay,
for example.
funny. So you're saying no one knows that
even
the Earth
if
is
our best
actually
way
a globe.
to hold on, wait. Even if our best way to explain something that actually does exist is circular, we're just gonna have to accept it as circular. That's all I'm saying.
Why not
that's
just
a
give it to him?
point. That's a nonsense point.
Like
It's
a
not
brute fact, for
circular.
example, right?
My God.
Like the universe, for example, or whatever, right? Hello. Oh, I
Nah,
lagged
this
out.
is
Hello.
tiring, Sonny.
Wait,
This is
did I
boring.
lagged out? I think I lagged out. Hello.
Yeah, your brain lagged
Hello.
out.
Yeah. No. Everybody like cut out from me for like a solid like minute. But as I was saying, right? Like a brute factor, for example. Like even if the best explanation is circular, we're gonna have to accept that it's circular. That's my whole point.
No, we're not
right?
looking for baseless explanations or circular reasoning, Funny. This is what got us into this mess in the first place. We're looking for measurement, observation, testing, reality.
Okay, that's different.
Why
to
don't you
what the
like
other
those
guy was talking
things?
about.
Why don't you like those things, though?
Well, how do you know that I don't like those things?
Because you're avoiding talking about them.
Okay, but how does that? Okay. So, what is your standard that you're using to determine that quote unquote because I don't like those things, or because I'm avoiding those things that I don't like them? Things?
Oh my
Like,
God, bro!
Because
And why?
what is the
Why
most
is that?
important
And
thing?
why? Fucking.
We see it all the
Right.
time.
Started
Yeah,
off
just
with
another cope. This is
fucking
just another
went downhill
cope
quick.
tactic.
Can you define cope and then apply it to the context of discussion? I'll wait.
Yeah, we're trying to talk about the observation and measurement.
Yeah, so like, what's cope? I'm waiting.
Of the Earth,
Yeah, so like,
and
what's
you're
cope?
coping by saying, "Well,
I'm
let's
waiting.
just talk for a second about if we know if we've got hands."
Yeah, what's cope? Yeah, what's
That's
cope?
cope,
Yeah, that's not
because you're
defining cope. buddy.
avoiding
You're struggling
reality.
to accept.
Yeah, let's talk about you defining
your coping
cope.
is struggling
The word
to
you literally
accept.
just used 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, you are struggling.
Hold on,
Your
what
cope
does
is
it mean to
struggling
cope?
accept. I'm defining it, dude. Cope means you're
You're not.
struggling
Define
to
the
accept
verb.
the
Go
reality
ahead, I'll
of
wait.
the situation. For fuck's sake, coping means you're struggling to.
Hello?
You cut out there.
Did he lag out? Oh wow, he lagged out.
Yeah,
What we're trying to discuss.
clearly
By
obvious-
redirecting
Hey buddy, your
the
Wi-Fi is
conversation-
doo-doo.
Full stop.
Hold on, Yoda. You're gonna have to repeat it, Yoda, because you cut out there.
Yeah, you lagged out because
Yeah.
your Wi-Fi. You got McDonald's Wi-Fi apparently.
All right, let him repeat himself, please.
All right. All right. So when you're coping, you're struggling to accept the consequences of what we're bringing to the table here. And that's why you're psychologically deflecting this conversation into brain in the jar.
Well, no, okay. Well,
Yeah,
The
well,
absurdity.
You're deflecting this
definition
into
of
the brain
cope.
in the jar.
well, my definition of the verb cope would be to deal successfully with something different.
Great.
we're
I can use
not
the dictionary
fucking
too. How
talking
about your
the
definition?
of cope. Funny, can you
Yeah, that's
show
my
to us
definition.
that
Yeah,
this is not
like
just some
do
shit
you
double
disagree with my
standard you
definition?
apply here?
Dictionary.com definition is not your definition.
Dictionary.com.
Funny.
Yeah, it
Let's
is
go
funny.
right then,
Yep.
yeah, that's
You
what
can
I
only
thought.
talk to us with the Google chat bot with you.
Wow, a Google chatbot. So, like, what is the
Yeah,
standard that
yeah,
you're
you
using
need-
to determine that
Hold
I'm
on, hold
talking
on,
with you
hold
from
on.
a Google chatbot?
Using
You
the
clearly
hands
don't
that
have the
We're not gonna
prove
go
intelligence
exist.
to hold this
into
on your own.
definitional argument.
Hold on. What the guy just said when he just muted using the that's already establishing a conclusion. That's
Remember,
already establishing a conclusion. I want the
Remember,
standard,
10
the tool
minutes
that you're
ago.
using.
Funny. Is there any?
I want the premises that
scientific
follow.
claim? Funny,
Yes,
I've got
hello.
a question for you. Is there any
Hey, what's
scientific
up?
claim that's been made to you by the mainstream, NASA, whatever organization that you
What?
deem an authority on the subject that you've
Well,
denied?
immediately, I
on
don't
the
understand. Can
basis
you
of
repeat
what
what you
you're
just
trying
said?
to argue here? Can you
Yeah,
show
hey,
us
buddy, I
that
said
you
I don't
apply
understand. Can you
this
just repeat what you said?
rebuttal equally across all of your, life experiences?
Yeah, so hey, buddy, I don't understand like a single word you just said because like immediately,
too long, obvious.
whilst you was talking, I was also
Your
talking at
attention
the same
span
time.
doesn't stretch that
Yeah, I was
far.
talking when he was talking, so I don't
Yeah,
understand. what
I
he
know,
was saying.
funny.
Immediate-
You're making a bad habit of just diarrhea vomiting out of the mouth because you don't want to hear what's being said.
By the
So
way,
if you
a
just
rebuttal
shut
is
the
the
fuck
act
up for a
of saying or
second.
proving that a statement is.
Yeah, if you could just shut the fuck up for a second and let Obvious ask the question, then you can go.
Well, now we've figured out why he was muted when he initially came in here. 'Cause that's what he was asking. He was like, why am I
Yeah,
muted? I came
little
in the channel, I
co-pilot.
didn't do nothing. We see why it spiraled into this nonsense last time. Anyway, funny, I was asking you, can you Is there any claim that's been made to you by the scientific establishment that you've used the argument you're attempting to use on us against their claim to basically deny it or, say it's wrong?
Yeah, that's not what I said at all. I wasn't talking about the scientific establishment, right? So somebody posited an answer, and I said, no, that's already establishing the conclusion. That's not what I said at all, right?
You're not
I said, what is the
that's what you
standard that you are
said.
using to
addressing the
determine?
empirical evidence that we're presenting to you on the basis that you can't be sure of anything in life at all whatsoever. So where else have you applied this in your life? Have you went into your bank and had a dispute over the balance in your account and said, well, you know what? You're making the claim I had this much money, but I know I had more money. You can't be absolutely sure of everything. Where else do you apply this fucking logic?
Wait, what do you mean, this logic? You talking about, like, epistemology?
Well,
Like,
if this is not just a specific case,
like, how do I truly know? Well, that only applies to a presupposition.
You're not comfortable with the
Yeah,
evidence.
well, can I answer the question?
You're being given here.
You're asking me an open question. Yes, an open question, not yes or no, an open question, right? So you were saying, like, where else would I apply this term of like reasoning, this like logic, right? And I'm saying that I only apply it to like presuppositionalists, right? That claim that you can't really justify your presuppositions, or that you can't justify your presuppositions without using God. Basically, essentially.
Well,
Is that your presupposition or
No, that's not what I say at all.
What presupposition is that? Is that anyone's presupposition? In
but hold on, wait. The whole reason I was bringing that up is because you specifically, the Yoda guy, you was talking about somebody not knowing if they had hands or not. Truly,
that was your Mr. Blitz guy. He doesn't know if he has hands.
Is anybody in this conversation invoking presuppositions in the manner that you described?
Hold on, you was talking about Blitz saying that he doesn't know if he has hands or not.
If you're going to apply this logic somewhere in your life, then you're not applying it here because nobody in this conversation is doing what you said
all logic
doing.
is.
Yeah, this is why you get muted, funny. You're a dead end.
Reasoning.
You can't have the conversation for some reason. You're like scared of it.
You're looking for an escape.
We're conversating right now, are we not?
All you have to do, bro, is just click leave.
Because remember, I asked
you don't have to make up excuses.
For the globe, and you didn't have any.
Yeah, I can leave, but am I going to? No. So you're gonna have to force me to leave if you want me to leave. So as I was saying, right? So you're talking about that I wasn't conversating. What are we doing right now then? That's my question.
No, you were avoiding the point of the discussion.
Okay,
what
point was I avoiding?
What's the empirical evidence, observation, measurement, practical usage that the Earth is a spinning ball like they've told us?
When did I say that?
Okay, so you're saying there is none?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no evidence in reality that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, there's also no evidence that it's flat.
Oh, well, we directly experienced that it is, remember?
Again, I suspend judgment on disproving or disproving.
But you already experienced that.
Yeah, we're talking about the surface. We're talking about the surface being flat. And
I granted, so you experienced a flat Earth.
Yeah, buddy, please, let me elaborate.
No, so you experience a flat, motionless Earth as you agreed, and you confirmed that there's no evidence that the Earth is a ball. Okay, where's that logically going to take you?
So I responded to a guy in the chat. Yeah, so
okay. You can just sit on mute then.
Where it takes him is that evidence for a globe is also meaningless. Everything is meaningless. I mean, this is some crazy nihilistic teenager we're dealing with.
Well, he just said there is no evidence for a globe, so...
Right, and all evidence is based off of some kind of presupposition that he says is invalid in the first instance.
Yeah, that'd be a welcome to flat Earth.
Holy shit.
Yeah, there's no evidence for anything.
Right.
Smart.
And there's no justification for his existence in this chat right now.
No.
It's a cop out.
Yep.
It's just it's sad. It's just childish. Well, if I can't have it, you can't either. I'm gonna break it.
If I can't have my globe, then I'm gonna try my damnedest to make sure you can't have flat Earth.
Yeah, this is what they've had to resort to, right? They understand that they can't make the argument for the globe. There's no argument to be made. So all they can do is try and cast doubt on reality itself, because reality itself is telling them it's flat and motionless. So now
Right.
nothing can be
Bingo.
real.
Mm.
Nothing can be real. That's the cope. Funny? Do you understand that that's your cope?
Yeah, you misrepresented me like 50 times. So can I
No,
just
that was
clarify
what
and
you
elaborate
did.
You're,
what I was
you're not
talking
the
about?
first to come
Yeah,
in
so
here
what I
with
was talking
fucking
about was
bullshit.
so the
Funny.
Yoda guy, he was talking about me applying or not justifying presuppositions like generally, right? No, I was only applying that to presuppositionalists, right? That believe that you can't really justify your presuppositions without God. That's what I originally said. I wasn't
Who's
applying it.
doing
Second
that
of
in
all,
here?
and
Who
second
is
of all,
doing that in
hold
here,
on,
dude?
hold on. Yo,
Listen,
don't
no,
freak
I
out.
want to
Don't
stop
freak
you
out.
right now because you
Don't
said
freak out.
the question to you
Don't
is where
freak
do you
out.
apply this?
Don't, hey, buddy.
The tape. I'm going to rewind the tape for a second. You said that you apply this logic somewhere else in your life. You're asked where where you applied this to, and you brought this up as a point. And I said, well, nobody in this conversation right now is engaging in this form of logic with you. So you're not applying it here. Where are you applying it in life? Don't tell us where you're not applying it.
Like, what is yo fart face again? What I've originally said, what I said previously before, like 50 fucking times, but apparently you just can't understand what I'm saying, right? So what I was saying, right, when what's his name, the cyclone guy, right? He asked me, or I think it was him that asked me like where else would I apply it, and he gave the banker
Obvious to
example,
be.
right? Yeah, and he gave the banker example, right, or the bank example, and I said, I only apply it to presuppositionalists. That's literally what I said. If anybody is recording, you can literally go back in the tape and hear me say this. Yeah, I don't generalize it.
Who's doing that in
right?
here?
What do you mean? Who's doing that in here?
Is anybody doing that in here?
Hold
So
on,
are
buddy,
you
buddy,
applying-
buddy. The sole
Are you
reason,
applying your
the sole
logic in
reason I was
here?
talking about it. Hold on, wait. The sole reason I was talking about it was because you was talking about not knowing if I had hands or not, or whatever the fuck you was spewing from your mouth. Right?
I think it's ridiculous that you don't know if you have hands.
Well, when did I make that positive claim? I said you just can't justify your presuppositions because it's ultimately us
Who's
as humans
making
are
one?
ultimately going to engage with circularity.
Who's
That's
making
all I
a
said.
presupposition about what?
Funny.
Yeah, that's
Do
all
you
I said.
have
It
hands?
came.
Hold on.
That
Okay,
came a bit-
this guy has to be an
no,
idiot. You was
bro.
talking about not knowing if I had hands or not, as an example.
Yeah,
That's
but
literally what points of presuppositions.
Why was he?
What are you talking?
Why was he? Why did he bring that up?
Because I was talking about Blitz, for example.
Yeah, Blitz.
Right.
I didn't think
And
he
the
was.
reason I was
neutrinos.
talking about, and hold on, wait, and now I fully remember, because the reason I was talking about Blitz was because of the neutrino experiment that the guy on mute said that I'm not going to be able to quote unquote understand correctly or whatever, right? Unquote. Yeah,
Was that neutrino evidence?
I was never talking about presuppositions. You're the one that brought it up.
Somebody asked you for evidence, and you brought up the neutrino thing, and now you're saying that evidence cannot be justified because it's based on presuppositional logic.
No, you're getting
so
the
you're just
context
kinda
of the discussion
it.
wrong. No, that's not what happened at all, right? He didn't exactly say it that way. He didn't phrase it that way. He said
you did.
That, what is some of the evidence that you can
did.
use? And then I said, oh, I could use the neutrino experiment, for example.
Yeah,
And then he
yeah.
said,
What does that
yeah,
do?
yeah,
in
yeah,
your
exactly,
worldview?
yeah. So shut your mouth. And then he
Doesn't do
said,
any good.
after I said that, then he said, I don't even know how I'm not gonna even like know how it works and understands, which is fair because I don't, right? Because this isn't like, if I'm being honest here, it's not really my field. You know, I'm not really educated on this. But yeah, you know.
Well,
So
like what you're
so you
saying,
so the green
field
Yoda
is
guy,
your
you
field.
misrepresenting me is just like, this is hilarious. Like, it really just is funny. Hey, hello? Hello?
It's all right, dude. It's
Am I
already
muted?
done.
Hello?
It's already done.
Can we get back to the topic?
Yeah, so like, let's get back to the topic. Yeah, so the topic is, let me look at the channel title. Yeah, the topic is 24/7 flat Earth. Subtitle is Earth is flat, which is a positive claim. Okay, great. Yeah, so like, let's get into it, guys. Let's talk about how I suspend judgment on proving and disproving. Let's go.
Okay, so there's no detectable curvature of the Earth, therefore it can't be a ball.
Yeah, like, so what is the standard that you're using to determine that there is no detectable curvature of the Earth?
Oh,
Choked on my water
asked,
there.
well, whenever we've asked anyone, well, where was the curvature detected? They can't tell us anywhere.
Well, so again, that's not going to be the standard. The standard is generally going to be defined as the tool. right?
Well, it
So
would
like
be
tools in like
on the side
logic, reason,
claiming.
math, etc.
It would be on the
Yeah.
side
So like, what is
claiming
the
that there
standard
is
that you're using to
curvature.
determine?
Well, what standard do they use to justify the claim?
They use many standards actually, like
Such as
math, logic, etc.
math
Right, I
and
can go on.
logic. Okay, so any
Yeah.
actual
So,
detection, any physical detection of it, or just imagination?
well, what do you mean by physical detection?
Well, have they measured it?
I would think so. Yes. Not
Okay, who
100% sure,
measured
but
it?
yes.
Okay, who did that?
Again, if I'm saying that I'm not 100% sure and I think
Okay, well
so,
then
that
we'll just
literally
dismiss.
implies that I
Well,
don't
then
know
we'll
who
we
done
can just.
it. That
Okay, so then we
implies
can
that's
just
an
dismiss
implication.
that. Okay, so we can just dismiss that. No one's measured it.
Okay, but why are you dismissing it? Let me look
Because,
at. Matter of fact,
well,
let me just
because
look
you
it up.
haven't given us any name or any measurement. So,
Oh
of
yeah,
course,
sure.
what is there? Why are you dismissing my non-evidence? Because it's not evidence.
Measurements. Yeah. So like, what is the exact measurement that you want? Like,
Well, you tell me, what measurement of the globe Earth curvature do you have?
Okay, globe.
Yeah, Google it.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, good. Then you'll realize no one's measured it. But remember to read and try to understand.
Wow, apparently there's
what it is that you're
so
saying.
then I realize there's or no one's measured it. Apparently there's a lot of like of measurements made.
Okay, so give us the best measurement of it.
Okay, well, like how am I gonna determine of what I previously said what's the
Well, I
best
guess you'd have to
measurement?
look into it, wouldn't you? You'd have to
Well, I
do the
guess I'm just gonna have to
You
copy
should have
all of
done-
these links and then send them all in the chat. And then you
Oh,
can
no.
if
You'd
you're
have
that
to
good,
read
if you're that
them.
good, then you can easily
No,
debunk
your
all of them, right?
research-
I bet.
Researching
Yeah,
is not
sure, let's
copy
go.
and pasting links. It's reading your links. So are you going to read them and then tell us who measured
I
it?
can read them and send them all in the chat, and then you can determine which one is the best.
You read them and then tell us what the measurement
Yeah, I can
is.
read them, and then you can determine which one is
Okay.
the best, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
so you do that. So
Yeah,
let us know when you've
I'm
read
glad
it.
we agree now.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
let us know
yeah.
when you've read it and you can tell us
Okay.
about them.
Of course, of course.
Great. Now we're getting somewhere.
All right, but I've read it. All right, I'm gonna send it in the chat.
All right, what did you read? Who did it?
Earthcurvature.com. All right, bet. This is the first one in the chat. This is the
All right,
first one in the
so who did they say measured it?
chat. Well, you're about to see as I post it in the chat. Okay, bet.
What did you just said you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, so who did it say measured it?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily imply that I have to tell you. All right,
Oh,
bet.
so you
Yeah,
know
so like
you're not
look
telling
in the
us.
chat. Look in the chat.
Very mature. It's almost like you didn't read it.
How do you know that?
Well, so who did it say measured it?
Again, not necessarily implied that I've got to tell you.
Well, for you to show us that you read
Show me
it,
that it's show me that it's
know.
necessary. It implies that I have to show you.
Are you like 14 or something, dude?
No.
Well, why are you acting like a child?
What's the justification in thinking I'm 14?
What's the justification? Who made
Yeah,
you
look, he
think
does
that was a
no,
smart way of
idiot. Okay, well
speaking?
here's the first one in the chat, guys. Here's the first one in the chat, guys.
Speaking, dude.
You certainly sound
Yeah,
like
buddy,
a
there's the
child.
first link in the
All right.
chat.
Okay,
Yeah,
so who
yeah.
they measured it?
Of course.
Measured it?
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, buddy, look in the chat, buddy. Look in the chat,
No,
buddy.
just tell me. You read it,
explain
right?
it to us.
Funny. Why have you got so
Explain it to you.
defensive?
Why is it so hard to look
He
in
is
the chat?
very defensive, isn't
Why is
he?
it necessary that I explain it? It literally
Because we
explains
want
it
to
in
know.
the chat.
I want to know that you
If you
understand
can
what you're
explain
putting
it,
in
you
the chat.
understand it.
Why would we talk to you about it if you don't even understand it?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, so what if somebody doesn't
your
know
argument.
English and understands some like math, for example? How are they gonna like, I guess, like talk out loud and then
Well,
explain
then they
math?
wouldn't be taking part in a debate about the subject that they don't understand, would they? Unless they're retarded. So, what did your link say? Who measured it?
Again, like, how does that necessarily imply?
Okay,
that I
so
have
no
to
one
tell you?
measured it. Then there you go. That's the point.
No. You're just talking out your ass at this point.
Okay. So, well, who measured it then?
Yeah, like I'm about to give you like multiple links in the chat.
Well, why can't you just name or describe a single one?
How many miles? Wow, really? I didn't know that.
Wow, must be true.
What?
Why
Yeah,
so
see,
secretive?
this is the this is
Share
what you
with the
should have been doing
classroom.
before
Okay,
you
let's
came in
see.
here.
Realization. Yo, I'm reading. Shh.
Yeah,
Alright,
put
yeah,
yourself
so
on
the
mute then.
realization of- Yo, shh.
Go. All right, okay.
Yeah, you gotta stop
Alright,
shushing.
yo, so
people.
the realization.
Shut the hell up.
Yeah, he's gone
Yeah,
on mute.
yeah, stick him on mute. Well, that's quite funny.
Control yourself, or someone else will control you.
Yeah, it has been measured. I've got the link. Here it is. Who did it? I'm not telling you.
What the fuck, man?
Very mature.
Think he's stuck at that point where he knows what we're saying is true, but really fucking doesn't like it.
Yeah, and he's obviously heard it as well before, which is why he's immediately come in trying not to talk about it and trying to just talk about his imaginary no-hands
Well,
worldview.
he came in muted. I unmuted him, and then he
Yep.
asked why he was muted, and now we figured out why. I didn't know. But
Yeah.
obviously he spiraled into 99% or last combo, no doubt, and got muted.
Yeah, Cogdis is
But
one hell of a
his next immediate question was, so what difference do you think all this would make? And we know that when they're asking what difference would it make or why the lie, who's lying, it's the concession, you know? They already understand the truth.
Yeah, and then he
And they're
started
trying to
bringing up,
reconcile it.
and then he started bringing up God, so you know where he's triggered.
And now he's just going to post slop.
Well, as long as he can talk about his slop for others' entertainment, it's when he's like, "Oh, I'm posting it, but I'm not going to tell you anything about what I've posted." It's like, well, why are you wasting our time then?
Well, if you want to take him off mute, see if you can explain what he's posted. Your discretion.
I'm hands free at the moment. Someone unmute him and ask him if he can explain a single measurement yet, and then if not, just put him back on mute.
Go ahead, Bunny.
Hello?
Explain your shit.
Finally unmuted after being perma views like 50 times. Okay. Yeah, so like I can provide measurements in the chat if you want, because I'm like reading
Okay,
right
so
now.
tell
Yeah,
us
so
about
like I'm
one of the
still reading.
measurements.
Yeah,
All
so
right,
buddy,
you've
I'm still
still
reading.
not got one. Okay, still not got
Yeah,
one. Okay,
yeah,
put him
buddy, I'm
back on
still
mute.
reading. Buddy,
Yeah, put him
I'm
back on
reading.
mute.
Yeah,
Put
I'm reading,
yourself
buddy.
on local mute, man.
Yeah,
Hush.
you were
Shh.
told you don't need to speak when you're reading. Just go and read.
Yo, son,
Do you need
son,
us
look,
to
I'm reading, son.
babysit your mic
Son, I'm
for
reading.
you?
Son, I'm reading. Stop being rude.
He
Are you
does.
that inept?
Yeah, son, I'm reading, son.
So we have to babysit your mic for you. You really
Yo,
shouldn't be in this
son.
conversation.
Yo,
You
son,
need your mic
son,
babysit.
I'm
Hey, just put him
reading,
back on
I'm
mute.
reading.
Just put him back on mute.
Right.
He's fine.
Back on mute.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Come on. I got it.
Oh man, too funny, too funny.
You know, the weird part is he comes in saying, "Oh, we do have the measurement." We ask him for them, and then he has to go Google it, and is now in a state of uncertainty whether or not what he's reading is actually what he said existed.
Well, and this was after him saying that
Right.
there is no evidence for the Earth being a ball, and no evidence could ever be proffered because you can't know it's real. It's presuppositional. And then he's now saying, "Oh, but we do have direct measurement of it." Dirt.
So, guys, I want to vindicate Yoda because I was sure, right, and I was trying to get in, but there was too many people. But the whole thing about the hands didn't come up because of Blitz. It came up earlier than that when there was a questioning of subjectivity versus objectivity, and I could have sworn that's when it came up first. And I was right. I went back and listened, and it was before Blitz was brought up. It was to do with him wanting to know when you Cyclone were questioning him about objectively experiencing flat and motionless Earth, and he was trying to argue that it's subjective, that the thing itself can be objective, but the experience is subjective. And he asked for you to elaborate on what you mean by objective experience. And then Yoda questioned him about did he objectively eat breakfast? And then he asked him, does he objectively know that he has hands, right? So that's how that all came up. It wasn't to do with neutrinos or anything to do with
That's how
Blitz.
I remember it. And if I remember correctly, he did not have breakfast, did he?
Which he which he knows objectively, right?
Well,
I skipped the Weetabix.
we can take him off mute and ask him if you want.
Any evidence you ate breakfast this morning?
Dishes in the sink.
Let's see. Go ahead, Funny.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, hello? Hello? Am I muted?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, like, what's up?
Were you not listening?
No, not really. I'm reading.
Okay.
Damn, you're still trying to find that curvature measurement, huh? You thought after thousands of years and all the billions of
I
dollars,
can like send a link
it
in the
would
chat
be
if you want to read
easy
it
to
too.
find.
That's
It would
fine.
be easy to find, but you can't tell us a single guy who's ever measured this ball.
What's 1 + 1?
Is that who measured the curve?
I'm just asking.
You don't know that
It's
either?
isolated.
Damn, Funny,
Buddy, it's
you
an
are
isolated question. You can't answer it.
Well, here's the thing, dude. What I find interesting is you made the claim. You made the claim that the curvature measurement existed, but you're still in the process of actually trying to determine that. Why?
Yeah,
Why
I made
would
the
you make
claim,
that
and I'm just
statement
getting evidence.
of your statement that you made earlier, right? That you actually, to this moment, don't even know if it's legitimate or not. Like you're doing the research after making the claim to try and back your claim that you didn't know was true yet. Why would you do that?
Yeah, well, because my position has now changed. I'm now in the mind of a globe.
You're now in the mind of a globe.
Okay.
You always were.
Okay, so did you or did you not have a position beforehand? I must have missed it.
Yeah, he was an upset glober trying to say nothing is real. And that's what he
No,
is.
nothing was real. No, that's
Yeah,
only to
nothing's real.
presupposition.
Nothing's real, but they have measured Earth
I
curves. But I don't know
suspended
who did it.
judgment. Yeah, so I never made a claim before. I said I suspended judgment.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
did you not say that the curvature was measured when asked? And you said yes, and then we said how, and then you said, "Oh, let me go find it," as if you didn't really have that material.
Yeah, like that was well. Then obviously, man, like that was like obviously when I switched, like I changed my mind. Now I'm in the mind of a globe earther.
But you didn't answer my question.
You don't have a mind.
No, I just did answer your question.
No, you didn't, dude. So you made the statement that yes, the curvature was measured.
Yeah.
We asked how, and then you began the research to see if it was true or not. You didn't have any material on hand that you had already read beforehand, right? Knowledge that you had that or information you had already digested.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding. Like
did you or did you not have that?
Hold on, buddy.
No. You're obviously gonna try and deflect this, dude.
All right, answer your closed question. Answer your closed question.
Okay, yes or no? Did you or did you not read this already?
Did I?
Have you already read this material that you're now reading, right? Beforehand.
That's an open
give
question.
You information that you can use to make a claim.
Okay, that's an open question. Go back to your previous question.
No, it's a yes or no question, dude. Did you?
Again, that's no. Hold on. You're confused.
No. Shut the fuck up, dude. Had you read this beforehand, right? Before you made the statement that something was done or not, before actually making the statement that it was done or not. Go ahead. Yes or no, dude?
Go back to your previous question. It's not yes or no. Shut the fuck up. As I was saying,
it is.
Go back to your previous question. No, it's not.
Read that?
No, it's
okay,
not. There's no rule of inference.
No, one more time. Had you or had you not already read this bit of material that you're now reading beforehand to make the claim? Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no.
So you did or did not read that already?
It's not a yes or no. Once again, it's not a closed question.
It's a closed.
Yeah, so you do understand that closed question. Hold on, yes buddy. Please.
No. Eat shit, dude. I'm not doing it. Okay. If you didn't read this material, that's okay. Maybe you read some other material that gave you the foreknowledge that yes, indeed, things were measured. Now, wouldn't it be simpler to go and source that material instead of present this, something you have not already read, and then tie everybody up while you're reading it, right, to make the claim after having already made the claim? Why wouldn't you go get the material that you did read already and not waste everybody's fucking time. Yeah, can you explain yourself there?
Yeah, I did in the chat. Scroll up. But apparently, like that was insufficient. Oh, I'm gonna yawn.
No.
But apparently, like that was insufficient. Yeah.
Well, okay. What did you read beforehand? What
Oh,
was it?
hey,
What
wait,
was
hold on. But I thought that was yes or no question.
that? Nah, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here, fucking clown.
What a spiral. Classic.
Absolutely pathetic. And he's gonna try and evade fucking server mute by dropping in and out, or not. We'll see.
Another impressive globe performance.
It's absolutely pathetic, man. God, yes.
But that's the beauty of it. They make the globe look worse than we ever could.
Oh, I'm just reserving judgment. I'm not making a claim.
What a weak tactic that is. It's like, all right, so you already know there's no evidence, but you want to intellectually justify believing it anyway.
It was funny when I was listening back to the replay to find that part. He said something about he's not making a claim, he's reserving judgment, etc. And he said, I don't know what the planet is, right? It's like, and he's pulling him up. You're like, wait, planet, right? Like, isn't that a sphere, right? He's like, oh, okay, then, yeah, you got me. Like, whatever we live on, then.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear the guy last night I was speaking to? This Metallica guy. Did you hear that one? Oh man, he did a crazy spiral. He was screaming and all sorts. And he was yelling at me
I
saying that
did.
there's no way there's 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. He was just going nuts about it.
I
Yeah,
think I
someone should
did
put that
catch some of
spiral.
that. Yeah.
Some funny little spiral screams in there. So go back about, would it be 14 hours? 13, 14 hours maybe. Find that Metallica guy, that was funny. Anyway, if any new people in want to chat or ask a question, feel free. Good to hear you all. T-Dub, Yoda, Roots, boys, Mick. Hope you're all well.
Same to you, man. Hope all's well with you and yours. Welcome. Welcome.
I missed why Funny got muted. Did he spaz out?
Yeah, Roots, totally spaz out. Can't answer questions, not staying on topic, just all over the place. His mind's gone.
Yeah, he got a bit defensive halfway through that chat. It's a shame, really. He was doing really well.
Yeah, I don't think he's on the right mindset. He's not making any sense.
He'll be back. He can cool off and come back
Give him a
later.
cool off. Yeah. Give him a little cool off. He'll be okay. I can see he's still upset about something. He's vigorously typing in the side chat. So we'll give him a bit of time. Meanwhile, we've had some new people join the channel. Welcome. Welcome to the Flat Earthers and the Globers. Everybody, welcome.
He's still spazzing out there, funny.
Where's that guy at? Yeah, so the Alaskan guy, could you unmute?
Yeah, I'm here. I asked you to prove curvature. Prove the globe. Prove me wrong right now. No. Prove me wrong. People in here asked you to prove the globe.
That's not why I asked you to unmute, right? Yeah, so like specifically, right? You was talking about like me staying off topic, me not making sense, a bunch of things, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So
Everybody heard you. Yeah.
explain. Hold on. Explain the correlation between me proving curvature. Exactly. There is none because it's completely different, right? Okay. So first of all, I would like to address.
Dude, there's no need to entertain you.
Hey,
You had
hold
your time. You had your time.
Order.
You had plenty of time.
Order.
You're just wasting everybody's time.
Order.
I'm not gonna entertain.
Order.
Do you understand?
Order.
Stop
I'm not
saying
gonna
order, mate.
entertain you.
Stop saying order,
Order.
funny. You're not running this show here,
Order.
mate.
Okay. Crazy proposition. All right. So, yeah. So, you said I wasn't staying on topic.
What happened
right?
to those measurements, Funny?
Hold on. What happened to this guy a minute ago just saying, quote unquote, oh, he wasn't staying on
You were
topic,
on mute so that you could do your reading. Did you do your reading?
Actually, no, I didn't. Actually, yeah, I
Okay.
did, but then I
Back on
just
mute you
forgot all
go.
about it.
You let us know when you've done your
Oh.
reading.
He's going to
Yeah,
be
he was-
raging in the
he
side
wasn't
chat.
Good.
I like the way you handled that, mate.
Yeah, whenever he wants to talk, he needs to bring those measurements that he said exist, or concede that he couldn't find any. Simple.
He's had enough context to know what's needed. He's had enough time to understand the direct measurements are not there. So this is starting to get a bit laboursome with him now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he said he was reading. If we asked him, what are you reading, he wouldn't be able to tell us. So. But that's fine. That's his way of. That's what he has to go through to realize there is no globe. He's one of these that has to have his nose rubbed in it.
Some people need to be spoken to gently and correctly, and some people need to kick up the arse, right? Horses for courses.
Was it funny that it said people would go crazy with flat Earth or something? Was it him? And then Cyclone said people are already crazy.
Yeah, that was him. And ironically just went on to prove it immediately.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. He needs a bit of flat Earth in his life. Stabilize that mind of his. He's got no measurements to present, but apparently he's got fucking chat logs of previous chat arguments.
Good morning, Vietnam.
And Josh.
Are y'all?
Yeah, everyone's good in here. A bit quiet at the moment.
Welcome. Welcome. You just record myself saying welcome a couple times and then hold them onto a soundboard so I can just click a random welcome and it's me saying welcome. So I don't have to keep saying welcome.
That'd be so much cooler than a doorbell. They press the doorbell, right? And a speaker next to them says welcome.
Yeah.
Just like in your voice.
You could have custom messages too, so if you're not anywhere near the house, it goes off. Welcome. We are currently. No, you don't want to tell a stranger that you're not home. That might be a bad idea. They got Ring doorbells anyway. A little camera on them. Yeah, just mod one of those. So in the side chat, I posted a screenshot of that interview. That's one of the best parts of that. He just straight up talks about this flat map that they wrap around a ball.
Did you see Kim Kardashian called bullshit on the moon landings, and NASA was freaking out and replying to her?
Oh, jeez.
It's kind of funny though. I mean, it's not such a bad thing, when someone has 300 million followers and they're calling bullshit on the moon landings, right? It's going to get a ton of people thinking that never really thought about it or thought it was socially unacceptable to suggest such a thing, or they've never even considered looking into it. Now, a ton more people are going to be looking into that, so it is a good thing, even though she's a knobhead.
It'll at least give certain people the confidence to speak their minds. So yeah, there's that.
I mean, she's fake as fuck herself.
Yeah.
Hot kettle.
Fake can spot fake, right? She's like, I know all about fake. Just look at my face.
So that's how she knows.
Yeah, a part of me thinks that, over 300 million subs, the 290 million that are 14-year-old teenage girls probably aren't going to look too hard into it just because she said it.
Right.
I feel like this is them just, like, getting their stooges to say something to give themselves a new opportunity to come out and rebuttal it,
Bit of limelight. But yeah, you're right. Like, it's just like, the moon landing was fake, Dad. Oh yeah, what's your source? Kim Kardashian.
Yeah. Apologies to be the ever cynicist,
Controlled demolition.
I mean, it works in their favor because everybody with any bit of sense in their head thinks Kim Kardashian's a fucking retard anyway. So of course she'd say some shit like that. You know what I mean? It's a total play from their side.
Further discredit anybody who thinks like that or asks any questions by making the people ask questions look really dumb. That's fair.
I mean, it does need to be talked about, but this could be like the controlled narrative, so they're going to keep the argument within the globe narrative, right?
Yeah. See,
so
I
the Earth's
believe
a globe, but
I
did the
believe
moon landing happen?
They're fully willing to sacrifice the moon landing. They don't care. As long as people stay on the globe, they don't care. They know they'll give NASA a free pass. NASA could come out tomorrow and admit it. They'll get a free pass. Nobody gives a shit.
Right. Yeah, we didn't go there in the 60s and 70s, but it's still a thing that you could go to, right?
Yeah. Everybody would be, more than accepting of them saying, yeah, we did it to bankrupt the Soviet Union and all that shit. They'd be like, oh, of course, we had to do that. You know what I mean? That makes sense. You get a pass. NASA.
For the most part, but I think there are a lot of people that, they'll think, okay, if they're willing to lie about that, what else are they going to lie about?
Yeah. Well, they understand this. They understand that they've got to let a few eggs go. They understand, right, to get the majority back on board in some way or staying on the globe, we'll have to release a few that's going to figure out Flat Earth. They get this. It's the cost of doing business. For the small minority they lose, they solidify their position with the grand minority, which is all they care about. So.
I mean, like, we don't know. Like, I mean, for all we know, like, these high-profile celebrities, we know that, like, they're just puppets themselves, but, like, within their social circle...
But why do we as
flat
earthers, knowing what we know about the system, knowing what we know about popularity and influence, why do we suddenly get on the side of a fucking celebrity because they say some shit? That just erases that these people have signed contracts, sold their soul to the devil, as they all claim, all that shit surrounding these people. Because they say something, because suddenly, you know what I mean?
I don't think people are going to get on her side. I don't think it means people are going to start liking Kim Kardashian. I just think it's good when it brings attention to the fact that the moon landings were complete bullshit and nonsense. And, just getting that idea out there more and more.
Hello, everyone.
They know what they're doing with this stuff, though, unfortunately.
And it is what they're doing. It is out there too, like, because people, like, I saw a clip on it earlier today. This guy's saying, here's your options, right? And of course he's talking from a global standpoint, but he's saying logically, right? I didn't get to see the rest of the clip actually because it was in a reaction video, but he's basically laying out the options, what you have to, like, as far as the moon landing is concerned, right? Like, it's real. Straight out, it's real. Everything the government says is true. No reason to doubt. Blah blah. And then you've got because the footage looks fake as fuck, right? Like, he's saying the footage just looks fake. It definitely doesn't look real, right? I don't even know who it was, man. But, like, it's just one of these TikTok things out there, right? And, like, he's got his whiteboard up and he's got, and he's passing it out and he's like, then you've got they did go, but they faked what we saw, right? Because they didn't want us to know the truth about what they saw, right?
Oh,
so they showed us. They did one thing, but showed us another. But they really did go, right? And then he's going in, and then and he's getting to the final option is it's all just bullshit, right? And then how can we, like, logically reach a conclusion? And then it cut out, and I didn't get to see the rest, so I don't even know where to find that clip. But, like, because it was on a reaction video, yeah.
Yeah,
but there's people that the point is that there's people talking about it, right? It is, and the more the footage gets seen, the more people doubt it, right? Because it just looks fake. It doesn't look real at all.
Most people have never looked at the footage. They come in here and they're like, "But haven't we sent people to the moon?" Right? It's one of the main arguments. Haven't we sent people to the moon and they've taken photos of the Earth from the moon and we can see it's a ball? Right, and then I'll show them the ridiculous looking footage, and then they'll laugh at it and they'll be like, "What the hell is that? That's the footage?" It completely shifts the way that they're thinking about it, and then more willing to look into, you know, the long distance observations and things like that after they can see that, okay, all right, I've been bullshitted about the moon landing footage that I thought is my you know, evidence that the Earth's a globe from space. And they don't realize also that it's only really the Apollo astronauts that have gone up high enough to see the curvature of the Earth as well. But
for sure.
yeah.
You can't get to flat Earth without going through the moon landing first.
Yeah, exactly. Take space away from them first, and it depends on the person, really, doesn't it? If they're where they're coming from, everyone's different.
Yeah. It's just another headline. This Kim stuff. To be honest, it's exact. We don't want people not believing in the fucking moon landing because their influencer said so. That's what we're trying to fight against here. You know, want them to come to the conclusion because they thought about it and they had genuine questions and they investigated and used proper thinking and process and reasoning to conclude that it didn't take place as told.
Yeah, I know, but that's most people, you know, would never even consider looking into it. Maybe they will now if they, you know, hear a bit something about it. You know, even just not that retard said it, Kim Kardashian, but just the fact that they'd never thought about it, and now there are celebrities questioning it, blah blah blah. So maybe I can talk about this with my
I understand
friend.
my
Maybe
position is very, very wishful thinking. You know, it's like people are gonna wake up critical thinkers tomorrow.
I think some
That's
people
what
might
we
also
hope for, you know, because we don't want to end up in a flat fucking paradigm where we're all just dependent on authorities all the same. Because right, we conclude the surface flat, but then the rest of the cosmology just spirals out into the same fucking shit we've got with the globe. You know, just made up nonsense. Because people stop doing their due diligence, you know what I mean? Sorry, man, I'm fucking ranting about this.
No, you're right, man. Some people might have thought about the moon landings and, you know, wanted to bring it up with their friends or family and thought that, okay, if I bring that up, they'll laugh at me. But now maybe they'll, you know, bring it up if it gets more socially acceptable to talk about things like that. So flat Earth, you know, it used to be like super taboo to even bring it up, but now you know you can bring it up, and people have heard about it, and quite often people are more accepting to talk about it. You know, it's still one of those things that a lot of people scoff at, but it's a lot less than it used to be. That's for sure.
I don't know myself.
I
People
think it's
seem
a general distrust in the government in general that resulted in people being more open-minded. I don't think the people trust the government as much as they did like 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, they certainly don't.
Phil,
No, the last
60.
one just saw to that.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like trying, because it's kind of like trying to tell someone that they're in the matrix from within the matrix, and like, you know, like Neo had to really for it to really hit home, it had to be taken out of out of the matrix, right, and into reality.
Something that was never even explored in the Matrix films. They never actually attempted to wake up an army. You know.
Also, can I just say you guys are like the conversations that we have in this channel are probably the most intellectual conversations out of this entire server, because I've been to every other channel, every other voice channel, and all they talk about is like stupid shit, bro, and like they get angry if I have any political opinions that are contrary to them, and they don't want to discuss anything productive at all. Like most of the like you guys are the least loser like in this entire server, even though you're promoting something that's very to the contrary of the mainstream.
Oh, the least loser like guys. Thanks for that, Cryptic.
Cryptic,
Appreciate-
I really like that. You're a legend.
Appreciate that, man. Good to
Thank
have you
you.
here anyway, man. Appreciate you.
Cryptic, what took you so long to realize that? What took you so long to realize that?
Well, I mean, I've been indoctrinated by way too much by mainstream media, and like if you look at the other channels, right? If you go to the other channels, they're all discussing stuff about like, you know, stuff that mainstream media does to divide people. Like, there's one about toxic femininity. They're talking about like political opinions and like why capitalism is good or bad or all of this. I feel like all of this is just the government. These are just narratives that the government uses to distract people from reality, the big lies that they tell. This is one of the big lies, the flat Earth thing. I
Yeah,
mean,
you
the
nailed it.
global thing. There's probably many other big lies, but in order to distract people from the biggest lies that they're telling, they divide people through racism, through sexism, through feminism, all this nonsense. Where when we can just focus on like productive stuff,
Absolutely on point.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, sorry.
You sound like a flat earther. I love it. Cryptic.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. I'm not gonna lie. It's
I love
having
that.
its effect on me.
It's an extremely logical position, and we've become like this through critical thinking. Most people and most subjects don't involve any critical thinking, but you really need to stand on your own, not be afraid to challenge, narratives, and you kind of build this kind of appreciation for, clear communication, staying on topic, getting into the meat and potato of a subject. So that's why I say you sound like a flat earther, because we have to go through this as well, this painful situation where you start to realize most people don't use their critical thinking skills.
Yeah, it's just endless
yeah,
rabble
no.
over non-issues, ultimately non-issues,
Yeah. And do you guys host voice channel stuff in your own server? Because I'm in the server now.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do. We also have a channel like this in the politics server as well, which is another big server with about 100,000 members. We used to have the VC going 24 hours a day in the home server, really, really busy. But we've branched out into these other servers to, because we got invited into them basically. But sometimes we'll hold events in the home server, and it packs out really quickly. So,
Yeah, I see.
yeah.
How many people have you managed to convince in this server, or like, sort of at least try to turn them into flat earthers successfully?
Usually it's not like someone being like convinced within a couple of conversations. Usually it'll spark their interest, and then they'll start kind of looking into it themselves, and over
Yeah,
time they'll work it out for themselves.
Yeah, I'm not completely on the flat earth base yet. I'm still researching, but I like the culture in this community, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, what you need to watch out for is flat earth debunkers on YouTube straw manning our arguments, but making it seem like they're technically debunking flawed arguments, where quite often they're straw manning our arguments, right? Like they'll say, oh, this is the flat earth map, and on the flat earth map this doesn't work, and then they'll go over the reasons why it doesn't work, but we never claimed that that's the flat earth map in the first place. It's like a total straw man argument. What they'll be
Yeah.
debunking is a globe projection map, which we're not claiming is the flat earth. So quite often you need to be careful, because there's a lot of propaganda out there that seems like it's based around mockery and maybe picking out some really flawed flat earth arguments that are out there and tearing them apart and making out like all flat earthers claim this or that.
Yeah, they got those schoolboy tactics. Watch out for those.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Cryptic, I went ahead and VC verified you since we've had several conversations with you. I don't have a problem with doing that. So you have access to the VC. You can control your mic once
Yeah,
there
thank
is
you. Yeah, I saw that.
Yep. And stay blessed.
Also, I've heard of like real life flat Earth conferences. I don't know if there's any near me, but I'm sure there are around the world, right? So have you guys ever been to one?
I've never been to a conference, but I've met several flat earthers that I've met on Discord. It's nice to meet people face to face when I can.
Yeah.
Do you know Mark Surgeon, Cryptic?
What?
Mark Surgeon, do you know him?
No.
Okay, so Mark Surgeon organizes a lot of conferences now around the world. He's one of the most famous flat earther, if you know Mark Surgeon.
Yeah, I'm looking him up. How do I
Yeah, on
spell his
YouTube.
last name?
Search Mark Surgeon on YouTube.
Yeah, Mark's not one of the best flat earthers, I must admit. I'm not sure if the others would agree with me. We've got some real strong flat earthers out there. Mark's just really well known because he was very vocal very early. So he got on a few TV shows. He's not I wouldn't say he's, they're not the guy to go and ask in-depth questions, but he does present the basic flat earth position fairly well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
exactly.
like I'm not talking about Mark for learning flat earth. I'm just talking like if you wanna reach the conferences, then he's the best way because he always give updates for any conference that's happening in the world. And he also organizes that.
Right. Yeah.
Definitely.
He also does
Mark,
some great interviews.
yeah, great interviews. I've put his channel in the side chat because he does have some good interviews. And he has great basic arguments for the most part. But he describes himself the way Roots just described him, right? He said he's not the most technical guy or anything, but he's kind of like the recruitment type guy that's going to give you a basic introduction into it or something like that.
He was an early adopter, let's say.
Yep.
I see.
He says the exact same thing that you just said about himself. But there's
I mean, if you want to, DJ, by the way, did you finish what you had to say? Because it sounded like you cut out a bit. I think we might have lost DJ. Or is it me?
Yeah, we lost.
Oh, we lost DJ. Yeah.
Yeah,
But no,
sorry, my phone died.
Oh yeah, what was you saying?
Nothing important.
Oh, I just wanted to big up a few of the guys in this channel. We've got some people who have really put some time and effort into understanding very specific topics. I mean, DJ himself, when it comes to refraction, you could get into it with DJ. We've got people like Yoda down at the bottom there, who's pretty well versed in a lot of stuff, but definitely celestial navigation, the globe coordinate system. He's very, very good with that. We've got a couple of guys in this channel here now who are very well versed. 20 Cups, T-Dub, Cyclone, and apologies if I've missed anybody else, but there's some real strong people who are very technically well versed in very specific subjects. So if you're really stuck on something, or if something's really you can't make sense of it, I'd suggest come here and ask who's done the most research into a particular topic, and you're going to find some real gems in this channel.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, can I just quickly say something? I think the best flat earthers are in this VC, in this channel. That's just my opinion. Not Mark Sargent or anybody on YouTube or anybody else. I think it's in this VC.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the very heart of this thing. For sure. Yeah.
Also, do you guys ever think there's like you know how you know how AI is like uh a big thing now, right? But if you look 10 years back, there were like movies that kind of predicted, this would happen, right? So do you think if they ever wanted to tell the truth about the shape of the earth, they'd slowly ease the population into eventually accepting that they've lied, like through slowly releasing more and more evidence, or 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 like saying they lied, like over like 20 years, if they can't lie anymore?
Me personally, no. After 12 years, could be longer now, being a flat earther, I slowly came to the conclusion that there's too much interconnected lies. Sorry, too many other interconnected lies and deceptions that are hinged and depend on us believing we're on a spinning ball in the middle of a vacuum with no real meaning to life. I think that is something that they will never admit. Although it's hidden in plain sight and they admit it in technical papers, and top scientists have admitted, yes, you cannot measure curve, you cannot measure the motion. They'll never come out. I don't believe they'll come out and tell the population, because there's so many other subjects that they've lied about, which I'm not going to get into now, but that all hinge on this, that it would be a huge collapse of our belief systems and a lot of other ideas that we hold.
Yeah, but if you look at the religions, right? You look at ancient Egypt, right? Did they predict this stuff? I'm sure they did, right? Like they have some flat earth stuff in there.
Flat earthers, yeah. Every society and cosmology was flat earth before this heliocentric society we've got now. I mean, they say there was ideas proposed by some of these ancient societies, but there isn't much evidence that these people even existed, never mind had any influence. If you look at their cosmology of the Egyptians, of the Greeks, of the Babylonians, of any society, they're all flat earth cosmologies.
Yeah, I see. But
And it
you know how
wasn't that anyone actually went out and measured the Earth and was like, "Hey, look, we've measured curvature. We need to make up a globe model." That's not how the globe came to be either, right? It was completely different than the way most people think. It actually came from making assumptions about a conceptual way that we view the celestial bodies in the sky.
I see. But you know how they say we proved the Earth is a globe, like before the Industrial Revolution. Like they say, like I don't know, like in European society during, like I think it was I don't know, man. I think it may have been the Romans. I'm not sure. They say in Europe, even before the Industrial Revolution, someone figured out it was a globe or something, and then from there on out, it was just accepted that the Earth was a globe until they went out to space and all that.
It was first proposed by a few ancient Greek philosophers.
I see.
It didn't really catch on at the time, but many years later it was pushed more. I can go into a little bit about it if you want.
Yeah, like was it? Did Galileo have anything to do with it?
Yeah, so like it came from the celestial sphere. I don't know if you're familiar with the celestial sphere.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it. You guys sent it to me, I think.
Yeah, so I'll just read something out that I've got here quickly. So the celestial sphere came first, long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe. Ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The ancient Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or a sphere with revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. And that's a key thing to note, right? The celestial sphere was an optical projection. It was kind of like a conceptual way of looking at the sky, or observe the way that we observe the sky.
Okay.
Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not around the Earth as an object. The coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. And basically, like they ended up inverting that celestial sphere, right? The conceptual way of viewing the sky into a terrestrial sphere, right? Basically, so later on, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, and others took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it into the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and what they considered perfect, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
I see.
Yeah. The celestial
Yeah, I'm
coordinate
looking at
grid.
the diagram right now.
Yeah, cool. So the celestial coordinate grid, which worked beautifully for star motion, was projected downward onto Earth, creating a terrestrial coordinate system, latitude and longitude, which mirrors right ascension and declination. This was a conceptual inversion, not a measurement-based discovery. So the globe as an inverted celestial sphere. The Earth was then imagined as a miniature version of the heavens, a globe suspended in space with its poles, equator, and rotational axis matching those of the celestial sphere. Essentially, ancient cosmology reversed the reference frame.
I see.
And then the aftermath, right? So this little section I've got here is talking about the aftermath. So it's like a coordinate system conversion mistaken for reality. So the globe Earth paradigm originated as a celestial to terrestrial coordinate conversion, not as an outcome of ground measured curvature or motion. So right ascension became longitude, declination, latitude, celestial poles became terrestrial poles, the celestial equator became the terrestrial equator. This was a philosophical and mathematical mapping, not a physical one. Later, navigational and astronomical practices adopted these coordinates because they were convenient, not because they proved the shape or motion of the Earth. So in essence, the spherical Earth was reverse engineered from the celestial sphere, a mathematical inversion of the sky's geometry projected onto the ground, long before any empirical proof of curvature, motion, or vacuum containment existed.
I see.
Yeah, and
And from then
it's
on, they
still
just
like
that
that now.
model. So that model just caught on, is it? Like after it was first proposed by the Greeks.
Yeah, so the philosophical leap, as above, so below. You might have heard that term before, as above, so below. So the Greeks inheriting Babylonian sky mathematics applied the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below. They saw the heavens as perfect and divine, as well as spherical, and reasoned that the Earth must mirror this perfection. This wasn't an observation-based claim, it was a symmetry argument. Since the stars circled uniformly around fixed poles, the simplest geometric model was a sphere. But rather than confining that to the sky, the philosophers imposed it upon the Earth. Thus, the celestial sphere became the template for the Earth's supposed shape.
I see.
And then there was Ptolemy's system. the celestial terrestrial mirror. So by the 2nd century AD, Claudius Ptolemy formalized this relationship as his Almagest, I'm not sure what that word is. He explicitly described how the terrestrial coordinates, latitude and longitude, were defined by the analogy to the celestial coordinates, declination and right ascension. Here's what he did conceptually. He took the celestial equator and projected it down as the terrestrial equator. I did go over this a bit earlier. Right, so he took the celestial poles from the sky and placed them on the Earth as geographic poles. He took the celestial longitude grid, right ascension, and redefined it as Earth's longitude grid. He then overlaid the 360 degrees spherical system onto Earth's surface. None of this came from measuring curvature. It was entirely a coordinate mapping exercise, translating the geometry of the heavens to the geometry of the Earth. And yeah, later on there was the Copernican transfer, where he made the sphere start to spin, basically, right? So when Copernicus came along in the 1500s, he didn't replace the old spherical system. He kept it exactly the same, only transferring motion from the sky to the Earth. He took Ptolemy's Earth-centered celestial geometry, and instead of the stars moving around us, we'll have the stars rotating beneath them. But the coordinate system stays identical. So in other words, the celestial to terrestrial mapping remained untouched. The same spherical coordinate system born from the celestial sphere was simply reinterpreted kinematically. Copernicus never measured the Earth's curvature, nor did he demonstrate motion physically. He redefined the reference frame while retaining the inherited celestial geometry.
I see.
Okay, so in modern times, we've got the same thing, basically. So to this day, the WGS-84, GPS, and terrestrial mapping systems are built into that ancient celestial geometry, with latitude equals Earth's equivalent of declination and blah, blah, blah. I said that a few times already. So the Greenwich meridian replaced the first point of Aries as the zero reference. The celestial pole still defined the orientation of the coordinate system. This shows continuity. Modern Earth mapping is a descendant of a sky coordinate model, not a descendant of physical curvature measurements.
I see. And what other stuff do you guys question about?
In relation to what?
No, like you guys question the shape of the Earth, right? What other stuff do you think they're lying about, like when it comes to the planets and like all of that?
Well, I think when it comes to outer space, right, that's all just it's all just a big mathematical concept that exists, like a theoretical mathematical model. Yeah, I think it's all like textbook definition pseudoscience. A lot of what they're telling us about what's going on in the sky.
Also, it's all just fake.
Well, it's not that it's fake. It's yeah, you could call it fake. I mean, a theoretical mathematical concept is essentially just a concept at the end of the day. And when they find problems with their mathematics, they just add in new things to make it work, like dark matter and dark energy.
Do you think it would actually be possible to go high enough to see the shape of the Earth and like photograph it?
Well, not really, because the maximum height that we can get to as civilians is about what, like 70,000 feet on a very, very high altitude jet. But just as civilians, we can really go up to about 40,000 feet on a plane, on a commercial plane. Not high enough to see the curvature, even if it was a globe. Then the
No,
next thing.
I didn't mean civilians. I meant any human.
Well, the claim is, right, only the Apollo astronauts have even left, like they're the only people that have claimed to have left low Earth orbit, and that was over 50 years ago. No one else has claimed to have gone up above low Earth orbit since then. So I guess not.
I see. And what other stuff? What other stuff do you guys think they're lying about? Lying about on Earth, like doesn't have to be related to space.
Well, I think most people would agree there's a lot of lies about history. That's a different topic to look into, not really the topic of this channel. But this topic definitely gets a lot of people looking into what have they lied about when it comes to the history of the Earth.
I see.
But I think most people, I don't know if I explained this to you yesterday, I think most people are not lying. Most people just, blindly believe in this heliocentric model. They've never gone out and questioned it. Most people have never had access to these conversations and arguments or to the evidence that we're presenting. They think flat earthers are claiming some crazy nonsense, which we're not claiming, so they never really look into it. Most people that go to university and learn and go get a science degree, they're just they're just memorizing what what they're told in the textbooks and regurgitating it on their exams to get their degrees. They're not really going and questioning the core fundamentals and variables
I
in
mean, when
in
you
the
have
world.
no money, you can't question, right? So, like, people want to get STEM degrees because they're high-paying jobs, right? Whether you think they're lying or not. So, at some point, it's forced indoctrination, if you think about it, because people, if you don't believe what they say and don't memorize it by heart, then you don't get paid.
Yep. Yep. It's like that. Absolutely. It's also like that when it comes to getting funding, like scientists getting funding. If they go too far away from the mainstream narrative, they can't get funding as well. So they're forced to stay within this particular framework, or they just, they're just going to get mocked, ridiculed, and not get any funding.
Have you heard of the Three-Eye Atlas comet that recently came uh, near the Earth? The Three-Eye Atlas comet. And
Mhm.
then there's this Harvard researcher called Avi Loeb, who, like, I don't know, he goes against the mainstream, says that it's like an alien spacecraft or whatever. And now everyone's questioning his tenure at Harvard and all that.
Yeah. I haven't looked deeply into it, but I have been meaning to put some time into looking into this Atlas thing. Seems interesting.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah.
far,
Uh-huh.
so far there's like 3 comets that are interstellar that we've detected that have entered our solar system according to them. One was, I think it was like 9 years ago something when we first detected it. This is the third one that come
Yeah, I guess.
from outside the solar system.
Yeah, that's the story. I mean, what's the raw? I'd like to have a look at the raw data, that we're going off. That's creating this whole theory,
Yeah.
where it's coming from. Who's detecting these things, and then what's the actual empirical evidence that what we see these cartoon images of as this atlas, you know, what's that data really look like? And how are they converting
Yeah.
that data into these cartoon images that they're telling us this is what it looks like and blah blah blah. It sounds like a
But you
big
guys
blob.
do believe in meteors and like asteroids, right? Because there have been asteroid impacts on Earth many times.
Um, I think there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of assumptions and blind beliefs when it comes to those stories about meteor impacts and things like that. No one's ever captured any rock coming from space and hitting the Earth on video, not once ever.
But there's impact craters, right? There's all
Well,
sorts of
yeah, people say that they're impact craters, but there's definitely other ways of those things forming, right? Like sinkholes and geysers and all sorts of different ways that those could have formed, right? Like just based on the landscape of the Earth, there's a lot of crazy stuff that happened on the Earth in the past.
How did the dinosaurs get extinct?
Man, that's another rabbit hole in itself, is dinosaurs. I can share you an interesting, like, you should watch this documentary about dinosaurs. It's not a long one, and then after you watch that, then come back and have another conversation about dinosaurs, because you'll find there's a lot of fraud when it comes to the mainstream story about dinosaurs. Right, like you'll learn that all of the dinosaur bones that you see in the museums are all just plaster casts, and then like paleontologists, is that the right term? I'm not sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, it's the right term.
yeah, I think it is. Yeah. So they'll admit that they've never actually seen a real dinosaur bone. Like many of them, they'll say, "Yeah, I've never actually seen a real dinosaur bone. We're working off models and like plaster casts and things like that." And then there was a lot of fraud back when people started finding dinosaur bones. There was a lot of fraud behind that as well. There was a lot of people would just, it was kind of like a dinosaur bone gold rush back then. People were getting a lot of money and people were faking a lot of these dinosaur bones. And there's also a lot of misinformation where they'll say, "Oh, this is what this dinosaur looked like." And people think, "Oh, wow, okay, I've seen this dinosaur in the form of bones at a museum. They must have found all of these bones of this dinosaur and constructed it into this dinosaur that they're telling you about." But then once you look into it, you'll find, oh, they just found this tiny fragment. And then they've kind of like, all the rest is kind of like guesswork with the rest of the construct of this particular dinosaur. There's tons of inconsistencies behind the mainstream when it comes to dinosaurs. I'll share a documentary with you to watch about it anyway. That'll go over like the basics of inconsistencies behind the dinosaur story. Because this kind of all stems from the globe heliocentric model, right? It's kind of like evolution, the Big Bang theory, all of these what I would consider just nonsense theories that people are being taught as fact. It's all kind of connected with the globe, with the universe, dinosaurs, evolution. It's all connected. I'll put the dinosaur documentary in the side chat. You'll find it interesting.
So essentially, they're lying about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Wow. And everyone, it's like I still need to do more research on all this. I'm not convinced just yet, but you guys are actually the ones asking actual questions. It's like if you look at the rest of this server, it's like people living in the Matrix, and then we're all like people who are in the real
Good
world.
morning. I tell you, it's a stupid problem. Everything.
Where like the people who are in the real world and everyone else is like in the Matrix, where like Neo. It feels like that.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, we quite often say, or flat earthers say, it's not the shape of the earth that really matters, right? It's more about the misinformation and the lie, and the fact that people are willing to just believe anything that they're taught without questioning it. And I think that's a kind of dangerous thing for humanity as a whole, to become this this way, right? Where they're just kind of like sheep or parrot, right? They'll just parrot what they're told. And
Yeah. Have you guys gone into like other servers and like as like non flat earth like not as a group but as individuals and have tried to convince people of your position, like what are their reactions most of the time?
most of the time people get highly emotional. They get very, very angry because, their whole worldview is being questioned. And yeah, it's interesting to see most people's reactions to it. Like they'll get really upset. It's almost like going to a Muslim or a Christian and telling them that Muhammad didn't exist or Jesus didn't exist or something like that, right? They're not going to react well. They've been
No, it's worse
believe
than that though. You're
Yeah, even
questioning like
worse.
everything they've taught since like primary school.
Yeah. So it's like deeply ingrained into people's brains, and I think it's like a natural mechanism of the human brain to kind of like protect deeply ingrained belief systems. And
Yeah.
I think they they go through cognitive dissidence. So they'll react. People react differently. Most people have a completely they have like an overconfidence in their knowledge when it comes to globe Earth versus flat Earth. Quite often, people will come in here and they'll think, "Oh, these dumb flat Earthers! I'm going to go in there and tell them that the Earth's a globe, and this will be easy." And then 5 minutes into the conversation, they find themselves on the battlefield with no ammunition, because we can quickly point out that they don't actually know anything about the globe that they blindly believe in, and they don't know anything about flat Earth, right? The complete opposite of what they thought before they entered the conversation. Deal with it. Some people are humble, right? Some people are in control of their ego, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, I don't actually know much about it. I was just taught this since a young age. Show me some evidence. Show me some arguments." Right? Some people are like that. Other people will just try to fight you off the bat, right? They'll just call you stupid, call you names like stereotypical things like you're a science denier, you're a tinfoil hatter, you never went to school, blah, blah, blah. Other people will just call you names and then just leave the chat, right? Fight or flight. And the other people will start trying to like bullshit. They'll start trying to look things up on the spot. And you can tell that they're using ChatGPT and Google to try to formulate their arguments as they're going along, to try to like protect their ego.
And you guys debunked like ChatGPT arguments as well.
Yeah, people can use ChatGPT all they like. ChatGPT just parrots like really, really basic like flat Earth debunking arguments. Like, oh, you could we can know the Earth's not flat because we can see boats going over the horizon, or it's just pulling up sources off the internet. ChatGPT is kind of like a search engine. But if you go deep into if you go deep into ChatGPT, right, you can pick it apart, right? So you can like that. Some of those observations I showed you, right? ChatGPT will admit that those observations aren't possible on a globe, and that it would be very, very strong evidence against the globe if you could consistently make observations like that, right? Because it will be intellectually honest when it's talking about atmospheric refraction and things like that. It will say, yeah, atmospheric refraction you can apply 8% to it or something like that, which will allow you to see a little bit further. But in this observation, you're saying that you can see something that's 15 miles away. That wouldn't be able to be explained by atmospheric refraction. So it will be honest. It will say that, yeah, these arguments are good evidence against the globe.
And like you said, ChatGPT said the boats, you can see the boats not go over the horizon or something, right? Or go over the horizon. So how do you debunk that? Is that even true?
No, what happens, like I grew up on the east coast of Australia, fishing and surfing and going to the beach my whole life. And in that place where I grew up, it's like a hub for cruise ships. Okay, so we're always watching cruise ships sailing out to sea. And there's also a lot of fishing boats because there's a big river there. So you're always watching, sitting there waiting for waves or waiting for fish and watching the boats go out, right? And what happens most of the time is they get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see them anymore. Because once something gets below a certain size in your field of view, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. So once something gets below 0.2 degrees, it breaches the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. And you can still see the horizon, but you can't see the boat. So you're like, oh, the boat's gone beyond the horizon. But what we've found, because we have these amazing zoom cameras now, we can actually zoom back in and bring the boat back to view again. So I'll put an example of exactly what I'm talking about in the side chat. Now, this is what happens most of the time. Or sometimes it'll just fade off because of the visibility rating. And then you just won't be able to see it anymore. But sometimes, right, you can obviously, if you have waves, right, like ocean swells, it's going to look like the boat's disappearing bottom up. But that's just because of the waves. And sometimes we can have certain types of miraging effects as well. So there's particular types of miraging effects. One of them's called sinking. And it happens, and the definition of it is something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently looks like it's sinking below the horizon. But it's just an effect caused by particular weather conditions. I can go into technical details about that and show you citations, but that's a well-known effect, right? So sometimes it can look like it's disappearing bottom up, because of sinking, or sometimes it can be because of ocean swells, right? Which are very common in the ocean. So quite often it'll look like the boat's disappearing bottom up just because of ocean swells, right? Because those waves that are in the foreground, right, they're staying a certain size because of perspective, right? So the boat is moving away further and further away. So as things move away, they look like they're getting smaller because of perspective. So the waves in the foreground can easily block the bottom of something big in the background because of perspective. Kind of like the idea of how you could hold your arm out, hold your hand out in front of you, and you can block a mountain. Even though your hand's tiny and the mountain's giant, it's just because of perspective. The same thing can happen with the waves in the boat. So here's an example in the side chat where we have a giant boat. And you'll see that when the person is zoomed out fully, right, just like they're watching out into the ocean from the beach, you can't even see this ship. And then when he zooms in with the camera, you can see the entire boat again. Now, if you added waves into this scene here, it would look like the boat is cut off, right? Like the bottom of the boat's missing because those waves aren't far away from the viewer. But the boat is small because of perspective. Kind of like I've got another example of what it would look like with perspective and the waves. But
And
yeah,
if
does that make sense?
yeah, it does. But and if the Earth were a globe, right? How many kilometers, or what they say, like what do they say is like after how many kilometers does the boat go over the horizon? Like how many kilometers does it take?
Okay, so it depends on the height of the observer. But if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the ocean or at a really big lake, then the horizon would be 3 miles away. Okay, so if anything goes past 3 miles, okay, so the horizon would be the
How many
line where the sky.
kilometers is that?
That's like 5 kilometers.
Okay.
For a bit under 5 kilometers.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's what we're testing. We can easily test for that. I can show you some examples in a second. But if we go to like a 10-mile body of water. Here, I'll show you an example right now. 1 second.
So you're able to do this with high definition zoom cameras, right? Are there zoom cameras where you can I live in Southeast Asia, right? There's a lot of countries all around me, and if the Earth were a globe, I wouldn't be able to see them through a high definition zoom camera. But are there cameras where you can actually see you live in Australia, right? Could you see the shore of New Zealand with like a super high definition camera? Do those exist yet?
Well, no, you wouldn't be able to. Even if you had the world's most powerful telescope, you wouldn't be able to see that far because when you're looking, like as you get lower to the Earth, the atmosphere is quite thick. Okay, so when you're looking through the thickness of the atmosphere, there's actually it's not perfectly transparent. It's only semi-transparent. Okay, so the maximum distance that you would be able to see through the air is about, I think it's 200 miles approximately, something like that, 250 miles, and that's in absolutely perfect clear conditions. If you check the weather report wherever you are, you could say like, what's the average weather visibility rating, in your area? And usually it's something like 15 kilometers or something like that, right? Like where I'm at the moment, if I check what's the average visibility here, it's just 15 kilometers, 16 kilometers, something like that. So you can't see beyond that because in the air, you've got the gas particles, you've got pollution, you've got dust particles, you've got fog and mist and all these different things that are making the air semi-transparent, right? Opaque, slightly opaque. So you can't see forever through the air. There's like a extinction limit, if that makes sense. Kind of like what it looks like if you stand up on a mountain and you can see mountain ranges in the distance. Each mountain range that's further away than the last one will become less and less visible, more opaque.
So okay, so essentially you're saying it's not possible to see like other countries or that far because of the atmosphere, right? What about it again? Could you repeat a little bit of it?
Yeah, so over distance, the air isn't perfectly clear, so it becomes like opaque, it becomes misty looking. I'm just trying to find you an example picture of that now. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
here's an example.
And that opaqueness can't be overcome by any camera that exists on Earth right now.
No, you can use infrared, which will cut through a little bit of it, but yeah, it's not possible. So in absolute perfect conditions, and this is just like a technicality, in perfect conditions, when the air is as clear as it could possibly be, then the maximum distance you could see through the medium of air is 200 miles, which is 300 kilometers.
Hello.
I see.
Hello.
Hey, bud. Just hold on a second. Who's that? Abhishek? Yeah, hold on a
You can
second.
talk to him first. You can talk to him first.
Yeah. So just have a look at the image I put in the side chat there. So you'll notice that every mountain range, as you go further in the distance, becomes less and less visible.
Okay.
There's
If you
probably
think, listen,
better examples. Yeah, go ahead. What's your
if you
question?
think, if you think, if you think that Earth is flat, then why are thousands of astronomers which go into space? They say that
Yes.
Earth is round. What could be
Yeah,
their objective of lying?
astronomers aren't going to space. They're looking into the sky from the Earth.
So they are looking at the Earth. It is
No, they're looking at the
circle
sky
or what is
from
a
the Earth.
sphere?
No, they're looking at the
Sphere.
sky. Astronomers look into the sky from the Earth.
Astronauts. Astronauts. Sorry.
Oh, astronauts. Yeah. So the only astronauts, right, that have been above low Earth orbit were the NASA astronauts during the Apollo missions over 50 years ago. And NASA faked the moon landing.
Then
So
why is the sun,
you're having to.
whichever
Yeah,
whichever
go
other
ahead.
objects we see in the space all are all round, like sun, moon? How can a flat thing move in an axis in a space or solar
It
system?
doesn't. It doesn't. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat thing floating around in the heliocentric model of the universe. It's
What
completely
is your
different. It's a different
what's your
cosmology. So when most people think about flat Earth, they try to replace the globe Earth with a flat planet. No flat earthers are claiming that Earth is a flat planet.
your whole topic is on flat Earth? The main
But
topic
flat
name
Earth,
is flat Earth.
we're not claiming flat Earth is a flat planet. We're not claiming it's a flat disk floating around in space. That's not what we're claiming. It's different. It's a completely different way of looking at the system that
What
we
are you
live in.
claiming? What are you claiming there?
We're claiming when we say flat Earth, right, that the surface of
Yes.
the Earth, when we test it, is flat. Okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. And when we take observations and empirical measurements over large distances, over the surface of the water, there's no curvature. It's flat. And that's the context that we're meaning when we say flat Earth. We're not talking about knowing the shape of the Earth, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is the description of a surface, right? Like flat or smooth or bumpy, that kind of thing, right? Flat is not a shape. So we're not claiming to know the shape, and we're not claiming it's a flat disk in the heliocentric model.
I didn't understand the point. I'm saying that the other things we see in space, like stars or moon or the sun, they are all round. So Earth
Right.
should also be round.
No, no,
Or
no.
a
That's
sphere.
if yeah, within the heliocentric framework of like within the heliocentric model, sure, that would make sense. Okay, so you think that Earth is also one of those objects in space, but that's a different way of thinking about it. When we test the Earth, there's no curvature, right? So they tell us the exact size that the Earth is. That means that over a certain distance, there has to be a certain amount of curvature. When we go and test for that curvature, there's zero curvature. Okay, so there's no evidence that the Earth is anything like the things that we're seeing in the sky. It's a false comparison. So if you have some round lights on your ceiling in your house, right? That doesn't mean that the floor that you're standing on is also round. Okay, it's faulty logic to compare something, right? You're assuming that the Earth is also a planet. And it's perfectly normal to think that because that's what we were taught when we were growing up. So I'm not holding that against you. I'm not saying that you have bad logic. I'm just saying that the way that you're thinking about flat Earth is you're thinking about a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming.
What are you claiming? I didn't understand that.
We're
What is
claiming
the
that
shape of Earth according to you?
yeah,
What is the shape?
I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but it's not a globe, right? Because the surface of the Earth is measured flat consistently. There's no curvature. We're testing for curvature. And when we say flat, right, we're not claiming a shape. Flat is not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface.
Flat.
Yeah,
I will
flat.
research about this. I will research about this point of your
Okay.
saying. Then I will answer it.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think the moon, the sun, and other planets are like Earth too? I mean,
No.
flat.
No, definitely not. I don't think Earth is a planet. Okay, I don't think Earth is anything in common with the things that we see in the sky. And I don't think the things that we're seeing in the sky are exactly as we've been told. But I'm not making specific claims about the things in the sky. But they do look circular from our perspective. Okay, but the Earth, when we go and test the Earth, it has nothing in common with anything that would resemble a sphere or a ball. So when we go and test the surface of the Earth, it measures flat over large distances. So if we go to like a 20-mile body of water, we can't detect any curvature. But if the Earth were a globe, there would have to be 260 foot approximately of curvature over that distance. So we're testing the globe, and it fails the test.
But everyone who went, outside the surface of Earth, they said that it is a globe, right?
Well,
Like
you're
a
just
lot of
talking
people.
about the Apollo astronauts.
Yeah, astronauts. Yeah.
Yeah, just the Apollo astronauts, right? The American moon landing mission that was very obviously faked.
No, not just that. After that, a lot of people went on the moon and other places.
No, they didn't. Okay, so the only people that have ever claimed to have left low Earth orbit were the 26 astronauts, NASA astronauts. Okay, other people they're only going up to low Earth orbit, allegedly. And that was over 50 years ago that the Apollo missions allegedly happened. Over 50 years ago. And when they interviewed NASA, they asked NASA, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? Right? NASA said that we destroyed the technology to go back to the moon, and it would be a painful process to build it back. That's what NASA astronaut Don Pettit said when they interviewed NASA about why they don't go back to the moon. I'm just going to put some footage from the supposed moon mission in the side chat, right? And I just want you to have a look at how fake the footage looks. Most people haven't really looked at the footage. Most people just believe that it happened. So there's some footage there in the side chat. I mean, look how fake the footage looks. So you can
By the way,
choose whether.
recently I heard that India landed on the moon. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so the footage that India gave us from when they said they landed on the moon is even worse than NASA's footage from the 60s and 70s. Have you seen the footage that India presented as their evidence of landing on the moon? I'm going to post
I
it.
saw it.
Yeah, so mostly it's just a CGI, a CGI spaceship. And then there's a tiny bit of real footage. So I'm going to just post it in the side chat. One of India's greatest achievements of all time, going to the moon, and they decided that they're not going to film it and have good footage of it. That's a bit weird. I think that they want to, similar reason to maybe why America faked it, right? Because they were trying to be seen as the greatest country, right? We can go to space, we can go to the moon, we're the best, blah, 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 right? And maybe India also wanted to be seen as a country that can do that as well. It's logical for them to do that. So they also faked the moon landing, right? Just like Japan did the same thing. The Japan footage also looks completely fake. and the China footage, right? China also wants to be seen as a country that also went to the moon, right? So they have their own fakery job, right? And the China footage is hilarious. It's really bad quality. It's all of the footage from the other countries is much worse than NASA's footage, and NASA's footage is terrible.
But why do you think that everybody is lying? Like many countries right now have satellites in the space. So why no one is reporting that the Earth is not a globe? It's something like flat.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Can I'll answer that. I'll answer that. Wait. So, like, when you're saying, like, why other people, like space agency people, are not saying that the Earth is flat because they don't know that. Like the people
No,
who
like
works in the
like
space
we have
agencies, they don't know what Earth is. They are just doing their job and nothing else. And the scam goes at the highest level, like the chiefs and the other people, like they are getting paid by the government for what? For running their space agencies. So they have to show like where they are spending the money. So they start doing fake moon landings and all, so that they can show like, like I have spent this like $10 billion in that, 5 billion in that. So it's just like how they show their money and get the money, earn the money. It doesn't mean like they know that the Earth is flat or not. Because they also
that is
know like they
surprising.
can't go to
A
space because
single country.
they are all the space agencies from long time. They are trying to reach the space, but they always fails. So the best way for them is to fake on computers. So you don't need many people for that. It's just a few people.
But isn't it surprising that every single country, every single officials is faking it or telling us lies? Not a
But
single official have the guts to speak the truth.
It's not every country. It's not every people. You don't require many people into it. Like if you know about how the science works, okay. So like if science have a theory, like you understand science have a theory that the Earth is a globe, okay, then science will retain that theory. Science will try to establish it. So if someone is going against that, then they will not get the funding because the globe is an established fact. But if someone is going with that criteria, then they will accept it and they will pay for it, right? So in the same way, if the science believes that there is a black hole, and if you go with your telescope and you just click any picture and say that, oh, I captured the black hole, and if you can convince them, then they will pay you. In the same way, the space agencies work. If you can convince the government, like they have been to space, then the government will pay them in billions. Like if you look how much NASA get paid it's like $80 million a day, not a year, a day. Just imagine where can they spend it? You can't buy, even if you buy gold rockets, you can't spend $80 million a day, but they are spending that.
Okay. But what do you think about the day and night concept? Like right now, in my country it's night, and in USA it's day. What do you think about that?
yeah, so the sun, we all experience the sun moving across the sky from east to west. Okay, and the sun moves in particular cycles, which creates the seasons and the daytime and the nighttime. So in the heliocentric model, right, in the globe model, the sun is giant, right? Absolutely massive and 93 million miles away. So with flat Earth, we don't subscribe to that model, right? That's a completely different model. It's based on the globe, the heliocentric model. If the sun were much closer, right, then that's exactly what would be happening. So as the sun takes a particular path, right, observable path over the surface of the Earth, it's going to be midday at that particular section of the Earth where you're at, where the sun's directly above your head. So when it's above your head, when you're in Australia, it's not going to be daytime in Europe, for example. Okay, it's going to be nighttime there. And the sun, like people say, well, how come it's not light everywhere on the surface of the Earth? Okay, so when you have what I could describe as like a local light source, okay, the atmosphere actually absorbs light. As light travels away from the source of the light, not only does it diminish in intensity due to the inverse square law of light as it moves away from the source, right? It's also absorbed by the atmosphere, by the air. So it can't push forever through the air. It's absorbed. That's why if you think about it, right, like if you just go 200 meters down into the ocean, it's completely pitch black. Even if it's midday in summer, the sun's directly above you. You just go 200 meters down into the water and it's completely black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun because it's absorbed by the medium. Now, air is also another medium. It's just a lot less dense than the water. So it's also going to absorb the light just over a larger scale. So if the sun's overhead in Australia, the light's not going to be able to push all the way to Iceland or something like that, right? So it's going to be dark there. But then 12 hours later, right, it's going to be dark in Australia and it's going to be light in Iceland or America. Okay, so the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets all take particular cycles in the sky, just like we'll observe.
But no, I can actually see the sun like moving in a how do I describe it? Like a circle motion.
Like an arc
Like
over your head, right? So it looks like it
yeah,
rises in the east and it sets in the west. But this is also, right, you've got to remember how our perspective works as well. So when things are actually moving out of your perspective, they're going to go down, 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 right? And they're going to converge with the horizon due to perspective. I can show you some examples of what I'm talking about, right? Like if you see the same thing with a plane. So even though the plane is traveling at say 30,000 feet, it's going to look like it comes up from the horizon and it's going to go up in an arc pattern over your head. And then you're going to see it go away and it's going to look like it's going down as it's going to the horizon in the distance. Okay, but that's just due to perspective. The same thing happens with the clouds. The same thing happens with a bird or street lights, right? Or a long hallway. If you look down a long hallway, it looks like the ceiling of the hallway is going down, right? And then eventually it's going to merge at your eye level. It's called the vanishing point. So yeah, the sun does the same thing. The clouds do the same thing. It's basic perspective, linear perspective.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you how drastic the perspective plays a role. So this is from a video, but I took a couple of screenshots. Second. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so this guy he's just put a string horizontally across his kitchen bench. And he's moving this little light across the string, right? It's just going horizontal. And when he moves the camera down, right, he puts the camera down on the bench and films the same thing happening. It actually looks like the sun and the string is going downward as it moves away from you. But that's the exact same horizontal string. And it's just due to the perspective because the camera's placed on the kitchen bench, right? And when the camera's down on the ground, perspective comes into play and it looks like the string's going down. You'll notice that next time you watch planes in the sky, right? They look like they're almost going up like a rocket when they're coming from the horizon, and then they'll go over the top of you. Like we sort of see the sky in like a big sort of kind of like a dome shape, right? Just because of the way our perspective works.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, most people don't really think how much of a role perspective plays because ever since we were children, we're just used to seeing with this perspective. So here's an example of looking out into the ocean. It looks like the clouds are going down, 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 right? And it looks like the water is going up, like ramping up, and it actually meets at your eye level, right? Which would be called your vanishing point. And that horizon that you can see is also a product of perspective. It's the straight line between vanishing points. But then if you go up to the level of the clouds, then all of a sudden it will look like the clouds are a flat deck. Yeah, and we see the same sort of thing with the sun, right? But the sun is quite a long distance away, and obviously it's a light, so we have a lot of glare and things like that. So it's not quite exactly the same thing as when you're looking at a plane or looking at clouds, but it's the same principle. Things will appear to be going down in the distance due to perspective.
But in this case, if like sun is going when it's going away from me, like if it's a horizontal surface or something like that, the sun would seem like it's shrinking, right? But
No, because the sun's not a small close object like a plane or a streetlight or anything like that. Okay, so it's already far outside your field of view. So it's not like something that's close to you, right? That's gonna drastically look like it reduces in angular size. Think about the way it works on the globe, right? Imagine the Earth was a globe, and they say that when you see the sun setting, okay, you're actually spinning away and moving away from the sun, and it makes it appear like the sun's setting. Okay, the sun doesn't reduce in angular size, does it? Even though you're moving away from the sun. Okay, so that's because it's already such a far distance away that, you know, that small amount that you're moving away from the sun isn't going to make a drastic difference, the angular size of the sun. So when we take our very short, limited perspective into account, because the sun, you know, I'm not claiming an exact distance that it is away, but obviously it's a very long way away. Okay, as it's moving away from you, it's going down in your field of view due to perspective, but it's so far away, you're not going to see much of a reduction in angular size. Right? If the sun was like a big burning ball of gas, like close to you, right? Like the distance of a plane or something like that, then as it moved away from you, you would expect to see it reduce in angular size. But because it's already outside of your perspective, right? You're just going to see everything that's outside of that range of perspective just look like it is moving downward. You're not going to see much angular size change, right? So when it comes to the stars, right, or the planets or the sun or the moon, you're not going to see much of a change. I used to have some great demonstrations of this on a smaller scale, but I can't seem to find them. I need to dig those up. And then we've got other things to take into consideration when it comes to the sun as well, right? So when we're seeing that sun in the distance, we're looking through a ton of, thick air, especially if you're in a very humid environment, like where I'm from in Australia. Sometimes when you see the sun at sunset on the horizon, it looks like it's huge. It looks like it's giant, right? If you've got tons of humidity in the air, you can have like atmospheric scattering of light and glare and things like that. It can make the sun looks like it actually magnifies and looks much bigger. And then you can look at sunsets in really dry environments, and it kind of looks like it moves away and shrinks into a little dot, right? That's what it looks like visually. But it's just because there's different atmospheric effects at play. There's definitely nothing consistent about sunsets.
One of the things I find remarkable about the sun's behavior is how the luminosity changes. I do like to bring this up a lot.
the luminosity changes by a factor of 23,000 times from when it's directly at its top to when it's directly above the horizon. What's funny is that starlight doesn't seem to follow the same. So, but they're both out in space, right?
Yep. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
If scattering and absorption and all that causes sunlight to diminish by a factor of 23,000 times, why doesn't it do that to fainter stars?
It's a great point. I think there's a lot of unknowns about what we're looking at when we see stars and things like that in the sky, even the sun and the moon and the planets. I think there's a lot of speculation goes into describing what we're seeing. I think it could be something beyond our comprehension. Like, what medium are the stars actually in? Like, the globe model will tell you that they're in a vacuum, which is a silly concept in itself, right? Having balls of plasma gas and whatnot inside a giant deep space vacuum. That's not something that can be validated to even be possible. So what medium is the sky, right? When we look way, way up into the sky, what's going on up there? There could be a whole bunch of things that we don't know, that we can't comprehend. So that's why we don't make specific claims about the sky, because we can't empirically test it. We stick to the Earth that we can actually go out and test over and over and over again, right? Trying to find that curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
And another thing about the sky is, like, even if you watch a short video of Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said in an interview that this is a very interesting thing, that we applied the physical laws of the Earth that we discovered on the Earth. Like all the laws of physics, geometry, we discovered on the Earth with earthly objects, okay? So if we are applying them to stars and the whole universe, then it's not a science, because we have not tested those laws for those places. So science means if you are making a claim for a particular place, then you can apply that to all over the other places you have never verified. So we don't know what sky is. It's kind of a deception that materialism provides you.
Look no further than the Selenelian lunar eclipse to see what kind of wonky behavior everything up there tends to portray for us.
smash a binary.
Welcome, car.
AG, everything good?
Good to hear. Welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Yo, what up?
What are you guys doing?
Talk about how flat the Earth is.
Okay. So
Kiki,
when you
Kiki, have you made any progress on subject flat Earth?
yeah, you guys lost me at the Earth is the floor of the universe. I don't know what to debate anymore after that.
Did you say you wanted to debate?
I don't know how to debate anymore.
Firstly, you have to understand the arguments. Do you know what I mean? You have to learn it first. You have to be patient and give yourself a lot of time, and then eventually you will understand, and then you can proceed in making debates. But it
Yeah.
takes time, though. It takes time to understand.
So I'm not sure who said it, but the thing that they were talking about with the ground being the floor of the universe is that there's nothing that you can go beyond. That's what 7.8 miles into the ground. That the plane extends. Like, what would be past that? If you want to make any claims about there being outer space underneath our feet, we would need proof. No.
So when you claim that, what kind of universe is this?
Well, I mean, we're not really sure. We can't leave Earth to see if there's anything else out there.
Does but why is there only Earth? Like this theory does not make sense.
Well, that's all we have access to. We can't really leave and verify that the moon is solid and that the sun is made of gas. We only have access to the Earth, and that Earth just so happens to be measured flat, utilized flat. No measured movement of the Earth.
So when you see the other planets using a telescope, you see the stars. What are they if there is no outer space?
They're just lights. That's all we can say with 100% certainty. They're lights above your head.
Yeah, but what are those lights? Where are they from?
What are the lights? I have no idea. How would somebody verify what the lights are if you can't leave the Earth?
When you see lights, are they like light bulbs or
Oh,
what?
well, I have no idea. I mean, I guess they could be light bulbs. They could be little fireflies. They could be anything.
Hmm.
But if somebody wants to make a claim, like the sun, for example, being a gas ball in a vacuum, wouldn't they first have to prove that gas is capable of forming balls in a vacuum? For example, like Jupiter being a gas ball in a vacuum, or the sun, gas ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, but okay, so when you say the earth is flat and there is no gravity, so you don't believe in vacuum? That means how are we
Well,
staying on the ground?
you don't need gravity for a vacuum.
Oh yeah. But how are we staying on the ground?
I couldn't tell you. No idea. I just know it's not mass attracting mass or bending warping space time.
So what do you know?
Earth is measured flat, utilized flat. I know that with 100% certainty. We're just honest here, right? We're not making up stories about the lights in the sky. I can definitely make up something if I wanted to. But if we don't know something, we'll tell you we don't know. Like people like to ask us a lot of questions on stuff we don't know. Like, why would they lie? How are we supposed to know why somebody would lie? How does the sun move? Don't know. How does the moon move? Don't know. How does any celestial body move in the sky? No idea. Yeah, if you have any questions related to flat Earth, how the floor measures, stuff like that, we can answer those. Yeah, what's up, dude? Welcome.
Hello.
You doing, man?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Nice. What brings you around 24/7?
Oh, I like to pop in here now and again.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Oh, you've been here before then?
Yeah, I've been here a couple of times.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back.
Was it you just talking to that child?
I don't know if it was a child I was just talking to, but yeah, I was just talking on here maybe a few minutes ago.
Sounded like a child. I was listening on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it could have been. Who knows?
So, you're a flat earther, I guess.
Yeah.
How big is it? Do you know?
No idea.
No.
Just know that all the parts have been explored and measured so far, and all been measured flat, utilized flat
Far,
so
how
far.
far? Where's the furthest they've been?
Probably Antarctica.
Where's that then? Which way is that?
South.
South. What about
Yeah.
east? Where's the furthest east?
There'll just be a circle around the center point.
Oh, north is the center.
Yeah.
So if you headed north
Mhm.
and you kept going, what would happen?
You'd end up reaching the magnetic north.
Yeah, and then if you just kept going.
Well, you can't keep going north. That would be the end of north. Once you reach magnetic north, there's no more north after that.
Yeah, so if you just kept walking in a straight line, where would you
Then you'd
go
be
then?
going south. That would be south.
So what, would you end up where you started?
Oh no, definitely not.
No. So if you started south and you headed north and then you kept going and you started heading south again, where would you go? Surely if you're heading south.
Oh, no idea. You'd be going away from the center point.
Yeah, but
You're
which
saying like
way?
if you started in the southern hemisphere, let's say you were, you know what, that's fine. You could be like at your house. You continue north. You
Where are
pass
you?
magnetic north, and then I'm in the northern hemisphere,
Alright. Let's say
or
you're in
yeah, north side of the equator.
Australia
Okay.
and you just headed north.
Okay. So you would head north. You would reach magnetic north, and
And you kept going
then you want to. So then you'd be going south.
straight line. Where would you go?
Yeah. So after you pass magnetic north, you'd be going south, and then you would
Yeah.
just be on the other side of that magnetic north.
So where would you end up?
On the other side of magnetic north.
Yeah, but where? Where would be the first
Oh,
place you came?
oh, no idea.
No idea. That's mad. You have no idea. I
No,
think someone
I
should.
couldn't tell you. I just know that that entire trek that you traveled, whether by airplane, boat, on foot, may be all flat anyway, so doesn't really matter.
That'd be a good idea to find out, wouldn't you? You think someone would have done that by now? Or do they
What,
just
traveled
get
the
to
Earth as flat?
oh, just
Yeah, we traveled the Earth
yeah,
flat plenty of times. Yeah.
keep going in one direction. See where you end up. Be interesting.
Well, yeah, we've done that for east to west. We've done that hundreds, if not thousands, of times.
East to west.
Circumnavigated around in, yeah, in a circle.
It's not a straight line, is it?
No, it's not a straight line because east and west are circles around a center point.
It's a circle. Well, so you're constantly turning one way.
Yeah. That's how you find out your direction. Yeah, like we can say that your house is magnetic north. If you were to stay 50 feet away from your house that entire time, you'd end up back where you are following a compass.
Bro,
And you can do that for a mile away, 10 miles away, 100 miles, 1,000 miles.
bro, you serious talks about the flat Earth being flat? Earth being flat? The fuck?
Yeah.
Get a bit dizzy, like if you kept going round in circles, wouldn't you?
Yeah. That's all it is, just a circle on a flat
It,
surface.
it is a circle, bro. Don't complain about the fucking round Earth, bro. Do something in your life. Stop listening this shit. Go gamble, bro. Buy Nissan GTR. Stop fucking listening this piece of shit. Go gamble, make some fucking money, and you're gonna be happy. Don't believe in this shit, bro.
You'd rather have me gamble my money away.
Yeah, better is gambling than talking about the flat Earth, bro.
Why
The
is
fuck,
that?
bro? It's a fucking. You complaining that Earth is not fucking round? That's crazy as shit. Because Earth is
Bro,
round.
go easy on them. That's what I'm trying to do. There's no
Just
point
do something in your life, please, bro.
just make them angry and they'll just throw you out.
Yes, always. And that's
Yeah.
sad. That's sad in your life because you're sitting in front of your computer, you're crying that somebody believes in something else. Don't give a shit about this. Just go out, go make your friends,
It's sad.
go to
It's
party,
sad
go
that
to
you have
fucking
to
work.
believe your
Pay
master,
taxes,
yeah, and you can't
pay
prove
taxes, bro.
curvature. Listen, it's
You
very
pay
sad you
taxes,
can't prove the
bro.
globe.
Answer me. You pay taxes, bro.
You
You pay
cannot prove the
taxes.
globe. Go
Did
ahead
you
and prove
pay
the globe.
tax this month? Did you pay tax this month? You didn't. So shut
What
the
does
fuck up.
tax
Go
got
to
to do
work
with
and
this
stop
earth?
complaining
You
about the
idiot.
earth, bro. Nobody gives you a shit about your fucking flat earth, bro. Nobody. You just
Dude,
stressing these people, bro, out and you're talking
can't
shit.
prove the
You make
globe. That's
these people
why.
dumb. You're making them feel dumb, bro. That's only
Hold
you
on,
make it
bro.
in your life.
Listen. Why you still
That's
haven't
the sad
justified
truth.
to me why gambling is better than talking about flat earth. Why is that?
Because you maybe someday, because you are stupid as fuck, because you believe that Earth is flat, maybe because of the gambling you make some money, some good money, and maybe because of the extremely big amount of money in your
You know, there's
life,
like a very small
you're
percentage of
gonna be more
people that
smarter. You're
gamble that
gonna have
actually make
nice
money off
cars, nice
gambling,
cars, ships,
right?
apartments. Maybe that's gonna heal you.
Did
Maybe
you
that's
did you
gonna
know that
heal you.
it's a small percentage of people that actually make money gambling?
Yeah. So better is to believe that Earth is flat. Better is go fucking, I don't know, drink, gambling,
Well, yeah, all we do
fentanyl.
is just
Take
give out
fentanyl even. Just
information.
don't believe in the flat Earth. You're sitting on the channel. You talk about the Earth is flat, bro. That's crazy as fuck.
Yeah, you're here with us.
No, I'm here to just make you a man. You know what I'm saying. I'm here to told you that you should be a sigma in your life, not
Wait,
being a
so
fucking pussy
gambling
that believe in a flat Earth.
gambling
The
makes you a
gambling is
man?
the only one of ways in your life that you can choose. It's still better choice than believing the Earth is flat, bro.
Yeah, but
Wait, so
dude,
you're saying that?
Bro,
Oh,
and
go ahead.
Over Fences, the guy
just trying
nickname is Over Fences, told me that I have issues. I have issues. You believing in
Well, yeah,
that Earth is flat,
I
and you
agree
telling
with
me that
over
I have
fences
issues.
that you have issues. Yeah,
Yeah,
do you think
and he
gambling is
believing the
better?
Earth is flat.
Oh, he's gone. Okay.
see the difference in the way that I try and speak about it and someone like that.
I mean, I don't mind. You can come and yelling and screaming if you want to.
Yeah, this
If you do it
doesn't get.
logically, you're saying that gambling is better, so risking all my money is better than talking about subject that can be proven. Gambling.
I'm just trying to make you think of it logically, not just coming here ranting and shouting. So it's just pointless.
Yeah, I agree with that. But oh well, I just wanted him to address the points. I wanted him to actually go through it. But okay, that's fine. It's all good here.
You would add, go and gamble instead. I mean, I don't even know why you would say that.
Yeah, risk my livelihood, risk my girl's livelihood, my kids. Yeah, I'd rather risk all that money Sure.
He probably spent all his money on scratch cards and lost.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That's probably why he was upset, honestly. Anyway, yeah, if any, I don't know. Oh, I think it's
So
still
if
just you.
you're in Australia
Okay.
and you went north, and then you started going south, where would you go?
I already told you I have no idea. But it's all done over a flat surface.
Never been done, you know.
Yeah, there's
Surely
been no north to south circumnavigation. We've only ever had east to west done.
the thing is, like wherever you are
Mhm.
on the flat Earth, wherever you are, if everybody headed north, they'd end up at the same place, yeah.
Correct, yeah.
And I believe if wherever anybody was, if they headed south, they'd also end up at the same place.
Yeah, I mean, that would have to be proven. If you had like 1,000 people meet up in the north, y'all went in a circle, just went all your own ways, traveling south. That's never been done where everybody's just met up again in the same spot. If you just went in a straight line.
Got an equator, I guess, on your flat. So what are you, like the Gleasons? Is that what you believe? Something like that?
No.
So do you have an equator?
Yeah, equator would just be east and west. It's like a circle around a north point.
Yeah, so that's a big circle then, yeah?
Yeah.
So say you had 12 people each at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, all the way around.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
They all headed south. I mean, I believe they would all end up at the same place, but I guess you don't.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. You can have that belief if you want to.
Even though they're all heading the same way.
Well, they're all going away from each other, right? Going south.
If they all went north, they'd end up the same place. You agree with that?
Oh, yeah. North is just a point.
I don't understand. If they all went south, how could they not end up the same place? Because they're all going the same way.
Oh, yeah, they'd be moving away from magnetic north, right?
Right. So where would they go?
Away from magnetic north.
Well, they'd all just keep getting further away from each other.
Yeah, they're moving away from a center point. Any movement away from a center point, right? Like if you had a grenade and exploded,
How far could they
the
go?
gas would expand outwards, right?
If they just kept going
How far
south.
could they go? How far could they go? I have no idea.
Don't you think someone would have done that by now? Or what, they just get so far and turn around?
I mean, I don't know who has that kind of money and resources to just travel for months on end away from a center point. You can only go so far.
Well, we're quite a exploratory people, aren't we? We like to discover things and find things.
Yeah, sure. I
know.
mean, if you could find 11 other people, to meet on the equator.
Well, no, don't meet. You don't start off at the same place. I say.
Yeah, you're
imagine
meeting around in a circle. Yeah, like equidistance from each other.
At
At 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. You all just walk south.
If they were all on the equator and they started heading south, they would
Yeah.
all just immediately be getting closer to each other.
Yeah, if you want to go, I mean, if you want to prove that, that'd be cool. I don't think it's never been done. Because you don't have to do that because we can just measure the floor that we're standing on to see that it's flat.
Just measure, keep tabs of how far they've come in a straight line.
Wait, are you idiot?
Am I
What?
Indio? No, I'm not Indio.
Idiot? Like, how do you think the Earth is flat? Are you actually like idiot?
No, I'm not an idiot. Just measured flat.
No, you
It's
just
measured flat for everybody.
stupid idiot.
Do you
Idiot if
have
you just
any? I mean, why do you think it's not flat?
Again, buddy, this is not the way to go about trying to show them the globe. You've got to make them
Wales.
think. Don't just go in and call them an idiot because it's just not going to work.
Big up Wales.
Yeah, big up Wales. Yeah,
Hey, man.
Wales is not flat. I'll tell you that.
Oh, no, short-lived. Okay, ask him for proof of globe, and he leaves. Got it. All right. So yeah, do you have any proof of your globe?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a statement. If the Earth were flat, you would never see anything over the horizon.
Why not?
Because the horizon, if the Earth were flat, would just be an optical thing. It wouldn't be a physical.
That's exactly what the horizon is. It's an apparent location where the ground and sky meet. It's not a geometrical physical location.
Yep, I agree with that.
Okay,
But
so that directly contradicts what you just said.
it would be the point where things were too small to be seen.
Correct.
So, if anything was further than the horizon, you wouldn't be able to see it because it would be too small.
Okay. What's wrong with that?
So, when you
That's
see a
what
boat,
happens.
when you see a boat or something further than the horizon, then that couldn't happen on a flat Earth because, as we just said, the horizon would be the point where things are too small, so you wouldn't be able to see them.
Yeah. Wait, what's wrong with that? Where things are too small to see?
But if something's too small to see it, how can you see it if it's further than the point which is too small to see it?
Well, we have optics that we can use, like binoculars, zoom cameras, to see further than our eyes are capable of. So at the point where you guys think that things disappear bottom up over a geometrical curve, we can still see them. So we know it's not Earth curve obstructing those objects, yeah?
Of course it is. It's got to be in that.
Well, if
If it
something
was
disappears over a curve, how do you see it again? It's a
the point,
physical obstruction, right? On a globe. Oh, hold on, give me like 1 minute. I'm gonna make a quick order, sorry.
okay.
嗯，没有其他声音了。没有说话的了。
All right, sorry about that. I'm getting coffee and a donut right now.
There's someone in here whispering a strange language. I can't understand what they're saying.
Is it quiet?
Yeah, very
Might
quiet.
be. Yo, quiet noobs, your mic is open. You might be hot micing. I'm not sure if it's you or not.
No way.
Oh, maybe not you then. Maybe they
Hey,
left already. I don't know.
I'm push to talk, bro. Hambone.
Oh, JK, JK.
It didn't sound like that. It sounded like a different language.
I mean, quiet noobs can know a bunch of different languages.
Je peux parler français seulement un petit peu, mon frère. Oh, oh.
Whoa, see? Look at that. All right. Let's see. Sorry, give me like another minute. I'm about to pull up to the window right now.
Are you in the drive-through?
Yeah, I sure am.
McDonald's.
No, I'm at Dunkin' Donut right now.
God, it's even worse.
I need my caffeine, bro. I'm a caffeine addict. It's terrible.
Coffee's alright, yeah.
Better than being a crack addict, though.
I think I've had one McDonald's this year, and I regretted that.
Hey, good on you, man.
I don't know. I have a McDonald's these days, and I just feel like shit after. It's like, yeah, it tastes nice.
That's how I feel when I go to Taco Bell.
I don't think I've ever had a Taco Bell in my life.
Yeah, good. Don't ever go there.
I know they're like known for being bad over there. Over here, they're even worse, apparently. I usually speak to a guy on here called DJ. Where is everybody? This place is usually busy.
Okay, I'm
It's
good now.
Halloween,
Sorry.
bro.
Yeah, it's a holiday. Everybody's getting ready to go trick-or-treating with the kiddos.
Been none of that over here. It's wet and raining.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
You don't have a holiday on Halloween, do you?
Yeah, we can just go take candy from all the people that want to give it out. Pretty much all it is.
The girls are all dressing up.
Oh yeah, I can't forget that.
It's usually trouble over here. It's always trouble.
Girls dressing up. That sexy nurses or little kitty cats.
Teenagers go around throwing eggs at everybody.
Oh. Yeah, we have a little bit of that too, but not. I wouldn't say that's like the majority. Damn, I just lost a hash brown. Oh man, I gotta get fish out of my car later. Shoot.
There's a dude on here, and he's got almost exactly the same avatar as me. You see him?
Who's that? Is that 20 cups?
I know his name starts with a 2.
Anyway, what were we talking about, bro? Sorry.
How you've never measured your flat Earth?
Oh yeah, that's all we have is just measurements of flat Earth.
How big do you think it is? You know, even if you haven't measured it, how big do you think it actually is? Like,
Well, that was the first question you asked me when we first got in here. You can't be resetting that quick on me. Hasn't even been 24 hours yet.
yeah, but you didn't really give me an answer. All you said was it's never been measured. I'm
I said,
not
I don't know.
asking. Yeah, I know. I'm not. You saying you don't know? Okay, but how big? You know, would you guess it is?
So my answer to that initial question was, I don't know, but all the parts that we have explored and measured so far have been flat.
Do you think there's more that
No
they're
idea.
hiding, or they're not telling us about, or something?
No idea. The thing is, for the entirety of the Earth that we've measured and explored so far, there is no measured curvature. That's how we know it's not a sphere. Because one of the defining features of a sphere is that there's drop from any singular point in all directions.
Yeah,
And
that's what the horizon.
if there's none of that, yeah, if there's none of that going on, then that's how we know it's not a sphere.
I mean, just the fact that there is a horizon, no matter if it's a little bit closer to some days and a bit further away, the fact that there is a solid horizon just proves that there's a drop.
But that's the thing, it's not a drop. Because the ground's not measured to be curving. That's how we know it's not a drop.
Gotta be in it. Otherwise, you wouldn't see things over the horizon because they'd be too small to see. But we've been through this.
Yeah. I mean, if there was measured drop over distance, then sure, we would have that physical horizon, like you said. We wouldn't be able to
Things would
see
just go
things.
away, get smaller and smaller and smaller until you couldn't see them.
Yeah.
So if that is the case, how can you see things that are further than the horizon?
Well, it's like you said, if they're too small to see, then we wouldn't be able to see them.
No, but you can. You've got the horizon, and then you can see things behind the horizon.
Well, it's not behind anything because the horizon's just an apparent location.
Well, you've
It's
got a
not like
horizon.
like
Say
if
you've
you
got a
walked
20
over a hill, right?
building,
Hill
and
is
you can
curving.
only
If you walked over that hill, I wouldn't be able to see you anymore.
no, but there'd be a point where you could see half of me.
Mm-hmm. That's because we've measured the hill. That surface
I'm
is
not
curving.
so far away that you can't see me, which is what the horizon would be if the Earth were flat. It would be the point where things are too small to see.
Yeah, the
So if
gas
I
and the
was
atmo.
further away than the horizon, then I'd be too small to see.
Yeah, the gas and the atmo that we're looking through also plays a part.
Yeah, that'd do it a little bit, but you know, it still wouldn't make me too small to see.
Yeah, there would be a point where you would definitely be too small to see.
Yeah, it'd be a long way, it'd be a lot more than like 3 miles or whatever the horizon is at point times. A lot more than 10 miles. I mean, look at a
Oh yeah, of
mountain.
course.
How far
That would
away would a
be.
mountain be too
I mean,
small to
just
see?
by what you're saying already, you're already debunking the globe radius of 3959 miles. Because if objects are not being obstructed where they're supposed to be obstructed with the dimensions of the Earth that they give us,
But if it
that's an issue.
were a flat Earth, they
For the
wouldn't be
content.
obstructed. It'd just be too small to see. You can't have it both ways, see.
Well, that would be correct, but the horizon is not where it should be.
No, but my whole point is, if it were flat, there would be no horizon, no solid horizon. It'd just be a point where things are too small to see. The fact you can see things further than the horizon proves they're not too far away to see, because you can still see them.
You know that objects being obstructed bottom up is not exclusive to a curving surface.
No, but it wouldn't happen on a flat surface.
I can. I would pull you up a video to show you. I pulled this up for somebody last night, so I got it up here for you pretty quick. So go ahead and take a look at the side chat.
Yeah, I got it.
You can watch that video at your leisure.
Yeah, well, that's I can tell just by the screenshot that is things further than the horizon. How long is the video?
Only a few minutes.
Okay, I'll watch it now. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see how the horizon moves. With the one independent variable of temperature. And I was gonna say Indio is getting pretty popular. That was like the second guy I've heard this week asking for Indio by name.
Yeah, okay, I watched the video. Wasn't India supposed to do an experiment with a load of flat earthers and a load of globe earthers? Hello? Am I still in you? Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, I think he might be doing something. Just give him a moment. He'll come back.
No, he
Lads,
asked me to.
Lads, are you there?
Yeah, yeah. I watched the video.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a phone call.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna be able to talk for a little bit longer. Yeah. What do you think about the video?
Well, it's showing refraction, but there's nothing moving further away.
Well, that's correct. Yeah. And it's not refraction. We have like refractive type effects. It's a single medium, but it's not refraction.
What's it? The title of the video is refraction test.
Yeah, I know that's what it says, but it's not passing through two different mediums. It's through one. That would be a refractive type effect.
Well,
It's just the same thing. Like if somebody says they measured Earth curve, like if you look into it, they never actually did measure Earth curve. So they'll say they measured Earth curve when it was calculated. The same type of thing.
I don't understand.
Yeah, something moves further away from you, it would also be passing through more gas. It'll be harder to see that thing. That's why mountains in the distance, farther than mountains that are up close to you, will be lighter in color. There's more gas. Not sure if you ever observed this yourself, or even at the base of mountains, it'll be a little bit lighter in color. More gas there.
If you see those things on the right hand side, what is it? The Lego? Oh no, all the candles.
Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember. But yeah, what about them?
Well, the end one is not covered. You know, you can still see all of it.
Like the closest one?
No, the furthest one.
Yeah.
So it's just getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, we're just talking about like bottom up obstruction, not being exclusive on a curving surface. So the main thing, what we would have to do to determine which is actually occurring over a flat or a curving surface would be to measure the ground. Because we can observe objects disappearing bottom up, and it could theoretically happen over both. And to determine which one it would be happening over, our reality, you'd have to measure the floor that we're standing on.
If you had something that was half obstructed, say you had a tall building and you could only see half of the building.
Okay.
And then you zoomed in, you'd see more of the building.
Okay.
That doesn't happen, does it?
Not over a curving surface, no. If it was a curving surface, then you wouldn't be able to see anything.
The Earth, the globe.
In reality, like that doesn't happen.
The Earth.
Oh, that
isn't
does
flat.
happen. We do that with boats.
The Earth isn't flat.
I know. That's what I'm trying to
Like if,
explain.
Well, if a boat disappears, quote unquote, bottom up over the
Wait, why
you
do
know
you think,
geometric horizon, then they could still be zoomed back in.
bro? It leaves that
Or they've
yank.
disappeared.
It leaves that yanks are a bunch of idiots.
What is your evidence for a curving surface, Dylan?
Your girlfriend, I don't know.
I mean, she is quite curvy, but I'm talking about the Earth.
Got
The
curves
Earth,
in all the places, though. That's the thing.
like, boats go past the horizon.
That's what I just said.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, the guys are
Yeah,
idiots.
they do.
All yanks are
They do
idiots.
go.
All yanks. Like,
But I was just explaining to him that would. Can you show that exclusively only on a curving surface? Because we can show that over a flat one as well.
wait, where are you from?
U.S.
Whereabouts? Whereabout?
Where in the U.S.? Nevada.
Yeah, yeah. Where?
Nevada.
Wait, is that like Las Vegas?
West Coast. Yeah, Las Vegas is in Nevada. Yeah.
Do you live in LV? Las Vegas?
No.
Pretty sad. What, do you live in a desert?
Yeah.
Pretty sad, that.
Nevada's most of it. Not bad.
It's shocking.
Where do you live, Dylan?
Do you know where Salford is?
I do.
Yeah, there. Where do you
And
live?
you're saying the desert is bad. I live in Wales, buddy.
Whereabouts?
South Wales.
Like near Cardiff and that?
Newport.
Newport County, I know someone from there.
Do?
What?
Good for you.
Yeah. His name's Gabe.
Oh, I know Gabe. Yeah, Gabe. Newport Gabe.
Yeah, that's the one. He's a boxer.
What, down St. Joseph's?
No, bro. But his just name's Gabe. Wait, what's wrong with Salford anyway?
I used to drive all around the country. I've been most places.
Yeah, Salford's one of the best.
Not the worst, but not the best.
It's sick. Wait, yeah, Len. Why is it Earth? Why is it Earth?
Hey, we can. So what you were talking about, boats over the horizon, I posted up a video. It's 17 minutes after the hour. If you want to take a look at that,
Talk slower.
Let's have a look.
there's a video I posted 17 minutes after the hour for bottom up
It's not.
obstruction.
Can't see it in the side chat.
No, he's lying, that's why.
Oh, the one I just watched. Yeah.
No, he's lying.
Yeah, it's there.
Lying.
17 minutes after the hour.
He's lying.
Well, I was talking for Dylan because he wanted to claim exclusivity on a curving surface for objects
No, you're lying.
disappearing bottom up.
You're lying.
Did you not just say boats over the horizon?
You're lying.
So you didn't say that?
No, I didn't.
What did you say?
I said the boats don't go over a high the horizon. Wait, have you ever been on a plane? Hey. Have you ever been on a plane? Bro's deaf.
Or like a flat plane.
No, like a plane in the sky. Have you ever been on one?
I've been on a plane, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the curvature.
Yeah, I know.
The guy's the idiot.
I agree.
Yeah, if you can prove, if you can see curvature, can you prove it?
Yeah, I can see it.
No, can you prove it?
What
Not
do you mean?
see it.
Just go in a plane. You'll be able to
Well,
see
going in a plane is not proving curvature. You need to prove the surface curving.
Why are you getting dead
Firstly,
mad? Why
I'm not getting mad. You're telling Latza he's a liar, yeah? I'm telling
He's a
you,
lie.
yeah. If he's a liar, yeah, prove he's a liar by proving curvature.
Bro,
Have you seen a video in a plane where someone's got a camera and they've got a piece of string pulled across the front of the camera so it's a straight line, and then the curvature, the horizon is curved?
What are you talking about? The horizon is curved. It wouldn't be called horizon if it was curved, because the horizon is horizontal, means a straight flat line. What are you talking about? The horizon is curved.
He's got a piece of string or a piece of wire pulled across the front of the lens so it's perfectly straight. And then when you put it next to the horizon, you can see the horizon curving.
Can you share the video? Because it's probably barrel distortion.
Well, it can't be, can it? Because there's a piece of wire pulled tightly across the camera, which is straight, stays straight.
Right, yeah, but that's in front of the camera, right? I'm talking about barrel distortion on the lens itself.
In front of the lens. The wire is in front of the lens.
Yeah, barrel distortion happens within the lens.
Well, that wire would be bent as well, then, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Can you share the video or the clip?
It's on MC Tunes somewhere. I'm trying to remember the name of the pilot.
Hopefully it's a video and not a still image, because you can get the horizon. You can take snapshots of the horizon with a wide angle lens, and you can get it to appear curved. But a still image doesn't show you whether that's been taken out of context. You know what I mean?
Those videos. But if that was the case, the wire would be curved as well, because that's in front of the camera as well. Why would it be not bending the wire, but it would be bending something else?
I don't know. I haven't seen. That's what I mean. I haven't seen the video. But what my colleague Alaskan said was right. The horizon is always viewed as horizontal.
Wait, are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Wait, but why? It's just like common knowledge. It's not.
Roots is a bit.
Common knowledge is a bold claim. It might be common story, common. That's the mainstream narrative.
Satellites. They take pictures of the Earth. Why is it a globe when they take a picture of it?
Because you'll find most of these
Globers
images.
are getting out of control. Listen, they're starting to not be able to speak full sentences. Now they just say satellites, picture ball, and then they think they live on a ball.
Well, why haven't back on mute?
Most of these images are using either wide angle lenses or they're stitched together using Photoshop. They're kind of doctored, and they admit that they're mainly doctored. So unless you've got a specific image you're talking about, we can show you that NASA admit that they have to stick these strips of data, strips from high altitude aeroplane, and stitch them together to a ball. So I don't know what image you're talking about.
Wait, did you not do geography at school?
Of course I did. You're in a very educated arena. We've been looking into this for 15 years plus, some of us.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from the UK.
Same whereabouts?
The Midlands.
Oh.
But what you've got to understand is it's an empirical. You're up north, aren't you? Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. Yeah, your accent. But listen. Flat Earth is an empirical position, right? Regardless of what photographs or moon landing footage you've seen, in terms of measurements, there's no measured curvature. There's no measured motion. So from an empirical point of view, empirically, the Earth is treated as and measured as flat. That's our position. It's not a loony position. It's logical.
I wouldn't say it's logical. That's a stretch.
No, but if you really think about it from an impartial point of view, if you're not going to just go with the narrative If you was to say, what is the data? What does the data in nature tell us? All of the data in nature tells us the Earth is measured as flat and there's no axial rotation of
Right.
the Earth.
I just want to know a question. You've been on a plane, haven't you? Plane in the sky.
Yeah, plenty of times.
Like when you go 38,000 feet in the air, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
You can't though.
Well,
you're not
you can.
supposed to see curvature from 38,000 feet.
How high do you have to be then?
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 250 miles above the Earth at the level of the ISS.
Well,
because at the level, when you're at the ISS's level, you're only seeing 3% of the Earth's surface.
Like, but you just.
So no, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from a plane. That's a myth. What they do have on aeroplanes is curved windows. And even through the curved windows, you don't see curvature. It's pretty clear to see the horizon is horizontal eye line, horizon. That's how you view, and that's how the horizon has always been defined, as a horizontal line.
I can't lie. I'm not I'm right, you're wrong. That's the end of it.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
It's
good for you.
we're right and you're wrong. That's the end of it. It's one of those things.
No.
No matter what you say, empirically, we measure the Earth flat. We treat the Earth flat, whether it's in any industry, aviation, building. That's how the Earth is treated as and appears in nature. There's nothing you can say to take that away. There's nothing logical you can bring, and there's no empirical evidence you can bring to make the Earth a ball or to convince us the Earth's a ball.
No, I can't because I've not been studying it for 15 years like you.
Yeah, well, try studying it for a year and see the mess that you'll be in. You won't be able to prove the Earth's a ball.
Well, I can just like search up on Google.
No, don't be stupid.
Wait, are you insulting my intelligence?
Yes. You don't have any intelligence. I'm just insulting you, not your intelligence.
I got a grade 6. My GCSE.
I don't give a shit if you're in the 6th grade.
I got a grade 6.
GCSE, by the way, Radwin, GCSE is just the basic grades
No,
you
it's
get
not basic.
after leaving high school. And high school would just be middle school in America. So he's just talking about his basic exams.
Yeah, I've got like a
Meanwhile, there's PhDs, there's experts in this field in the flat Earth community. There's pilots, there's engineers, there's architects.
But all Yanks are. But you can agree with me on this one. All Yanks are idiots. All Americans are idiots.
Dude, you sound really dumb when you say this stuff, man.
Why? Why are they all idiots?
Well, aren't you all fat?
Nope. So you got that one wrong. What else you got, dummy? What else you got, dummy? Dummy.
I got a question for him. How big is the Earth? The ball Earth?
How
big is it?
I got this in a quiz, and isn't it like 8,000 meters, like around?
It's a bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger.
No, 8,000 kilometers.
It's a little bit bigger than 8,000 meters. And
Yeah,
it's bigger than it's bigger than 8,000 kilometers as well.
But
8,000 miles.
I can turn this round to you and say, how big is the flat Earth?
Yeah, go on.
Hi,
Very big.
We don't make a claim to the shape of the Earth, and we don't know the overall size of the Earth. All we know is that the surface of the Earth is not curving.
Right. I'm going to leave now, but I'm just going to say, all
Goodbye.
Americans are like idiots.
Goodbye.
Yankee, fuck.
Goodbye.
I noticed how he left as soon as we started asking about measurements and distances, but yeah.
Well, I was talking to someone else on here just now. He's gone at the moment. And I was asking him how big the flat Earth was.
We wouldn't make a claim to that. We don't have all the information for that claim.
It's
the only
very
claims
big.
we can make, the only claims we can make is that the Earth isn't curving.
How
the Earth
big
isn't curving or spinning.
would you think it is? You know, just roughly.
Super big.
Super big. That bigger than mega big? Or?
Well, I mean, if I ask somebody how big is the globe, they always say it's really big. And so I'm going to say flat Earth is super big. So now what do you got?
Well, they're both as bad as each other, aren't they? Really. But like we do give you a you don't.
It's flat and stationary. So what number you got?
Would you see there's more than they're telling us about? Are they hiding some of it, or have we just
Nobody's
not?
hiding anything, dude. You can go outside and see it's flat for yourself. Just go to any body of water, large body of water. You can see that the water's not curving. So if you think that it is curving, even though you see it's flat, you should head to the hospital and talk to those people about it.
So this is what I said to the other guy. I can't remember his name. He's still here, but he's muted. Your equator, is it round? Is it a circle?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
What?
So say you had 12 people and you put them at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, all around the equator, and they all headed north. Would they all meet?
Theoretically, yeah. Why not?
I don't know how to prove it, but I'm sure that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I agree with that. So if they all headed south, would they all meet?
I'm better with you, brother.
No.
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 What would they do? They would just
Ready for this conversation.
further apart from each other.
They'd all reach the south. So on a flat Earth, you've got to imagine we've got you use a compass, right? You know how a compass works. It's in relation to a magnetic attractor, yeah? So whatever's in the center of the Earth is our magnetic attractor. So if you go east or west on a flat Earth, you make a circle.
You're in a big circle.
So,
yeah, I get that.
So going south would put all of these people at the opposite ends of the Earth.
Hey guys, how you doing?
So they'd just constantly be getting further apart from each other.
How you doing?
Yeah, and how you doing? Yeah, we've never had confirmation of north-south circumnavigation. North-south circumnavigation is not possible.
Yeah, I agree with that on a flat Earth. But my point is, like, how far could they keep going? You know, how far apart would they get? What would happen?
Well, I'll throw you a bone. Captain Cook sailed, circumnavigated, and allegedly followed the Antarctic Circle. He apparently and allegedly clocked up 64,000 miles. So take from that, if you will, if that's a true mileage and if that's truly what he did, that could be a 64,000 mile circumference around our seas. But that's not a claim. That's just giving you. I'm throwing you a bone here.
I mean, how long would that take?
Took him 3 or 4 years, I think. I can't remember now. Took him a few years.
You could go that. You know, how fast would you have to be going to do 64,000 miles?
I don't know. I don't vouch for the story, mate. I wasn't there, but that's what they say. That's what he claimed. He clocked up 64,000 miles, and it took him 3 or 4 years, I believe.
Wow, who measured that?
I mean,
yeah, Redwin, I knew you'd ask that question.
The miles an hour, you know, in a boat.
Yeah, we don't know the details. We don't know how fast. We don't know any of that. So I'm just throwing you a bone there.
Both untrue.
Could be. We don't make any claims to the size of the Earth. We don't make any claims to the shape of the Earth. The only claims we make is there's no curvature and there's no rotation, and that a vacuum in the sky called outer space would be impossible.
Right.
I just don't know how, if everybody headed north, they'd all meet, and then if everybody headed south, they wouldn't. I mean, they all head in the same direction.
In your head,
Talking about cardinal directions. That's in relation to a compass, and a compass is in relation to a magnetic north. If north is in the center, then south would be away from that northern point. That would put everybody at opposite ends of whatever this place is.
In your head, is the Earth a pancake or what?
You know, 1,000 miles.
No,
100
no.
miles.
Earth isn't a pancake, especially not a pancake in space. That would be ridiculous.
What in your head? What is the Earth shape?
If they were just further apart from each other and going further and
And
further,
they said Americans are stupid. This guy don't even know what Earth is.
Americans are stupid. Yeah.
So I thought you were gone.
You guys are asking like second and third grader questions. You know, the little kids.
I think mine's quite a logical question. Like,
what's the sun made out of?
Not south.
Helium.
So you guys all got it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's made of, not made of south.
Hydrogen and helium. These are the two major components in sun.
No.
Now.
Nope. You can't have gas balls in a vacuum, kids. So your space is fake. Goodbye.
Idiot.
How far south can you go?
You sound like a right muppet, you.
All right, fellas, I want to show you something. I want to give you a bit more context as to what flat Earth is. Can you all look at the side chat? I've put a picture in. Can you see the picture that I've put in?
Yeah.
All right. So these two oil rigs are known markers. They're in America, off the coast of America. I can't remember exactly where. One of the guys will probably tell you where it is. But you can Google these and you can see that these two oil rigs, the one of them, Platform Habitat, is 10 miles out from shore. The other one, Platform Hill House, is 6.2 miles out from shore. Okay? Now, if we lived on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles, that means there'd be a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. That would mean you would be starting to see the Earth curve away from you from about 3.5 miles. If you're a 6-foot observer, let's say you're 6 foot, you would start to see the curvature from about 3 to 3.5 miles. Okay? This picture here, we're seeing two oil rigs entirely 6 and 10 miles away, and the horizon. I'm going to ask you a question. Where is the horizon on this picture? Is it in front of the oil rigs or is it behind the oil rigs?
If me and my mates were all like in separate places and we all headed towards the pub, we'd all end up in the pub.
Hold on, mate. Have a look at this picture that I've put in the side chat. This is going to give you the context of what flat Earth is about.
Do you have any friends?
The oil rig, guys. Is this too much? Are you not following, or because this will be a eye-opening moment for you if you actually like follow along and understand what I'm trying to say. The horizon should be. The horizon should be, guys. The horizon should be in front of those oil rigs. Okay, we shouldn't be able to see the second oil rig in its entirety, and that horizon we're seeing behind the second oil rig is 1,000 times further than it should be. We should not be able to see the second oil rig. It should be 66 foot behind a curve. There is no curve to be measured.
The horizon wouldn't exist.
No, this is the misconception, though. The horizon isn't the curve of the Earth. The horizon is the limitation of your view. It's as far as you can see.
The curve of the Earth. But if it was flat, it wouldn't be. It would just be a point.
If the horizon is a curve of the Earth, then why can we zoom in on a ship that's gone beyond the horizon and bring it back into full view?
Can't.
All right. Have a look at the side chat. I'm going to show you an example.
Oh my god.
I'm not going to look, right? And I'm going to tell you what I want, right? And I'll become a flat earther if you can show me this, right?
Nah, we don't want you, mate. I just want you to understand what we're trying to say here. if the horizon is the curve, if the horizon is the curve of the Earth, then the boat that I've just posted in the side chat shouldn't be able to be zoomed into. Yet
No,
you
no,
can
no, no.
zoom. You can zoom into stuff that's gone beyond the horizon.
No, what I want, right, is a picture of a boat that's half missing, yeah, and then zoom in. So the video starts with a boat that's half missing, not a boat that's.
What about the sun? Would you take the sun?
No, I want something that's half covered. That's where the video starts.
Yeah, like a sun. All right, check the side chat. I've got you, bro. Check the sun. Looks like it's going beyond the curve of the Earth. Yeah. Look at this one. Zoom into the sun, and what happens? The sun raises up from the horizon because the horizon is the limitation of your view. It's called angular resolution. When you zoom in, you open up more space, and you're able to see the separation between the sun and the horizon and the water.
Behind the horizon in that picture.
The sun does look like it's halfway behind the horizon, or at least quarter of the way behind the horizon.
No, it doesn't.
You're chatting out your ass.
Mate, you're coping. Honestly, you're coping. You're
Just show me a video where the video starts, where the boat is half covered, right? The boat is half covered, or the building is half covered. That's where it starts. And then you zoom in, and you see the whole of the boat. You'll never be able to show that, look.
I've just shown you with the sun. I don't know if I've got one of those images with exactly what you're asking for.
Never behind the horizon.
I'm not a repository. I don't have all of this stuff, but these are just some examples of the horizon not being the curve of the Earth. What I do have, this one's a good one. I can show you the boat going behind a horizon on a tarmac car park over about 20 meters. If the horizon's the curve of the Earth, then why do we have a horizon on this video? Why does the boat disappear from bottom up on this video? Got to be fair. See how the boat starts to disappear from bottom up?
Yeah, but he doesn't zoom into the boat when it gets bigger.
Yeah, because that's refraction. There's multiple reasons why things appear to seem to disappear from bottom up. Sometimes it's heat distortion and atmospheric conditions. Sometimes it's angular size. Sometimes it's both.
If the horizon wasn't in the way, zoom in, bring in the boat. You're doing the opposite.
I'm just demonstrating to you the horizon isn't the curve of the Earth. We don't have a curve of the Earth to be measured.
Exactly what it is.
Yeah, well, you can't explain these observations, can you?
They're not observations. The first one, the boat is just really far away, and you zoom into it. It's not half covered when the video starts.
It's an observation of a boat, and when you zoom out to where the observer's normal limitation of view would be, the boat disappears beyond the horizon.
I want the video to start with the boat half covered. That's where the video starts. Then you zoom in.
We've got loads of them. I don't know if I've got one, but there's loads of them about, mate. Let me see what I can find for you.
Doesn't exist.
But if I show you this, I bet you're just going to sort of like make some excuse, cope, because you can't bear to hear this from a flat earther, can you?
I've been hearing it for 10 years, buddy.
These fucking flat earthers, I'm not gonna concede to anything they say.
He hasn't heard anything for 10 years.
I bet over the last 10 years you've had some right.
You know, the first thing I ever heard when I started listening to Flat Earth, and this will show you how long ago I was listening to it, because I'm pretty sure you were there. It was Flat Earth debate, Nathan Oakley and the Isle of Man. You remember that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I don't watch flat earthers. Do you? You a stalker or something?
I'll put some more observations in the chat, but I feel like you're just going to dismiss them.
That's it.
And I'll even put you an educational video about perspective and why we see things the way that we do. Because this is easily explainable, and some of the best globers, top educated globers, fully understand, yes, this is what you would expect on a flat earth. No, the curvature of the earth isn't the horizon. The horizon is the point where the ground meets the sky due to depth perception or the limitation of your view. This is well understood, but it's not understood by mainstream and most people because unless you did art class and you needed to draw things in a landscape with depth, they don't teach you this.
It's just
Can't hear you. Sound like the microphone's in your mouth. Can't hear you for some reason.
No, the video was playing.
Oh.
I was watching the Earth one. I mean, that was just waves.
I'll send a couple more.
Where does idiot buddy go?
I haven't got time to sit here and find the exact observation you're looking for, but have a look at some of these. They all demonstrate the same thing. The horizon isn't the curve of the earth. You got to concede on that. Doesn't make you a flat earther to concede on that. It just means you accept the fact that the horizon is an optical position based on your location and the limitation of your view. The vanishing point of where you see is where the horizon would be.
That's my point exactly. If the Earth were flat, the horizon would be.
Loves that baby. Loves that baby. My best friend.
Jesus.
My best friend.
We all finished?
Waiting to see whether you dismiss these videos or whether you make an excuse. Waiting to see your response.
They're not what I'm asking for, are they? I mean, that video, that last one you just posted, is the exact opposite of what I'm looking for. I don't want a video zooming out, I want a video zooming in.
Oh my god, bro. It's the same thing.
No,
Put it in reverse. Put it in reverse and you've got it.
No. I want a video where it starts and the boat is half covered, and then you zoom in, and then it brings more of the boat in. You'll never show that.
Why? What's the difference? Explain to me why that matters and what the difference is and why we can't show that.
Or, another thing, this is another test.
You haven't got a clue, have you? You haven't got a clue.
Two P900s next to each other.
Absolutely ridiculous, dude. You don't even know why you're asking for that.
Imagine
That's so
this.
irrelevant. It's so irrelevant, and you don't know what the difference is.
Looking at exactly the same thing. A boat half covered or a building. The one is half zoomed in, and you can see half the building. The camera next to it is fully zoomed in, and you can see the whole building. You show me that, and I'll believe in a flat Earth. It'll never, ever, ever happen.
You're an idiot, dude. You're an idiot.
No, it's the same shit, dude.
Not, dude. It's not. Yours is just a boat, and you just
Dude,
zoom it out.
dude,
Can't see.
you should need to go be a glober somewhere. You need to just go watch a space movie. You shouldn't be in here.
Nah. Show it.
Yeah,
Show it. If
that's
you can
not how
show it,
cameras work. Zoom doesn't change your angular resolution.
Who said that?
Yeah, when you zoom in on an object, you're not changing the angular resolution for the better. It's actually getting worse.
Right, yeah.
Hi guys.
What's up?
I've been listening to the conversation.
Yeah, well, what's your thoughts? Where's your head at?
One thing I just seen in those videos links you have provided. Usually the boats start to disappear from the bottom. Even the
It's
progress.
rare. It's rare.
Beg my pardon?
Sometimes they do, yeah. Sometimes they do.
And
So
sometimes they disappear when there's no curvature.
What's your point?
Sometimes they just fade away as they go farther away. They don't disappear bottom up. So what does that mean?
maybe there is a fog, but where there is a disappearance of the ship, where I can see the top of the ship, maybe the hull, you call it as the hull portion, once it recedes from me, does that gives a supporting evidence that it is going in a curvature path?
Negative.
The no.
No.
Superstructure of the vessel is higher above the water. That's why you can see it. So its light rays are not merging with the water reflections. And the hull of a ship of most of the cargo ships are dark colored, so you get less light comes to your eye. The darker something is, the more difficult it is to see.
Right. Resolvable light. It's the light, it becomes less resolvable. But can I just say, with your premise then, because we see bottom-up disappearance, it must be curvature. Can you see the candle that I've put in the side chat? Is that disappearing bottom-up due to curvature?
Candle?
Yeah, look in the side chat. I posted a candle behind a lens. Candle's being moved away from the lens very slowly. But if you look at it straight on through the lens, it looks like it's disappearing from bottom up and going behind the table.
There are a lot of videos. Just can you give me the name?
It's called lensing. It's a lensing effect.
Yeah,
So
I
with
do
enough,
understand distortion. Lens distortion, I do understand it.
right. So
It's
is
generally called
is there
lens.
water in the atmosphere? Is there
See,
water in the air?
it's loading for me. I don't know. My network is slow or something.
Yeah,
The
is there
last one.
moisture in there. How you doing, guys?
What's up, Jin?
Nice.
Distortion, two different things. As you say, there is a wind you have, which has its own refractive index. So moisture, yes, moisture also plays a role. Even humidity in the air, and air itself can refract to a certain limit.
I'm struggling to understand you a bit. Did someone get that?
And the air can also scatter light and also absorb light as well.
So these are the things causing the lens distortion. While we take picture, a curvature being appearing on the picture. Okay,
Can you give sorry to cut you off there, Roots, can you give me an image of what you have taken where you've seen the curvature? Because you must have a lot of them, a collection. So please bring one we can actually analyze. I don't remember seeing any curvature in any of my pictures that I've taken. Go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, I am just moving out of this point because there is a possibility. Since, as he mentioned, the ship disappearing from bottom to top, there is a possibility of lens distortion. So I am moving out of this topic.
Okay, all right, yeah, but bear that in mind that if you're going to bring this topic up again, bring an example of your curvature that you've taken from your picture so we can actually analyze that. That would be very helpful.
If I do bring this topic again, I would definitely provide a supporting evidence. Coming to my point, when we observe the sky, I mean, the stars, specifically stars, we have different observation at the North Pole and South Pole. I don't consider going with the one that is published. You can name it as you wish, since you are not considering it as a globe. One's in Antarctica, one's in Australia, Greenland, and Antarctica.
Yeah, when we look at the stars, we don't use those to determine any shape at all. That's not what we do. If we want to know whether or not the Earth is an oblate spheroid, clearly we look at the surface of the Earth. Looking to the sky is not really a method that any flat earther uses at all. It's not precise enough, really. Okay?
If the Earth is flat, you should be observing the same sky, same stars.
Yeah. The stars are doing what they do. We don't use the stars to determine a shape. Can you acknowledge that that is a logical thing that I've said? Does that make sense? That if I want to measure the surface of the Earth, I do not look to the stars. Whether I'm on a globe or on a flat Earth, it's not going to help me. I need to measure the surface. Can you agree to that, or at least acknowledge what I'm telling you? Because you keep looking at the stars. How do you know you're on a globe or on a flat Earth even? How would you know that?
First of all, mate, cool down. I am not against you. I am trying to understand the science thing. That's it.
Yeah, well, acknowledge. You're not acknowledging anything I'm saying, though. You're not saying, "Oh, you are right there. That's correct. That's actually logical. I didn't think of that. That would be concise."
Okay, I disagree to it. I disagree to the point. I am not acknowledging.
Yeah, your audio is not very good as well. I can't quite hear what you're saying as well. Sorry.
I'm not acknowledging it because I take it as a reference that I can see a different sky at different places.
How does that prove the shape of the Earth, though? How is that proving that the Earth is curving? How are you measuring that curvature by looking at different stars? Can you understand? I want to know the curvature over 30, 60 miles. How am I going to get that by looking up?
I am not measuring the curvature, but I am saying there is a curvature. There are two differences, mate. You have to understand
How are you coming to that conclusion by looking to the stars?
Because I don't observe the same stars which I observe from the North Pole.
That's not proving shape. It doesn't prove a shape. That's the point I'm saying. That same observation you are making is made on a flat Earth from different areas on the flat Earth. Can you see that?
No, not correct. You can have a different positions, but you will be still seeing the same stars.
Not necessarily.
No.
Not necessarily.
Can you explain me why it's necessary?
Human vision is very terrible. It's at best we can only see 1,000 or 2,000 stars in the sky that are bright enough to be seen. There's millions of stars we cannot see. There's nothing to do with curvature. It's just that they're not bright enough.
I agree to your statement to a level to a completely
Assalamu
partially.
alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam.
How are you guys?
We're
Good.
very well. We're good. We're
What's
talking about we're in the middle of
what?
just talking about the stars and how they are somehow proving curvature here.
Somehow what?
Somehow curvature is being proven by looking to the stars, because apparently you're seeing different stars from different positions. It means you are on a globe, which is totally incorrect.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this is a nice object to talk about.
Nice subject.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm trying. My name's Din CBR1. I'm trying to get the young man here who's speaking that his methodology is flawed. It's inaccurate. There's only one standard really that you would have to
So,
apply. If you're given a shape that is meant to be an oblate spheroid, then you would measure the
things.
surface.
Don't discuss things.
Let the man talk. Let the man talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Please
go.
talk.
You go ahead.
So
yeah, I
the
was
top here is whether the earth is round or flat, or maybe different shape rather than round. So we are looking into different. I think he left. Okay. Coming back to my point. If the earth is flat, I should be observing the stars. Maybe maybe it's in a different position, but still I should be able to see the stars.
You can see the stars, but you're going to be limited as to what stars you will see from what position you are on the flat Earth, which country you're in, which zone you are in. Okay, that's going to be a fact. But if you want to, because you are saying this because you're in a different zone and I can't see these stars, that means I'm on. That's what you're saying. I'm saying to you that's incorrect. We're talking about the shape here. Okay, and you don't look to the stars to determine the shape of what you're on. You measure the surface. That's the golden standard. Okay.
I am not using it to measure the
But
surface.
what is your okay? Let me ask you one more time. What is the point of your observation? Yeah, or what you're trying to say? Where are you going with this point? What is your point? Thank you. Get to
It's
your
not
point,
flat.
please.
I'm getting to the point straight to the point. Earth is not flat. If it is flat, I should be seeing the same stars because I am on Earth, a flat Earth. Assuming I am on a flat Earth, I am in a single plane. If I am observing the opposite plane, I should be seeing it in a different position. It is not
Right.
necessarily the same angle I see from north and south should be same.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who does not understand his position at all. He's just talking as I've said. He's saying because he can't see certain stars in a certain place, it cannot be flat. I say to him, that is wrong methodology, for you do not look up to know whether or not something is curving under your feet. You measure the surface, and we are unable to measure the curvature. That's the standard. Looking up at the stars does not prove any shape. It does not. That is flawed methodology, completely wrong.
You
Okay,
can
please measure the surface. Hang on. My last question, as I'm still talking. My last question is this: have you measured the surface of the Earth yet? Have you done that?
I haven't done that.
Okay, go and do that then. Thank you. I'm finished. There you are. End of story. Go check it out.
Let me ask you one more last question from my side. If you are climbing a mountain, ascending on a mountain from one side, and you descend from the other side, will you still be able to see both the sides at the same time?
That's an insult.
Weirdo.
That's an
You're a
insult to my
weirdo. You're a
intelligence.
weirdo, dummy. Yeah, dummy,
Yeah.
you're a weirdo.
Yeah, it's an insult to my intelligence. I don't answer
Curving
that
of the
question.
ground is blocking your vision from seeing the other side. You would actually be able to measure the curve of that ground. You should be able to do the same thing to the ground underneath your feet over a long stretch of curve, which is required to be standing on a sphere. You should be able to measure the curvature, measure the move or the shape of that mountain or the hill. It should be the same.
That is a right statement. I agree to your point. but just don't. Since I'm not a native English speaker, don't just shout on me. This is the only point. Respect others.
Well, I was trying to get my voice out so
And
that
stop,
I
stop.
could be heard for
I'm not
others.
talking to you, bro. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Mr. Jin, who is trying to just shouting. This is not how a conversation goes. And this is totally disrespectful. Sorry to say this.
Nobody gives a shit.
Take care. I'm leaving. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
Jen,
Yeah,
stop
thank you very
making
much.
the Globies cry.
Yeah, for the record, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to raise my voice, but when you've explained to the individual perfectly clear that you all understand, and the man still insists in looking up, well, you get exasperated and then you raise your voice a little, forced him to acknowledge what I was saying, and he acknowledged it in a negative fashion, but at least he acknowledged it. See, this is what we had to do. I had to shout at him to acknowledge, because I'm saying stuff, I'm saying things to him, and he's not acknowledging anything. Well, that's quite rude when you're talking to somebody. And so if I disagree with something, I will tell them why I disagree. I don't just talk about something else. Yeah. So unfortunately, that's what happens sometimes, that one has to raise one's voice because it's like you're not being heard. And that's all. It's not meant to be rude or anything. It's just that I think the individual, when you explain something to them, if they don't acknowledge what you're saying, well, it's like you're talking to a wall, no response. And then the conversation gets convoluted. But this way, we keep it on track. You see, this is how that's my methodology of keeping it on track, by making sure he understands exactly what I'm asking him to do. I have to raise my voice. Spoke nicely at first, didn't seem to understand. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's like. He was insisting and looking to the stars, and flat earthers don't do that because you're not measuring the ground now. How are you going to measure the ground looking up?
I mentioned it clearly. We are not measuring the angle. I am just putting the hypothesis. If the Earth is flat, we should be seeing the same stars. That's
Sorry,
the
it's
only.
incorrect. It's incorrect.
I
I
can't
say for
even
the
see
fourth
the
time.
same street lights in my city.
Yeah. Your hypothesis is incorrect. This is the problem when you don't go out and measure the surface of the earth, because that just dispels all kind of silly questions. When you go out and actually have a good look, the integrity is there because you're beginning to measure. And when you're measuring, that's integrity right there. You can't cheat unless you are being dishonest. And we will soon find out, because everybody's getting the same results. So if you're saying you're measuring and you're coming back with a different result, we will go to your location and apply what you're doing. And if we're getting the same results, then it'll be you problem. And if you're getting the wrong result, then it means you've done something wrong. So there you are. It's just that.
And if you spend any time researching stars, you find out that they're too dim. Most of them are extremely dim. We only have 100 bright stars, and the rest of them are just much dimmer than that. And the dimmer an object is, the more difficult it is to see at distance.
Well, and ladies and gentlemen, how do these stars help me know a shape? How? Now, if I'm lost at sea and I recognize a star constellation, it may help me do some navigating. Thank you very much. But it's not going to tell me what shape I'm on, the shape of the earth. It's just not. That's not what it's about. It's wrong. Completely and utterly. Yeah, that's got to stop. Stop looking in the wrong direction.
It is not giving you the shape, but it is proving the point it is not flat.
No, it is not doing that at
That's
all.
a
Before,
logical fallacy. If
thank
you're
you.
saying that the Earth is flat and I should see different stars, I do. Hang on. If the Earth is flat, then I should be able to see all of the stars at the same time. I don't see all of the stars in the sky at the same time, therefore the Earth is not flat. That's bad logic.
Yeah, it's foolish.
That's really dumb. That's really
Yeah,
dumb. They
yeah,
clearly
that's
don't
what.
understand how vision works, how the celestial sphere works. That's really ignorant position.
Yeah.
I'm in New York City. All of the windows should look the same everywhere I go. I go in different places. I don't see all of the same windows. I must not be in New York.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just totally wrong, ladies and gentlemen. You can't use the stars to know the shape. You can use the stars for navigating, which the Polynesians were doing, early man was doing for a longest of times. That's fine. We're not disputing that point. But and again, the reason why you recognize the stars because you're in different zones, and these zones are getting you to your different destinations because of the star constellations and the way they are laid out in the sky, night sky for you. So you're able to navigate. But outside of that, it's not going to tell you the shape of an Earth. I don't look at Jupiter and say, okay, I'm on a globe. Oh, nice globe I'm on. How do I know how much curvature there is by looking at Jupiter? Now I'm going to work out the curvature of my ball Earth. How could I do that? What am I going to be doing? You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? I'm stuck because it's pure guessing.
No,
Right from
it's
the off.
nothing, bro. But you have to listen to me patiently 1 minute so that I can explain. My language is not good. I'm not a native English speaker, but you have to understand the logic. I can see the space station, which is okay, somewhat in international space station, somewhat further away from the world, and the stars are even farther away from Earth. Whatever it is flat or round, but still the stars are far away. So, if I am on a flat plane, I should be seeing this. This is the point I am trying to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is something up in the sky which most of the globers call a light. Because when they say they see the International Space Station, and I asked them, what did you see? They saw a light. So I then reply, a light does not an International Space Station make. So you don't actually know what you're looking at actually, but you see a light is all you know. And a light, again, doesn't prove shape of Earth. It doesn't. Okay? I don't look at the ISS or the light. I see it going across the sky. I am on a globe. It does not correlate. There's no connection there. No connection at all.
Okay, gentlemen, thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. I'm glad you're beginning to understand because I know the listeners are understanding in the YouTube live stream, Rumble, Ruskin, what's our Big Shoot and that. Well done, guys. I'm glad you're listening because you know that what I'm saying is correct. You cannot be looking up to determine the shape of the Earth underneath. Even Aristophanes had to guess his way through it, but he was still using the surface, and he didn't get it right anyway. Because he assumed everything, but he was assuming on the Earth. This guy's looking up only, forgetting the surface completely. So that's wrong, okay, ladies and gentlemen? We, the flat earthers, have taken the numbers we're given. The supposed circumference is meant to be 24,901 miles. That's the circumference. The radius of that is meant to be 3,959. So we've got two numbers now coming from the surface of the Earth. So by rights, we must use the surface of the Earth to confirm these numbers. When we go out to measure this curvature, we're finding extended horizontality, meaning no curvature. Everywhere we look, it's just going more and more flat. The further we look, we increase the mileage, more flatness, more levelness, more horizontality. No bending, no curving, no dropping. It's not happening. There's your flat Earth. You cannot ascertain that by looking up. Right. That's very important to remember that, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to come up 1,000 times in 2 months or more. It'll be coming up. This looking to the stars. It's the number one thing they do. Look up, look up, look up, look up. When I look to the stars, the sun, the moon, the stars, the sun, the moon, the sky, they never look to the ground. Why do you think that is, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah.
They look up because they're told that the sky is their proof. They're told fallaciously this is the reason the earth is a ball.
Absolutely correct.
They're taught to beg the question and affirm the consequence and deny the antecedent that it's anything other than this.
Yes, absolutely 100% correct. And then when they speak like that, and then you ask them clearly, but have you measured the surface yet? And then they say no. Well, then you know all they're doing is believing what they were taught. That's all they're doing, believing what they're taught. Because you cannot measure curvature from the sky. You just cannot. So yeah, that's what they're doing. And they're demonstrating that belief strongly, which is why one ends up raising one's voice. Even when we explained it to him clearly, he still tried to push it through 4 more times. And we had to refute it 4 more times strongly.
They're also told that there's more to their world up there than there is down here. And they think their destiny is up there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Instead, what he should have done, you're absolutely right there, Yoda. What he should have done was, okay, let me go measure the surface of the earth. Seeing I'm on it, why am I looking up there? Can't measure anything, can't ascertain, I can't touch, can't move around. So let me just check what I'm doing. Let me check the earth that I'm on. They don't think like that, but that's what they should be thinking. Yeah. And then we end up having to raise our voice because it's unbelievable why they're not thinking on the same lines. I want to measure my car, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure the dimensions are correct. But I'm going to look up all the time. The man in the shop's going to look at me. What are you doing? I'm just checking the length and the width and the height of my car. Hang on a second. I'm going to use the stars. Okay, so hang on a second, please. The guy's going to think I've gone crazy. I say, I'm about 2 inches. Hang on, no. Sorry, half a foot off. Are you sure this car's correct? He's going to laugh at me, isn't he? Exactly. And it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, you're right, Yoda. Their whole life is based in the stars. Everything is out there. Place that we can never go and will never be going. And then there are people who are talking about moving from Earth to Mars now. They want to populate Mars, ladies and gentlemen. They can't live properly on Earth. Properly. They don't even know Earth. They know the model, but they want to go and live in Mars. Go ahead.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah, I never knew the meaning of those lyrics until I actually became a flat earther. Do you know that? Even though I like the track. Yeah. Didn't realize the ramifications of those lyrics until I became a flat earther. 2015. There you are. So like I said,
You were always a flat earther. You just didn't know it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's true. That's true. Not only was I walking blind, ladies and gentlemen, I was walking deaf and dumb as well. There you go. That would be me. Yeah. Such was the power of the indoctrination. It got me that deep. That's what I mean, ladies and gentlemen. I'm describing how the indoctrination that I received through my schooling and then through the music, the culture, the movies, the corporate images, the science programs, and my own laziness as well, that I didn't understand the full ramifications of the lyrics from that track that I liked so much. How dumb can one be? Yeah, I was that person, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not ashamed to admit that. That's part of my counseling. That's part of you understanding how deep somebody can be indoctrinated, fooled. Okay, that's why I speak like this, so you understand that I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just trying to let you know that this is how I was. That was my condition. And flat Earth has just boom. It's like I've got a new lease of life now, just by waking up to the fact that I made a number of mistakes for 48 years. Yeah, it's easy to understand what I've learned, but I should have applied myself a bit better, but I didn't. That's all.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Yeah.
Welcome back, man.
Did you bring any news? Any material? Any questions? You have anything?
No.
No,
Now.
nothing.
For now.
Okay. All right. That's all right.
What? You're supposed to bring something for show and tell. No, let me quit. I'm kidding.
Yeah, when they say they're back, I'm thinking they're bringing something back with them. I always feel like that. You know, they've done some research and found something maybe we've overlooked. Or they're back and I'm a flat earther now. I realize my mistake, etc., etc. Because the onus is on the individual to check and recheck and then try to validate and confirm. Once you've done that, you can bring your findings to us and then we can confirm and validate with you. Yeah. That's where I went wrong. I didn't validate anything. I just trusted the experts who it turns out are not to be trusted. No. Check everything they tell you.
I have a question. Well, it's not a very questions, but I say it. You think the Earth is in the center of universe?
I would say that Earth is the center of creation. Yeah, because we're the only thing that's life that has life on it. When you look at all the other objects that we call planets,
The
we're
floor
the only
of
one
all
with
is the ground of the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Earth is the floor.
Yeah, I was in the middle of saying that.
Yeah, that's the
Well,
best way I can think about it.
in a way that allows you to think that you mean the pancake in outer space.
No,
Earth is
that's
the
not.
floor, and
We
the
got to
sun,
that
moon,
out.
stars, and lights in the sky. They're in the ceiling.
Yeah, basically, just to build that up, what you just said there. Basically, what I was going to say was that Earth is the center of creation because we have life on Earth, and the objects that we call planets in the sky. Well, we don't know. We don't really know what they are, to be quite honest. No one does, but they orbit above our head. You know, so clearly we're center of all this great sky. That's what I would have to say. Okay, does that make sense to you? I mean, we don't know what's you've got Jupiter, you've got Uranus, Venus. They tell us what its makeup is, but they can't really know that. That's pure guesswork is what they're doing, theorizing. They haven't gone there and proved what they've told us the explanations are to these planets. And I haven't been up there, so I don't know what they are. That's for sure. You know?
Leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Jin, what are you trying to say? It might not be raining diamonds on Uranus, and it might not smell of popcorn in space.
Exactly, and bacon as well. Apparently, you know, of course not. I mean, how would we know? How could I go there? And I'm going to need a lot of tissue paper.
Absolutely gutted.
Yes, I don't want my anus shredded by diamonds and glass raining sideways. Raining sideways, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. That means horizontally across you. Raining horizontally. Okay, you know, that's a belief, isn't it? We can't really know that, can we, ladies and gentlemen? Can we? How can we know that?
That I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Yes, that would be Michio Kaku, cosmologist, theoretical physicist. Yeah, Michio Kaku speaking there, telling you that they don't use, in their field, he doesn't know anyone that uses the scientific method. It's generally worked out through the seat of their pants. So a lot of work, guesswork are going on. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? And that's honesty coming right out of his mouth, straight to God's ears. Okay?
Sometimes it's good to have a hostile witness.
Yeah, absolutely. Well dropped. That was a well dropped and well timed.
People can't ask questions when you ramble like that.
I apologize.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. You can take advantage of this time right now to step in. Take the mic.
I have another questions, but if we go on the moon, what we will see the Earth? Yeah, it's a circle or what?
Yeah, I'd like to answer this one, but if anybody wants to go first, please go ahead. Any other flat earthers want to answer that question, please?
Yeah. Yeah. If we go on the moon, what we will see the Earth? Yeah, it's we see this a circle or what?
Okay, well, what's happened in my life history of 63 years. I was born in 61. During the 1960s, NASA said they went to the moon, okay? So they showed us a picture of the Earth called the Earthrise, which was taken by the Apollo mission, Apollo 8 mission. This is before they landed man on the moon, okay? And it shows the Earth not completely a circle. There's a little bit of shadowed area, okay? And the problem is this: one, the Earth was the wrong size. They said that the Earth should have been 4 times bigger. Yeah, someone's talking in the background there. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to explain what's happened in history first. Okay, that they showed us this image called Earthrise from the moon. Okay, and the size of the Earth was wrong because it is said that the Earth is 4 times the size of the moon. Yet you look at the Earth, and it's the same size almost as the moon, and then you can't recognize any features. You don't recognize any of the landmass. It's a very blurry image. Okay, now in recent years, let's go back 10 years. Some of the flat earthers have taken that image and analyzed it to find out that that image was copy and paste. So it was an image created by a computer and put on copy and paste. So what would we see from space? We cannot go there. That's the first thing. So the answer is I don't know, because we cannot go to the moon to see Earth. Do you understand? So the answer is I don't know, because we cannot go to the moon in the first place. And the image that was given to us from NASA is fake. That's been proven and debunked. Okay? There's the answer to your question. Nobody knows. Yeah, I don't know. And the rocket technology doesn't get us to the space anyway. The technology doesn't work in a vacuum. It would be a second law of thermodynamics violation. So there's a lot of problems. It's never happened that man has gone to the moon. Okay? Or Mars, or any planets, or the solar system. That's all been a deception. But it was a good question, because again, when every question is asked, everybody learns.
Here we go. I posted something in the side chat there, Leo. I hope that this helps to answer your question.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. The key point here with us flat earthers is that we have to be honest about the situation. So even when you ask the question, it makes it seem like we can go to space, but in actuality, the truth is we cannot go to space. So therefore, we cannot even begin to imagine what Earth would look like, as we don't know the shape. Do you understand? That's the honest answer. We've never been there. Never. That's why we have a lot of fake imagery. That's why. Yes, that's when the truth hits the brain. That's what happens when the truth hits the brain, ladies and gentlemen. Total shutdown and meltdown.
I reckon somebody will stop.
That's the brain liquidizing. That'll be the brain liquidizing, ladies and gentlemen.
I just wondered if somebody grabbed his ID so that we could ban him.
Yeah, that'll be the brain shutting down. That's one's brain's liquidizing right there. Crazy.
When do you think we will never find a way to go to the moon?
Yeah, you know why? Natural law, God's natural law is the obstacle, nature itself. The way the Creator has created this earth, we will never have that technology to go there. Never.
Even if we
It's
could,
not
here's the cool part. Even if we could, according to the official narrative that's given to us, the geocorona of Earth, which is the part of Earth's atmos, reaches beyond the moon. So even if somebody did land there, which nobody did, but even if somebody did, they never left Earth's atmos. They never went to outer space. Either way.
Yeah. See, the main problem is that the way the space has been described to us, I haven't been there, so I'm going by I am quoting the experts who have given us all this information. The information they gives me leads me to ask more questions. Okay, and that is from the tests that I have observed, rockets do not work in a vacuum. Okay, because they need to propel themselves off of. So there's a problem straight away. There's no air there. How can the technology work? That's one problem. No air. Another problem is that because there is no air now, the material that the rocket would be made of starts to disintegrate, starts to outgas and break down and separate. And that's any material we have does this. Nothing is invincible. We don't have any material to contend with vacuum of space.
Leo, if it is possible in the future, people do end up flying into the sky and they put their feet on the moon.
Yeah, I
Would
think this.
that prove, hang on, would that prove the shape of the ground? It would not, because you just went into the sky and put your feet on the moon. And then you would look up or look down at the earth, and the earth would take up your field of vision like the sky takes up your field of vision.
Yeah. All of
You
the
didn't.
images, all the video they've given us, it doesn't line up with what we should see.
People have put balloons into the sky at 120 and 125,000 feet. And that's not with needing a crazy budget, right? And the horizon is flat. Mathematically, at that height, on the ball, with a radius value of 3,959 miles, that altitude would still have a flat horizon all the way around you. So you would see something similar if it's possible for you to go to the moon, according to your hypothetical. It would not prove the shape of the ground. Because your hypothetical says if my premise of how flat Earth is true, if I go to the moon and I look down at the Earth would take up a large portion of my field of view. It would be similar to me comparing the sky in my field of view right now, except the ground would be below you. That's how I see it.
No way, nobody walking upside down underneath me. That's certainly
Yeah.
not happening. Nobody walked upside down on the moon either.
No. People have gotten in airplanes and rockets and flew themselves up, and they saw the horizon off in the distance, and their vision was half Earth, half sky, and a lot of them said, yeah, I didn't see Earth curvature. So I would assume it would be something similar to that, except from the altitude of the moon. In my opinion.
You know, I'll tell you guys. So I was on an airplane last week, and I really got to paying attention to what I was looking outside the window in a way I don't think I ever had before. Now, that was the first time I've flown JetBlue, and on an A320. And on the Airbus A320, the windows are very small. So you do get a little glimpse of what's outside the cabin. But you mostly see through your mind's eye what you see outside the window. That was something I wasn't prepared for because as I've flown on 737 wide bodies and Mad Dog 80s and other planes over the years, the windows are substantially bigger. And and I would go so far to say that even on those planes, you still see a small view of what's outside the cabin. And most of what you're seeing is really your mind's eye. So you're putting together, so somebody who says, oh, I saw the curvature of the Earth from an airplane, no, they saw what they wanted to see. It'd be kind of like looking through a peephole in the side of a tent at a burlesque show on the outside of a circus, the circus sideshow, and thinking you saw everything, when in reality, there wasn't much to see. So there's my musings of the week anyway. Take them for what they're worth. You didn't pay much for them.
Yeah. Asking if you can go to the moon is like, and using that to try and prove the shape of the ground is like saying if I can stand on that plane that I see flying above me, then I'll know what the shape of the Earth is. You gotta measure the ground to know what the shape of the ground is.
The Earth is not in the sky.
Hello.
Welcome, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Earth is not a ball.
Please have out your major credit card, Visa or MasterCharge, to pay your $14.95 admission fee.
No, $39.59. That's the admission fee.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I didn't add in the processing fee yet, so you are correct. It totals $39.95, but they don't know until they get their credit card processing fee, their Discord service fee, their this fee, that fee, and
That's what it rings up when you add in taxes and all that.
intercontinental tax fee.
Yeah. If you want
You have
gold
U.S. sales
plus,
tax
you gotta
and
pay.
European VAT tax.
How much would your paycheck have to be if you had to pay the tax for your county, the tax for your state, the tax for your country, the tax for your continent, and the tax for your empire?
$150%. Yeah, I remember from college there was an example to where somebody could end up with a greater than 100% tax, like it was 103% or something like this in grand total. And I don't remember any of the particulars of it, but there are an example of such repressive taxes. That's right. And ladies and gentlemen, with our new recurring revenue model, you too can subscribe to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel for only $8 per month squared.
Oh.
Just reach out to Dr. Amish.
We had a good guy in here earlier, was complimenting us being the most intellectual channel on the server. Came in really humble, said he was really grateful to find a place of, educated, logical people to talk to. By the end of it, he was like, I don't want to say, but I'm close to being a flat earther. Going to do some more research. I'll come back and tell you how I get on. It was great.
That's really cool.
He sounded like the kind of guy who's just been surrounded by morons for too long, and now he's just grateful to actually meet a group of people who are not.
Yeah, Roots. That's exactly what I was thinking. He was surrounded by a bunch of morons that are giving him misinformation.
Yeah, to be honest, that's how I kind of felt before I found Discord. It was like, I've got nobody to talk to about these things. I'm glad,
Roots, I
I'm
feel
here.
the same way. Roots, I'm exactly the same way. I just couldn't find nobody to talk to. Like every time I mentioned the word flat Earth, yeah, that's it. Their facial expression just changes. Like straight away, they started insulting ad homs and all that. And then I was thinking, oh, I shouldn't proceed any further. I should just keep it to myself.
Yep, they'll either flip out or they're too ashamed to talk about it. Even if they're interested, they're afraid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. I got a question. If you could subscribe to 24/7 for $8 a month squared, how much would it cost you at 10 months?
And that $666.
Well, and I realized that my bank account would disappear from the bottom up.
Is that correct though? $666?
That's a whole different base number. Because right, we're trying to convert inches to feet. We just kind of screwed that up. Because feet's base 12.
Hang on.
Oh man. Yeah, right.
You're
Should
looking
have
at
done this in metric units.
You're looking at $800.
8.
Oh no, that's wrong.
$8.
What am I talking about? That's completely wrong.
Yeah.
Or if math fail. Fun idea though.
Math fail.
But Barrington wins a prize for saying his bank account would disappear bottom up. That's true, exponentially.
Has the UK started Halloween yet?
Yes, bro. I've had like 30 people knock on the door for sweets. Crazy.
Are you serious? That's great.
Yeah, my kids are out trick-or-treating right now. But my missus has put some pumpkins outside with candles in them, so that's just like a green flag for anybody on the street who's trick-or-treating, basically.
I used to live in Germany a while back, and it was just starting there. Like there small towns or neighborhoods that were trying it out, test driving it, you could say. I wonder what's happened since.
Oh, it's big. It's been big here for years. Like even when I was a kid, I used to go trick-or-treating. It's always been big in the UK.
That's cool. I wonder if you got to sell it to the migrants coming in to their culture to keep it going. You know. That's a third rail. Maybe I shouldn't touch.
I must admit, I don't see any Indian kids. I see very few of the black kids as well, in all honesty. Doesn't seem to be popular in other cultures.
Well, where I lived just previously to us having to relocate, there were a lot of Indian people there. And it was quite common that I go into their house at Christmas time and they would have their Christmas tree up as you come into the front door. They absolutely loved Christmas. Sometimes they'd even have crosses up and such. And then they'd go over and take you to their little Hindu relics and such like that they had sometimes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking feather, not the dot, this whole time.
I got to take that seriously. No, the yes, sir, the dot.
Things are a little confusing in America, a bit more so than other places because of that.
I was going to say that's so exclusive to America. It's not the kind of mistake we'd make over here.
Yeah, like if I were to say, "Hey, I'm part Indian," people would be like, "What?" Be like, "Yeah, Cherokee." Oh,
You know, I'm talking about the kind that has saffron, not sage.
that's another one. Funny way to do it.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what's going to happen because of the major transportation equipment provider there in that town. Maybe they're even a Fortune 50 company. That's where their headquarters are, and they rely upon our Indian friends to come over and provide engineers and such. And so, I'm just wondering what's happening in regards to the changing the whole H-1B visa thing and all that stuff.
I've got to admit, in the UK, we employ a lot of Indian people for a lot of technical jobs. Without them, we'd struggle to fill the jobs.
Yeah, America's in the same boat, and you know it is true. Like India has a college-educated population that equals America's total population.
Yeah, because what's interesting at this place, the factory workers, they don't even realize it, but they actually make more money than most of the engineers. And so the Indians come over and they make a decent wage, but it's then they can stay there for so long, and then they have to either go back home or try to find some other avenue to stay after their visa expires. And some do get to stay, and the truth is every one of them that you come across are just some of the most down to earth, friendly people that you'll ever meet, and it would be a shame for them to not be able to come.
We got a lot of Chinese as well because of the whole Hong Kong UK relationship. So there's a lot of Chinese pharmacists, doctors. They seem to like pharmacy, I've noticed, and healthcare. But yeah, we got a lot of Chinese as well.
Yeah, but here in the U.S., where I live now, a Indian truck driver made a U-turn on the turnpike, and how do you say, it kind of turned a major tide against Indian and Arabic truck drivers. I don't know how fair or unfair it is, but so many of them are being pulled off the road because of lack of English proficiency. And I can appreciate that, but yet at the same time, there are a lot of good drivers out there that are getting kind of caught up in this. And you have my county to thank because that driver thought it was a good idea to make a U-turn on the turnpike, and unfortunately, a family died.
When I was deployed, I had to sit in a guard post and watch. Obviously, there was a road that was 2 lanes, and it had about a 90-degree turn, and it would go towards the mountain away from me. I watched 4 vehicles try to take the same turn at the same time. 2 vehicles on one lane, 2 vehicles in the other lane, traveling in the opposite direction of each other.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay, so I take back what I said earlier. We just had our first little Indian girl knock on the door for Halloween.
Hey!
Bang goes the theory.
Yeah, no, I knew that that's right up their alley. Especially having sold a bunch of cars to Indians. It's fair to say they are very fun loving, and Christmas and Halloween and things like that are absolutely right up their alley. Maybe they don't appreciate the deeper context of All Saints Day and, well, what Christmas really means, but they absolutely, that's right up their alley.
Celebrations, get with the family, give each other gifts, enjoy each other's company.
Yeah.
I know it's off topic, but we had some Thomas Christians show up at our church a couple years ago. These are folks from India who trace their faith lineage back to Saint Thomas himself.
Nice.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I've heard of Thomas Christians, but I don't really know anything about them. But that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean they've got pretty crazy good historical documentation and records. It's very, very not just plausible, but likely that I think Thomas made his way out there and started founding churches.
Well, they were told to. I would assume
Yep,
that they
I mean
would.
that's like 2 empires over.
That's like Paul being told, no, you're not going to Asia. You're going to Europe. And then all we got is European Christian history backing up our writings. I wonder what Thomas wrote.
Yeah, or how it's isn't it official British history that Joseph of Arimathea went up to the British Isles and founded churches in like the 50s?
Well, yeah, and They also hold that Jesus likely came to Europe. I mean, not Europe. Sorry, to England. They almost made the national anthem of England or the UK, and did those feet in ancient times walk upon England's mountains green. And was the Holy Lamb of God on England's pleasant pasture seen? So I suspect that the only place in the world that Jesus has not alleged to have come to is probably either Canada or the U.S.
No, you got people claiming that Jesus was Native American and lived on the North American continent. So.
Oh yeah, isn't that like Mormon or something?
Well,
oh, no doubt. Yeah.
Specifically Mormon, but if it's the Mormons that are, perpetuating that, it doesn't necessarily mean it's their claim. Like, if someone is saying that in the past Egypt was divided by people who really liked lions and people who were foreigners to that land, then the Sphinx would have been a lion rather than a human face. And it was the people that invaded them that had put on the human face. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was a Christian belief that the Sphinx was previously a lion. It just means that Christians were saying that the people that lived there previously liked lions. Does that make sense?
Makes 100% sense. And so the Mormons, they do believe that there was that Native Americans somehow were of this Lamanite tribe, and that you have to do a family background research to see to find an ancestor that's of the supposed Lamanites, and that's why they're big into their family history. And it's I don't agree with it, but it is interesting theology. And yeah, no, I know there's even people who claim that the original Israel is the Grand Canyon. So I was just kind of kidding about I was kind of alluding to a modern sense of those who try to claim that we're a secular nation.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a touchy topic. Some people claim Israel was Africa, others claim South America, others claim North America, others claim Middle East. I need to find out if someone's claiming that like Asia was Israel. And then have all the continent.
There are those Chinese Jews, not even joking.
Oh, there are already, huh?
There have been.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that part of the Oriental Orthodox? Don't they think that Israel was somewhere? I got to remember where I thought I read that, but I'm pretty sure that I read that they thought that it was that it was there somewhere, maybe like maybe where like I don't know why the name escaped, Cambodia and Thailand. Maybe it was something like that I come across.
I mean, not like a Eastern Oriental Orthodox. I don't think that's mainstream. If it is, might be something else.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Oriental Orthodox, not
like
the
Jewish Orthodox.
No, they're Christian. There's a Christian Oriental Orthodox over there that has their own flavoring.
Just want to take the opportunity to welcome those who have come into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the English Hub. If you have any questions related to the topic matter of flat Earth or the heliocentric model, why do we think it's flat? How do you know it's flat? How do you know it's a ball? Please ask those questions. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Thank you.
No, thank you for bringing it back on topic.
Yeah, no, that wasn't an interruption at all. That's a good moderation, actually. No. And yeah, and like Jen said, I concur. Welcome to each and every one of you. Drop in, ask us a question. And now, somebody correct me. Are we in the English Hub here?
Yep, we're in the English Hub here right now, correct, sir. And I posted an interesting meme just a few moments ago regarding the topic matter of what would Earth look like if you could go to the moon and that, okay? And one of our guys explained it perfectly, and there's a meme that really does drive that home. Okay, it's in there. We can't go to the moon, of course, as we all know, but these are these sort of anomalies that NASA have put themselves into, which brings up the question. If the Earth is a globe, blah, 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 and you're on the moon and you could see it, well, how come you're showing us these kind of images, etc., etc.? Really good meme. Of course, we wouldn't know what the Earth would look like because we can't go out and get the God's eye view, of course. But the meme is excellent and it does drive home the point.
So here's the question that I have. Now I'm just going to feel free for whoever to come in. I saw a video, and I don't have the video currently, but I saw a video of somebody who recalculated the Earthrise and claimed that it was technically possible that that they sat in a big long hallway and took the picture.
Yeah, that would be Rob Skibber.
Okay, that was Skiba. Okay, I couldn't remember who that was, so thank you. Now, so then, if I remember right, the conclusion of the video, though, ended up in the photo analysis to show that though that NASA had done their math homework that day, the truth was that the photo was still doctored and they had changed with the chroma key, not the chroma key, the intensity and some other factors, and still proved that photo was manipulated.
Yeah, photo. It was a copy and paste shot. That's what Rob Skibber highlighted in the end. Yeah. But that was Rob Skibber. I saw that one. That was round about 2017 or 18, round about that period. I saw that. It was quite an interesting one.
Yes, and you are correct. I do remember now that was indeed Rob Skiba. So my question for you, Jen, or anybody else who wants to jump in, this is more of just get the audience participating behind a question. NASA has come up with their funny mathematics of how this whole thing is supposed to work, and it's actually not that hard. It's kind of like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, so you can get this calculation, that calculation, and you keep going. So the question for you is, if I look at every NASA picture and I read every NASA description and I look everything there, how does that show me the shape of the Earth?
Exactly. It doesn't, does it? Because you've got to actually.
It'd be like,
yeah, go on.
be like the USGS, what is that? The United States Geological Service that does a lot of surveying and for like minerals and things of that nature, to where you can mine and such like that. It would be like trying to read their documentation to figure out what's going on in the sky. Am I wrong?
No, that's right. Yeah. And how would you go about to do that? That's the thing now. How would you now embark on that? What instruments and equipment would you need?
Yeah. So, do you think, Jen, that maybe there's a newcomer in the room here that might like to share with us a little bit about how looking up at the sky by way of NASA documentation shows us what's going on in the ground?
Well, yeah, that challenge is out there to any of you Globers. If you have any way of enlightening us on that, yeah, we'd be very interested. Of course.
What about you, Dr. Yoder? Do you have any questions there to add for our newcomers?
Well, not really any questions that I wouldn't have already asked myself, because the reason why I am here talking to you as a flat earther is because I've asked sufficient questions in order for me to direct my research, direct my observations and measurements to go find out what the hell this place is for myself. And I already know. So I have studied what the globe is to such a deep extent that there really isn't anything left that I'm wondering about. And if I were to ask them any questions at this point, it might be more about their psyche, about how they think about this issue and how they approach it. That's where this goes. It's not going to be about nature. It's going to really be about their mind.
Yeah, their psychology. So that's where you're at the moment. Excellent. Right. Totally understand.
Yeah, no, my question's not like, it's more of prompting, inspiring the Globies who have joined us here, even if they're not jumping in with us, to do that research on their own. Do you have any kind of questions to pose to them to consider and research?
I see. Okay. Yep. Sorry if I misunderstood that, but I got you.
No, you answered. No, you gave a great answer. But continue on.
Yeah, I think it'd be very important first off, you need some foundations. If you're not already up to speed on some 10th grade level trigonometry and geometry, you really need to go do that. And I know for many people, for most of us, the math we learned in 10th grade in high school was not something that conveyed easily into the real world. It was very abstract, and most jobs don't require you. Sorry, you're hot miking. Don't require you to really dig in and dig deep back to that moment in time. But really, you need to go study this stuff. Study the Pythagorean theorem. Go learn your SOHCAHTOA, if that rings a bell. Go understand arctan and understand really the unit circle, right? So what is the unit circle? The unit circle is a very foundational functional tool that is used in trigonometry and geometry. That is that the circle has a radius of 1, and from the circle you get your radians, you get your angles, your sine and cosine, which can be expressed in terms of pi. And you also learn something very foundational to this very discussion with the unit circle, and that is actually projected geometry. So you might be asking, how do you get projected geometry from drawing a circle with a radius of 1? Well, you look at the function of sine and cosine with respect to that unit circle. You are, in essence, plotting a distance, a non-linear distance, a non-equidistant linear distance along an x-axis to get a curvilinear distance around the circle. The further you move out from x, the more that your corresponding location on the circumference of the circle moves. And here you have an interesting phenomenon whereas if you were on the circumference of the circle and you go from the 12 o'clock position down to the 3 o'clock position, you are moving at a rate along the horizontal x-axis out from the center of the unit circle. You're moving along that x-axis at a decreasing rate, even though you may be maintaining the same rate along the curve. And this is because you're projecting that arc length of the circle onto the x-axis. And that can be expressed using like cosine or sine, depending on your convention. This is absolutely relevant to our discussion because it goes to celestial navigation, goes to astrogeodetic surveying, where you're looking at the sky and treating it like a circle, like a sphere or a circle above your head. And the Earth is like the x-axis, the planar surface, and you are at the point of origin in the middle. Isn't it interesting how perspective scales, but the stars don't? All right, so where do you get so the whole like 69-to-1 ratio, you know, they say, hey, for every 69 miles you travel on the x-axis, the stars rotate 1 degree along that circumference of the unit circle. You know, and whether or not this is true, it's never been proven. But you can actually take that fundamental geometry and project a sphere out of a flat Earth. Go ahead.
So let me ask you the next question. So back around 1994, I was just starting to get on the internet. So, you know, back when TV was in black and white and you would go over to your neighbors and get a stick of fire so you could light up your house of a night. Then we would go over and dial up into our 28.8 internet service, which quickly turned into 56.6.
Yeah, the good old days.
The good old days. And so it screamed and squawked at you for a little bit first. There was a really, really good post that a friend of mine sent me about how to get the most out of technical support of any company. And it went through, and it was a several page article that talked about how to form your questions. And, you know, like, so when you sent it to technical support of some company, that they're going to get it. Maybe they're going to open it up a few hours or days from then, and then they're going to email you back some questions. And if you can send them more or less this report that the guy suggested, that it answers all their questions ahead of time, so they can then, instead of spending 20 minutes of stupid questions, which might take a week to do before you get to the tough questions, they could get right to the tough questions. So my question for you is, how should a person new to this topic actually ask a question, or even whether they're going to verbalize it to us or they're just going to ask it to themselves?
That's a good question. What do you think the Glober should ask us?
Maybe not the specific question, but how should they form a specific question? So, like, for instance, if they said, well, we know the Earth is a curve because of satellites. So how could they actually ask that question or phrase that would actually elicit a good response?
That's a good point. Yep. So, yeah, when we hear that from the Globe, right? Like, so what about satellites? Don't satellites prove that Earth is a globe? All right. So we know, okay, we're not stupid. We used to be globers most of our lives. We know that satellites are claimed to be in these self-sustaining orbits, pretty much self-sustaining orbits around a globe, that they're falling within the field of gravity that's suspended by the globe in outer space, that they are shot into this orbital trajectory at a certain speed, at a certain angle, and this gives their orbital inclination and their orbital period and their orbital velocity and their rate of rotation, called the transport rate, and all of that. We get that, okay? So the question is, what about satellites? Well, yeah, what about satellites? You know, if
And
we
we have
measure,
nothing to actually work with on that question. There's no
yeah,
real lead. They're just what about satellites?
right. So
What
it's a
what
foregone
can we do to
conclusion
put
in their
some
mind
meat
that
on
they
it?
exist in this way. It is an absolute foregone conclusion already. So yeah, I mean, to the Glober, I would say, look, we need to walk the dog backwards a little bit. You've run forward with the dog got ahead of your leash. You need to walk the dog back a little bit because there's a lot that's baked into this. A lot of presuppositional content that we have to unpack. So first off, no, we don't need to be educated on what satellites are. Yes, we've thought about this issue a lot. And we also know that it totally jumps the shark. So what are satellites to somebody who measures the Earth flat? I would say if you measure the Earth flat earther, this is a better question. If you are claiming that you've measured the Earth flat, fine. Then what are satellites actually doing? Now, rather than come out the gate and say satellites prove that Earth is a globe, what do you have to say about that? No. How about you acknowledge first what we are offering? That is flat Earth measurements. So say, okay, so you're offering flat Earth measurements. How do you reconcile that with the orbital dynamics of a satellite? I mean,
So now they've broken it down to 2 steps. So now there's a little more meat on the bones that we can chew up and share between us.
That's right. And it doesn't come off sounding hostile, like a gotcha. I mean, like, come on, like satellites, that's absolutely one of the first things that a day one person will think of when they first hear about flat Earth. What about satellites? Like, no, you're not a genius for coming up with that. It's definitely not a gotcha. And yes, as you pointed out, there needs to be a discussion to be had. And if you are a glober and you are seriously inquiring, then why not inquire honestly and with the intent to engage us and acknowledge what we're offering. Again, we're offering flat Earth measurements and observations. Acknowledge that. Okay, flat Earther, you've got these flat Earth observations. I don't understand how Earth can be flat and how satellites can orbit at the same time. That doesn't make sense to me. And obviously, it doesn't make sense. That is a very good question.
Now, doesn't that at the same time elicit a little accountability in the flat Earth person to rise to the challenge of that question rather than just saying, what about satellites? Well, now the person has the lead to answer any way they want. But here now, the person's put a little meat on the bones and it adds a little accountability and lets somebody see, oh, wait a minute here. They actually know what they're talking about as they answer this question. And so I like your formation of that. Would you add anything more as far as that they should go as far as like stepwise? Should they step back one step further? Should they step a step ahead? Or how should the Globey go from there, you think?
Yeah, no, the Globey, I mean, I think the Globey knows that he's raising a very challenging topic to the flat earther. All right, so the Globey at this point sometimes will get over eager because if they're here to try and smash the flurf, right, they now think they've got an ultimate gotcha because everybody in the world knows how satellites works, right? Like we've got commercial space technology, open source, yada, yada, yada. How could this flat earther be so stupid? So at this point, the pride and ego inside the Glober's mind is probably starting to rise, like a thermometer in a boiling pot. And I would advise the Globe Earther to just simmer down a little bit because the question itself, besides being a very good one, requires the Glober to now reconcile our flat Earth measurements with his understanding of satellites. And this is where an astute flat earther would move in and offer, I think, is the correct response. The flat earther can say, I can prove the Earth is flat with these measurements. Can you prove that the satellite is in orbit? Flat earther can say, I can teach you to go make these observations yourself, anywhere, anytime. How do you validate this futuristic space technology that very few people have access to, that's in an environment that nobody understands, that very few people have access to, that, and so on and so forth. How do you validate something that's so close held that you think is actually so open source and public? I, flat earther, can teach you to see the Earth. You can't show me how to see a satellite.
Absolutely. Now, I remember also back in July or maybe August, one of the two, you had a young man, and since I know that everybody in the channel here has a photographic memory and remembers every word of every conversation they've heard on here, they all remember it very detailed. You were in one of our 24/7 rooms on some server, and a young man was asking you about satellites. Well, you just happened to pull up a manual and started reading from the manual. And you started reading some of the obscure technical points of a satellite. And I really liked your admission. You said something along the lines of, who knows what this means? I don't know what this means. Do you know what this means? And then the young man had to take a solid introspection and say, no, I don't know what that means. Hell, I don't know what any of this means.
Yep, I remember that exact instance and some of the others. I know exactly what you're referencing. Yeah, so let me get into that in just a second here. I'm trying to chase down a mosquito.
You're fine. I'm not, you're fine. I'm just trying to, we don't need to go into any particulars other than, we can go into, I'm just trying to keep some bandwidth.
Okay, well, I got him. I got the mosquito. I can go into particulars. I got the bandwidth. Here we go. All right, guys. So let me reference what Barrington is talking about. Yeah. So there's a website you can check out. It's called the NASA Goddard Space Flight Watch Center. Just Google that. NASA Goddard. The Goddard Space Flight Centers in Maryland. They have a Space Flight Watch Center. And on their main page, on their dashboard, you can scroll down to the bottom third. And down there is something called Satellite Query. All right, so you want to query a satellite. You want to figure out where it is and what it's doing. That very paragraph says, well, in order for you to query a satellite, you have to understand where it is with regards to magnetic field line tracing to ground stations, and where it is with regards to magnetic flux tube of force and the occupancy limits that are subject thereto. So my question to the globe earther was, okay, so you're claiming satellites orbit a globe. I want to query a satellite. What on God's green earth does this mean? I have no freaking clue. I've got a bit of a technical background. I got no freaking clue what this means. I have ideas. I've researched this to the best of my ability. I've got some ideas I'm not willing to discuss with you on it. I want to find out, do you have any idea what this means? I mean, 99.999% of the time, the answer is going to be unequivocally no. I mean, so this invites a few questions of ourselves. Well, why would NASA put something like this right on the front page of their Spaceflight Watch Center? You know, and what on earth do magnetic flux tubes of force and magnetic field line tracing to ground stations have to do with querying where satellites are and what they're up to? So, you know, if you're going to claim that satellites prove the globe, okay, now let's unpack what that means. All right, maybe the fifth grade answer to that is, well, those satellites go in this gravity thing around the Earth and loop-de-loop-de-loop all day long.
Hello.
Fine, that may be the case, but what in the hell does magnetic field line tracing have to do with that?
Hello.
Hello. You want to get into something like Poisson's theorem of, like, you know, the invariance between gravitational magnetic fields? Great, let's talk about that. But I don't think you're ready for that. I don't know if I'm ready for that right now, at least not without a few drinks. And in the meantime, we're stuck with this wondering what the hell satellites really are. You don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. I can
Yeah,
prove
I
that
think
Earth is
someone's got
flat
a
with the
question.
measurement, and you can't tell me what satellites are actually doing.
Sorry to cut you off, Yoda. There's someone saying hello to us. I think they want to get in there. Hello?
Yep. I was just finishing up.
Yeah, sorry about that, my friend. Sorry. Do apologize.
Yeah, welcome aboard, friend. Come on and pull up a chair and how are you doing, sir?
Yeah. What is your name on this user server? What's your username?
Already left.
Yeah, he was a troll.
Sorry, yeah.
Bob.
I don't know. Yeah, he might have been a troll, yeah. So, okay. Finish off rounding off Yodel because it was interesting. Sorry to cut you off. It's just that he made
No, I got you. You're just looking out for the room. Thanks, Jin. Yep. So satellites and magnetic field line tracing. You know, it's interesting. What's really interesting? There is I think a Swedish astrophysicist who worked at NASA named Han Alfen, and he was pissed off in the 70s and 80s. He wrote a bunch of books, a bunch of papers. And even though he was with NASA, he was pissed off at NASA because he had this thing against astrophysicists. He's like, you guys are basically coming up with fantasy Star Trek cosmologies. The real world doesn't operate in this Einsteinian frame of coordinate reference systems. The real world operates within a framework of thermodynamics, electric circuit theory, electromagnetism, plasma fields, so on and so forth. All you astrophysicists are a bunch of clowns. None of you have any real scientific applied physics background in the real stuff that makes any of this work. I'm sick and tired of it. And he actually gave a really powerful speech in the late 1980s during a symposium with regards to a paper that he'd just published previously called Double Layers in Astrophysics. We have a copy of that in our home server on 24/7 Flat Earth. It's about 300 pages. I'm not saying that Han Alfen was a flat earther, but in that paper, he simulated Earth's plasma sheath by designing and developing in a plasma physics laboratory a flat plate that simulated Earth. And he gave the design specs in this document.
Fascinating. So let me ask you this here. So we have our 3 questions for Globies. So those are great ways to start off a conversation. Maybe there's proof there, maybe there's not proof there, but ultimately the whole point of it is to get the Globie to thinking. As of that point. Now, if you were a Globie and you were going to come up with 3 questions for flat earthers, what would be your 3 questions? Like, if you were, and I say that like either you were your first 3 questions that you were coming in to a flat earth server, or your first, the 3 questions you would want to ask, like our 3 questions, don't really matter. It's an open question. But what would be yours?
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I'll tell you what mine used to be, because I used to be one, right? How could everybody at NASA be so wrong about this? How could the entire freaking world be so wrong about this? What about the people that actually measure the Earth? We have people who measure the Earth for a living, right? Surveyors. What do they think? And why would they lie? Honestly, I mean, that is one of the early questions I'd ask, and I still think it is an interesting one. It's also malformed, but I wouldn't blame anybody for asking.
So what would be your 3 brief answers to those questions now if a Globie asked you those?
Well, pretty much everybody at NASA is not in a position to know. And listen, guys, based off of what I've understood about NASA, I mean, it started off as a propaganda mission after World War II to cement American dominance within the minds of the world, America, who had just won World War II, to cement the idea that nobody could touch us, our technology is superior to yours, and we're going to go into space and we're going to conquer it and we're going to plant a man on the moon. And if you fuck with us, we'll nuke you to death. That was the underlying subtext behind the foundation of NASA. All right. So you've got, in order for this to work, you've got to have a lot of people working there. You got to have a lot of people working on things that they think are true. I think that most people at NASA today believe that Earth is a globe and that the technology that exists way up there exists under a completely different set of assumptions. And very few people at NASA actually know how it works. I also think that it's possible that people are working at NASA today that think that they could still orbit a satellite around the Earth, and they might actually know that it's never been orbited before. The propaganda is that this was done in the late 50s and early 60s, but that it's never been done in reality, that this is where they're coming from as insiders, that they're like, oh, wow, so I'm an insider at NASA. I know that like the whole satellite thing is BS and it's all balloons and radio waves and shit. But my job is to still figure out how to orbit this piece of space junk around a ball. So I'm going to go do that. Yeah, those people work at NASA today. Okay. And so when we say that everyone at NASA is lying, that means they have an intent to deceive. And I don't think that's the case. I think that they actually believe that Earth is a globe and they're still trying to work towards the achievement aims that they set out about 70 years ago and still have not accomplished. Okay. So moving on, the other thing was like surveyors, right? So surveyors, I mean, this is a fundamental geometric problem and a logic problem. The short answer is surveyors, if they think they're surveying a globe, they actually measure Earth flat and then they invoke a globe model and they calculate their real world measurements to the idealistic conceptual model and say they measured the globe. Not even joking. The process is described in Helmert's Geodesy. Helmert was a geophysicist in the late 1800s living in Germany who studied this stuff, and he basically wrote the book on geodetic surveying. And this was his method. And that's what's used in the United States. It was actually formed first in the United States, exported to Europe through Gauss and then through Helmert, and then brought back to the United States with the U.S. Coastal Survey, then turning into the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration, and the U.S. Hydrologic Office. So anyway, moving on, why would they lie? It's a very good question. It's also malformed. I don't think that people are perpetuating a flat Earth lie knowingly. I think that, that they're lying about flat Earth knowingly. I think people are deceived about flat Earth and believe in a globe. They believe in the globe so much that they don't think they are lying. They think they're telling the truth, that your teachers, the police officer, the dog catcher, the geodetic surveyor, and the NASA employee and people in Hollywood and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk believe that Earth is a globe. 100% they believe it. And they're not in a position to know anything else. But everybody thinks they are and would be. And that's not the truth. Hope that helps provide perspective.
Oh, no, great. No, it's great. I'm just, no. I think it's great. So let me ask you then this way. What do you think is the toughest question for a flat earther to be asked by a sincere globie? Like, if they were to raise up a question, which one do you think is either their most valid or the one that's difficult for a flat earther to really truly answer?
I used to think it was a satellite question. I also used to think it was the geodetic surveying question. Well, given that there is a huge chain of custody issue between the satellite makers and the satellite launchers and the satellite maintainers, and given that with geodetic surveying, there's a logical failure where people measure Earth flat and then contort it into a ball. I don't really know what's left. I'm clueless. So if I were to go back in time, those two used to be my biggest sticking points. And now that I understand both more richly, I mean, they're so obviously flawed. It's basically like watching a circus clown juggle bowling pins.
Yeah,
You know,
and
you know what he's doing.
To some degree, I was that was more of a meta question disguised as a real question, because having said all that, I didn't actually expect an answer there. I didn't expect, especially of you here, to have a question that you would think is exactly tough at this point, because we've studied this so in depth. Now, I will go so far to add this, and then I've got to back out of here. So I hope that helped for whoever's listening into us, either on YouTube or wherever else. I hope that me interviewing you a bit there helped create a little interest in it. So maybe we could make a call for some Globies to come in, or to pipe up here. My last question for you becomes this. Do you think, or I'm sorry, what do you think the reasoning is that this topic seems to be around for a while and pretty hot and heavy like it is now, and then it kind of goes away and then it comes back? So, for instance, Charles K. Johnson in the 70s and 80s, maybe early 90s is when I think he had to stop when he had his fire. Then before then, at some point, you had Lady Blunt, who, instead of using P900s and P1000s to take long distance views, they were having gatherings on the seacoast and using telescopes to bring back in ships and things of this nature. And they very eloquently described it. And a lot of that's been lost to history, but a lot of it's still existing. So why do you think this is a cyclical, or a topic of cyclical interest?
You know, I don't really know why, but it is cyclical. And the fact that it's cyclical is not really a surprise. If you go throughout antiquity to the modern age, there have been periods of call it like false enlightenment. And I think we've been in a period now today. I mean, Mencius Moldbug had written an entire series of articles on this phenomenon we're experiencing today called the Dark Enlightenment. This idea that we're surrounded by technology and we think we're advancing as a civilization, but we're actually getting dumber. It's more like a Dark Ages. And one could make the same case for the Enlightenment. I mean, during the Enlightenment age, what was happening? I mean, they were beheading kings and queens. Like, look at Robespierre in France, for crying out loud. So, they were decapitating the most educated and elite amongst them for their own good. Look at what happened with Mao, right? And the freaking, call that the Great Reset, right? He took doctors and turned them into rice paddy farmers. So, for all its intents and purposes, these Enlightenment periods tend to be more problematic and destructive to the psyche of man than the periods before then and after. And you know what? The globe Earth is one of these things that has come up and has received extreme attention. So it's not that flat Earth has come up and disappeared. It's that the globe Earth has come up and disappeared. So I would like to correct potentially your question and invert it a little bit, and I hope you appreciate this. For most of human history, human civilizations have understood the Earth to be flat and stationary. This globe Earth is the aberration. This is another period of dark enlightenment. This is another period where the rose prematurely opens and succumbs to frostbite and dies.
Wait, this channel is not a joke?
Yeah, great. Great answer there. Now, sounds like we have somebody new in here. So welcome aboard. Please ask your question, my friend.
It's not flat.
All right, so we go from like a 200 IQ exposition to like 80. Well done. That happened within like 2 seconds.
It's interesting how it works, isn't it?
Okay, so how do you know it's not flat? Can you explain yourself a bit better? Yeah, just saying it's not flat is not really an explanation enough. You've made a statement. Can you now back that up, please?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah, of course.
Oh.
And can you please speak louder into your mic because we can just hear you? Yeah, I think he has left.
No, I did not.
Oh, okay, good. Good. No, you did not. Okay. Can you now explain yourself? Sorry, what is your name on this
Oh
server?
my
Your
God.
username? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh my God. Wow.
I'm only asking for your name, please. Username.
You also want my passports?
No, look, why are
My
you being
location?
Your user, just your handle on here. What's your name you go by in Discord so we know what to call
on
you?
Discord name.
Not
Your
all of us
Discord
can
name.
see the screen.
Listen, guys, for the audience, 80 IQ. 80. Let's go.
Let's keep it nice and amicable. We just wanted to know your Discord name so I can call you by your Discord name. What's your Discord name, please? ATIQ, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right. Now, can you go ahead now and explain to us and those who are listening in the live stream how it is that it is not flat then? You know, what's your
Why would it be
explanation?
flat?
That's
Why
not
would
an
it be
answer.
flat?
That's a question. That's not an answer, is it?
I don't
That's a
know.
question.
Yeah, it's a
No,
question.
the question is to you. You've made a statement. It is not
Oh,
flat.
I did not. I did not.
You said the earth is not flat. You've made a statement. The question is, how do you come to that conclusion? Can you explain why it is not flat, please?
What are your proofs that it is flat?
No, you said it's not flat, yeah?
No, I did not
So
say
can you
flat.
tell us, don't you understand the question? You're asking another question.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
question, well, no, you can't do
I'm
that.
asking
You have
you.
to answer
I'm
the
asking
question
you. Why is it flat?
Excuse me, you were given an answer, a question, okay? A question, please. The question is,
Yeah, I'm giving you a question.
hang on a second. The question is, how do you know the earth is not flat? Can you explain that? You made a conscious statement. Please answer the question.
Why would it be flat?
That doesn't answer the question. That's another question you're asking.
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking you. You said it's not flat. Yeah, this is silly. You said it's not flat. How did you come to that conclusion that it's not flat? What do you know that I don't know?
Maybe I also think the earth is flat. How do you know that?
Yeah, but the question is to you. You said it's not flat.
No,
basically.
maybe believe it's flat.
Hang on, but you said it's not flat. So I asked you a
No, when
sincere
did I say that?
question. How do you know it's not flat? How do you know it's not flat?
Is he real?
Well, it's a
I'm not
serious
bothering
question.
anymore.
How do you know? So you don't know how it's not flat. That's fine. He doesn't know why it's not flat, but he knows it's flat. That doesn't make any sense. How do we know it's flat, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it's quite simple. If the Earth is an oblate spheroid, what is the proof of that? Okay, so now you're thinking, what is the proof? Maybe perhaps 24,901 miles circumference, by which we have the radius of 3,959 miles. So now with those two numbers, we can begin to make some quantitative measurements. We can now begin to measure the curvature of the Earth. So I ask you, ATIQ, whatever your name is, did you measure the surface of the Earth? Yeah. Have you measured the surface of the Earth? I think he has gone.
He's dead, Jim.
Is he gone or is he still there?
He's gone.
Okay, so he's gone. Well, there you go. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. So they come in, they blurt out interruptions. It's not flat. Okay, so we welcome him. We welcome the individual in, and then we ask him, how do you know it's not flat? Seeing you're saying it's not flat. Maybe he knows something we don't know. He asks, why would it be flat? Well, that's a silly question, because you've said it's not flat. So clearly you must know something we don't know, because you said it's not flat. Right? So he's stuck with his question, why was it flat? Okay. Let's take that question then in the end. And it's because clearly, if the Earth is an oblate sphere, as I've said, then there must be some measurements to that ball. What is that? We gave the numbers: 24,901 mile circumference, the radius of which is 3,959 miles. So now we can begin to measure now. I ask him, has he measured the surface of the Earth? He appears to have disappeared. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? It's that simple, really. Either you know or you don't know. And clearly, even you who are listening now, you don't know the Earth is a globe. Nobody does. For if you did know, you would be in this server telling us how we're going wrong, of course, and showing us the errors of our ways.
Pardon me, I have
simple.
a question.
Yes,
is the
please.
majority of people here think that the Earth is flat? I'm just curious.
Yeah, all of the flat earthers who are here know the Earth is flat. They don't think it's flat. They don't believe it's flat. It's not a maybe or might be. They actually know it's flat 100%. They know, all the flat earthers here.
Okay, so I have something that you're asking, right?
Okay.
You're asking, how do I know that it's a globe? So I have a question. What do you think about the stars being different in different parts of the Earth? How
Okay,
do you
we had another
guys?
Indian guy. That's a good. It's a good question, because everybody learns. We had another Indian guy who was doing the same thing, and we said to the Indian guy, "Look, if you're looking to the stars, how are you measuring the ground? What is the methodology you are using, so you know how much units of curvature you're measuring by looking up?" And he couldn't answer it, could he? Because it's not correct, is it? To look to the stars isn't going to denote a shape, is it?
It's like this. Okay. I look up at my ceiling, I see 4 lights. Then I walk over to the other side of the room and I see 2 lights.
Yeah, you're not getting a shape though, are you, from doing that, sir? You see? So because you change your position, it doesn't mean you are on a globe. The number one standard, the gold standard, is to measure the surface that is meant to be curving. You can't look up to be measuring down. That doesn't make sense. I'll give you one more example. I want to buy a new car. It's a Lamborghini, okay? And I've got the specifications. I go to the shop. Now I want to check the specifications to make sure that the length, the width, and the height and the ground clearance is what it says in the brochure and online, okay? So I go outside, I start looking up at the stars. Am I going to measure the car that way? Am I going to measure the car that way? No, I'm not, am I? The man's going to think I've gone crazy because I've gone out, I'm starting to look up. And then I say to him, according to your specifications, the ground height, the height from the ground to the chassis, you are 7 millimeters off. He's going to think, how did I know that? Of course, I wouldn't know that, would I? Because I wouldn't be able to get that accuracy, would I? By looking up. So we don't look to the stars. What I'm saying to you is that we flat earthers don't look at the stars to know that the Earth is a globe or flat. It's not what we do. We would measure to determine whether the Earth is a globe or if it is flat. We would not be looking to the stars. We will measure the ground. It's the number one gold standard, the only standard we actually accept for accuracy. Does that make sense now?
Not really, because, for example, the stars rotate differently in each hemisphere. So how do you explain that?
Again, you're ignoring the point. Hang on a minute. Hang on a second. Let me just clear this out because he's doing it again. You're ignoring the points that I raised, that you do not measure curvature by looking at the stars. How are you measuring the curve? By looking at the stars. How are you measuring? You must answer that question.
Well, you don't measure the curvature looking at the stars.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's right. Thanks.
Thank you,
But
ladies and
you can
gentlemen. And
measure
that's
it
the
in
gold
different
standard.
ways. But
That
you can
doesn't prove anything, because what you're talking about could happen on a globe if it were one, and it happens on a flat Earth. So if you're on a flat surface and you change your orientation or your location, that would determine what stars you are going to see. That's not proving the Earth is a globe. It's not measuring curvature, is it? Which you've just admitted. Okay? So it's a flawed methodology. Looking to the stars is inaccurate, inappropriate, incorrect. Looking down to the surface of the Earth is the correct method.
Maybe we can get into why that is the case for the
Yes,
audience,
please
for
go
him
ahead.
listening, and others.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what is the claim? I mean, there's a claim that's baked into his question, the hemisphere. How do you know that you have a hemisphere on the ground in the first instance? By just looking at the stars. So let me punt that question back to our guest and see if he has an answer.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the maths, but I'll guess that the key observation, for example, if you see Polaris on the North Star, right, it changes height. So if you stand at the North Pole, uh, it's directly like overhead, 90 degrees. But if you move to the south, like Polaris appears to be lower in the sky. I mean, that's one thing that you can probably measure, right?
Well, okay, so I see Polaris overhead, maybe at 45 degrees angle. And let's say I walk backwards. Polaris lowers in the sky, lowers and lowers and lowers. How does that prove that Earth is a globe?
Because you can measure the angle, like measuring the curvature with, like, let's suppose that you travel from one city to another, right? Let's say that you're going 69 miles. So the angle of Polaris is going to be decreasing like I'm not sure how do you say that in English, 1 grade, 1%,
Degree. Yeah.
1 degree.
Ein
So
Grad.
since there are 360 degrees around a circle, that means that the full circumference of the Earth is going to be like 360 times 69 miles, which
Yeah,
is
that
111
gotcha.
kilometers.
That is a true statement. That is a geometrically true statement. All right. Well done. That is a true statement. Okay, so that applies to geometry, but has anybody measured the ground distance and the angle declination or ascension together?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
This is the
Listen,
first time that
me
I'm in a
neither.
flat Earth channel, so it's kind of hard.
I know. Listen, I've never come across that, and I've been in this topic about 5-6 years. I've never come across. Well, I've come across this topic. I've never come across any evidence for that. Not
So
in 5 or
what was the
6 years.
question again?
Yeah. So has anybody actually measured the angular distance relationship? I know it's calculated, but I want to see actual physical measurements.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm at a loss too. I mean, if that measurement is brought to the table, we would have something significant to talk about, and we haven't found it.
So I have another question. Um, so how do flat earthers explain like the other planets being around and the sun being around?
Yeah, good question, right? Um, is Earth a planet? I don't think it is. I don't think Earth is in outer space. I think
So
outer
what?
space is above Earth.
And what is underneath it?
Earth is the floor of outer space.
And it just extends forever, or
Well, I mean, up to a point because we're breathing pressurized air, so it has to be up to a limit, but that just means it's up to that limit. Maybe it goes on further after that limit because there's a boundary layer separating this existence from the next. I don't know.
so if the Earth is flat, that means that there's limits to it, right?
I
Has
would say so
anybody
based on the existence of pressurized gas that we're breathing.
so why hasn't anybody tried to push those limits?
Well, maybe they have, and we don't have the results of those studies.
But wouldn't that prove that the Earth is a globe?
Not necessarily. It might prove that there is indeed a limit as we experience with our lungs.
Okay.
Right? Because gas pressure cannot form inside of an expanding vacuum, at least not for very long. So if
And
outer space is an expanding vacuum, how do we have pressurized air without a container?
what do flat earthers need to prove those limits?
I mean, the proof is the fact that you're breathing. This doesn't mean that I know the attributes. You know, what is the characteristic of the limit of our existence? I don't know. So, but I know there has to be one because if there was no limit, there would be no limit to the expansion of gas. Gas does not get compressed under gravity.
Yeah, and remember, the onus is on you to prove the Earth is a globe. Yeah, because we're giving you the facts here. You're not mentioning anything that's proving globe thus far. Everything you said hasn't led us to think or understand or know that we're living on an oblate spheroid thus far. Bear that in mind when you ask your questions.
So what
Well,
we're
I'm
offering
not
is a
here
new
to convince
cosmology
you.
altogether.
Yeah, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here
No,
just
it's
because
okay.
I'm curious to know what do you guys think.
Listen, I didn't accept flat Earth until after 40 years old.
Interesting. So how do you explain the time zones and the sunsets and all that stuff?
Yeah, I got you. So, you know, when you say time zones, you don't mean like the US Eastern time zone, the US Western time zone, the Hawaii Pacific time zone, do you?
No, no, no. I mean, for example, the daylight in Mexico, but night in Japan, for example.
Yeah. Okay, so that's different. It's not really time zones, right? But I got you. Why is it noon in Mexico and why is it midnight over in, oh no, freaking Thailand? Yeah, I mean, because the sun moves, okay? I mean, we see this move in the sky, and the light that it casts is brought with it wherever it goes. And we know that there's an extinction coefficient, right? The light gets absorbed and scatters. And this is why we have beautiful sunsets. So there's something you can Google today, and for the audience listening, you can Google along and figure this out, okay? It is the Rayleigh, R-A-Y-L-E-I-G-H, Rayleigh, R-A-Y-L-E-I-G-H, Rayleigh atmosphere model. According to our best understanding, the Rayleigh atmosphere model predicts that the sunlight will stop pushing through the density of the air that you're breathing after about 300 kilometers.
Okay.
That's as far as you can see, man. After that, forget about it.
Interesting, interesting.
Yeah.
And what about like planes flying a long distance and then they curve routes and and all that stuff?
What about it?
Yeah.
Dude, okay, so how do planes know where they're going? They're using a spherical coordinate reference system. Latitude and longitude. It's based off a sphere.
Yeah.
Right, so how do we know that that sphere exists in reality? Because I can apply any spherical coordinate reference system to any surface, whether that's a sphere or flat or a dinosaur nugget or a banana. So what's going to show up in a discrepancy is the actual distance that I was measured to travel and the vector that I was traveling in. And we don't have any actual true measurements, anything raw and unprocessed from the airplane about that.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry if I
What we
asked a
do
lot of
have.
questions. I'm sorry. I'm just very curious.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, we can get into that if you want to go further. Like, do you know anything about inertial navigation systems?
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. We can move on to something else.
I mean, you can explain it to me.
Okay, so take the 777, the Boeing 777. That's one of these big jumbo jets, the 777. Okay, it has a component inside the black box called the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, the ADIRU. Sounds like kangaroo, right? This thing collects data from the aircraft. This data includes 3 optical gyroscopes. That is, these are either ring laser or fiber optic gyroscopes. I'm not sure which, but there are 3 of them within the aircraft. And these things are responsible for measuring the aircraft's pitch, yaw, and roll. And there are also 3 accelerometers, and this device collects that information. And then, using software, it converts it into a globe and then puts that globe on the pilot's screen. All right. Unfortunately, I have to go now. Sorry, at the last second I got a call.
No, all right.
Anyways, guys, are you talking about what the topic exactly?
We're talking about the flat Earth. So if you have any questions relating to the flat Earth, please ask your questions. Okay, anything you like, no limit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. So, are you talking about like the Earth is flat? Is that what you mean?
Yes, correct. So that is what we're talking about. The Earth is not an oblate spheroid, not that ball shape. No, that's what we're saying. We're saying it's flat level. Okay? Do you have proof of the Earth being a ball? You have that proof?
No, I don't have it.
No. Okay, that's true. That most people do not have that proof. 100% of the people you ask don't have that proof. 100%. Okay, so
because you know why? Because we're humans. The only one that knows exactly God. Period. That's it.
I can agree to you there that God knows the real shape of the Earth. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can find. Hang on. We can know what shape it isn't if we're given a shape and we check it like the Earth and we're saying it's flat. And flat is not a shape; it's just a description of the surface. We're saying that the Earth is because the Earth is not curving at the rate it should to make the oblate spheroid. It's not curving at that rate at all. No curvature. What do you say?
Yeah. So yeah, what I'm saying that and we are humans in this earth. Whatever we study, whatever we study about anything, we will never ever get something right 100% except God, because God.
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree to that at all. I disagree with that completely. I will never agree to what you've just said there.
Why?
Why would anybody pursue knowledge? If we can't know anything, why would anybody pursue knowledge of any kind?
You didn't get
No.
my point. I mean,
Motherfuckers.
wait. Just explain to him, please, guys. What I mean is, like, we can get the right things, but I mean that not 100%. Like we get it, you know what I mean? Because we're humans, we're not God. So
yeah, fair enough. But there are certain things that even God has given us access to, which we can, learn about, get knowledge to. One of those things being the surface of the earth that you live on. It is measurable. We have not measured any curvature on the surface of the earth, not consistent with the globe. So the earth is, as you experience it, it is flat, stationary, and it seems to be enclosed. Those are things that we can know.
Okay, you know what is my point? Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay, an example.
Yeah, I know what your point is. You're saying that we can't know for sure 100% of what's going on, and I disagree with that because we have things called measurement tools, and there are certain things God allows us to know. There are other things that God doesn't allow us to know. This is one of the things that He does. Now, the overall shape and composition of the entire Earth, nobody knows that part. That's probably what you're talking about. But at least the surface and the nature of the surface can be determined.
Yes, yes. I understand it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You know. What else? Can I talk like another topic or?
No, this is a flat Earth room, man. It's mostly dealing with the Earth and its composition. So there are other rooms for other things.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
Does anybody else have any questions? Is the gentleman still in here that was asking about the stars and hemispheres and stuff, or is he gone?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So, do you have any follow-up questions?
I'm trying to think of some. I mean, you said something that was very interesting to me. So you said that you weren't sure that the Earth was flat, right?
No, I'm sure of it.
You're sure of it, but you
Oh, yeah.
said something. I can't recall what you said. You said something like there were some things that you didn't know.
Yeah, the entire shape of the overall Earth realm, I don't know how to determine that. I mean, that's talking about like a God's eye view, like backing away from it and seeing its entirety. That I don't know. But the surface that we dwell atop is indeed flat. It's always referenced that way. It's always measured that way. It's always used that way, built on that way, navigated that way. So we've already measured the surface. All the surveyors, they measure the Earth flat. I mean, we could go on and on. The aircraft stuff that Amish was talking about earlier about the reference systems, about telling you the roll, the pitch, and the yaw of the aircraft. Those all tell a story from point to point, wherever the aircraft flies, that it is indeed flying along a horizontal surface. It doesn't show us any deviation from that. So, the consequences of what might need to occur to compensate for have to be compensated for at the speed that the plane is going does not show up in any of the data that the instruments read out. So even the reference systems on the aircrafts that we use tell the story that the Earth is indeed flat. The planes are flying across a flat surface from point to point.
Okay. I'm still curious about the question that I was asking this person, Yoder. Why hasn't any flat earther like tried to push the limits or tried to go beyond the flatness of the Earth?
Beyond the flatness, what do you mean?
Yeah, so if it's flat, that means that it has limits, right?
Yeah, I don't know where to find those. If you have an idea where we could find those limits, please let me know.
Well, is because, I mean, from my opinion, they don't exist because the Earth is a globe, right?
No. Okay, well, if the Earth is a globe, it would have curvature, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so where's the curvature, and how can you measure that?
Mm. Okay. The way that you can
See, I'm
measure the curvature of the Earth is by observation. For example, when you
What do you
see
observe?
and when you see a ship sail away, it doesn't just get smaller. Just it starts vanishing bottom first, for example.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
That if the Earth is a globe, well, that's a proof that it's the curvature. Or how would you explain
Okay,
that in a flat Earth?
well, no, don't reverse the burden of proof on me. All you've told me is that ships disappear bottom up, but that doesn't mean anything about curvature. That's just an affirming the consequent fallacy. It goes like this. If the Earth is a sphere, then boats will disappear bottom up. Boats disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is a sphere. All you're noticing is a phenomena where boats sometimes disappear bottom up. Most people have never observed this, but that doesn't mean the Earth is curved.
I mean, you asked me for proofs of the curvature. I mean, that's one.
That's not one. That's a fallacy that you've used to try to insinuate that the Earth is
But
curved,
why
but
is it a
nonetheless,
fallacy?
it's not a measurement.
You
Huh?
can
Well,
see
I
for
just gave you the
yourself.
form. It's called affirming the consequent. You see something happen, so you determine just because you see something happen that the Earth is a sphere. Why would you do that?
No, it's a proof. It's one part of a
No, it
proof.
isn't. No, it isn't. If that were true, then there would be a consistency to it. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to horizon would be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we've
There is.
tested this. No, it's
You can
not.
also use a camera and you want to see a difference.
Okay, let me give you an observation and you tell me what's wrong with it. Okay?
Okay.
You tell me why the Earth is not curved in this photograph. Just a second. All right, so we have an observation here. You're talking about things in the distance being occulted by Earth curve? No problem. We have an observation. This is just one of thousands that you could make. You could do your own even if you wanted to. But these are two oil drilling platforms off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. The observer is at 1 foot height. 1 foot high. That makes the math really easy. So according to the math or the radius calculation that has been given of the Earth, then the horizon, which is the Earth curve that you say blocks out boats and buildings and stuff, would be at 1.22 miles. Can you tell me why the horizon is magnitudes further than that? Because in this particular observation, we have two distance demarcations not being occulted by any Earth curve at 1.22 miles. Instead, we have a horizon beyond 9.41 miles. Why is that?
Okay, so I just want to point out that I'm just an average guy. I don't know the maths on all of this. I'm just telling you what is observable to me. Okay.
Okay,
So,
so what's
so,
observable right here is that you don't have things being blocked out by Earth curve. Why is that?
so are those platforms the same size? Like,
Yes.
or they're the same size? And
Yes.
you can see one that is like further away, 9.41 miles
Yep.
away, and the other one is 4.21 miles away, right?
Right.
And the furthest away seems to be like more synced in, right?
We're talking about the horizon. Can you tell me where the horizon is in relationship to those platforms, please?
The horizon, I think it's right on the middle. I don't know.
Do you know what a horizon is?
I know what a horizon is.
Okay, so it's the apparent location where the sky meets the ground or the sea. You're
Right.
saying in the middle. I want you to tell me where it is in relationship to the platforms. Where's the horizon?
Um, the horizon, it's right. well, from judging from this picture, it's right on the end, like in between. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, can I draw here or what?
Is it before, in the middle, or after the oil rigs?
I think it's really hard to distinguish, but on this photo, it appears to be after the oil rigs.
Right. So it's behind the oil rigs. Is the horizon not the Earth curve that you're claiming blocking out boats and buildings and stuff? Isn't that what the Earth curve is supposed to be? The edge, the tangent point of the ball?
Well, yes, but how do we even
Okay.
know this picture is real?
So all of a sudden now you're a conspiracy theorist? You think there's some kind of conspiracy where people are doctoring photos and stuff to make it seem as if there's a horizon beyond these two oil rigs? These two oil rigs are still there. You can go make this observation yourself. You can do this on any body of water, a large body of water with distance demarcations. This is not a conspiracy. This is not Photoshop. This is an observation. You talked about observations earlier. I have a recorded one here. So we have the tangent point apparently of the ball, which is supposed to be at 1.22 miles, well in front of both of the oil rigs, now behind both of them. Why is the ball expanding and contracting? Or is it a ball at all, since now it's not even adhering to the geometry that it's supposed to?
Okay, so it seems interesting. Okay.
The Earth can't change shape. If it's a ball, you have a tangent point, a horizon, that must be at 1.22 miles.
I mean, do you have
So
more
the
examples?
observation... Do I have more examples? Sure. Who's got the windmills? Let me see if I've got the windmills.
Coming up.
Here, I've got these right here. Oh, you've got a bunch of them. Matrix posted for you the windmills. Those are the distances of the windmills. The observer height is something in the ballpark of 3 feet, I think 1 meter off the water. Same problem, 11.2 miles to that last windmill. No horizon. The horizon is well behind these windmills. And you even got a little boat back there. There's a ship in the background. It's not being occulted by any Earth curve. You live on a flat Earth, my friend.
Wait. I'm lost. Which ones are we seeing? The type of pillars?
Yeah, those are windmill pillars out in the ocean.
Okay.
It's a wind farm. It gives you the distance. The observer height is about 3 feet.
They seem to be pretty close to each other.
Yeah, I know. It's called perspective. If you were to go even farther to the left, they would all be stacked up one behind the other. He's trying to get all of them in the frame, so he's, just not too far perpendicular to them.
I'm trying to read all this information. It's a lot of stuff. Okay, so and besides these images, have you gone to the sea and proved this yourself?
Yes, I have.
And what did you find?
I found a flat Earth, like I find it everywhere.
Okay.
You're not going to find any observations that even close to match up with the way it's supposed to be on a globe. Right? I've done about 20 plus observations myself.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could give an explanation, but since I'm not familiar with the topic, I just can't. But there must be a reason, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
The
it's
last image
flat.
where the
I've posted, if you can hear me, I've posted similar to who says who has posted, and that is the distance from 8 feet height, same place, okay? And you see the horizon clearly. You can see, if you look there, you'll see my two images, an accompanying video to the view you're looking at, which explains what you're looking at. And then underneath that, I've also posted the observation of Oahu Island, seen from the island called Kauai, right? Which is over 90 miles away. And the individual who shows you this observation shows you the methodology he used to calculate the distance, everything else, and to show you that that wouldn't be possible if it was on a globe, okay? It's all there for you to look at. Good material. And you can replicate these things yourself. Of course, you know, to go to Hawaii, it's going to cost some money, of course. To go to Santa Barbara, I think, where the oil rigs are, that's going to cost some money as well. But if you were able to go to these places, you could replicate the same thing for yourself. Especially the one in Hawaii, they actually take people on sightseeing to go and see this phenomena. So you can actually join a tour and go and see it.
So now I want to reverse that concept, but now like through a sunset, for example. You know, whenever the sun goes down, you can see on skyscrapers that the light starts to like dim throughout the skyscraper, right? So how do you explain that people on the, I don't know, 10th
Yeah, but
floor?
hang on, before you go on to that, can you acknowledge that what we've put forward thus far has clearly debunked the idea of a globe? Yeah, clearly simple. You were shown 2 oil rigs, which are GPS located. They never move. The horizon is behind that. If the Earth is the size we were given of 24,901 miles circumference, that's the circumference, 24,901 miles. The radius of that is 3,959. Now, at a height of 8 feet, in the one I showed you, your geometric horizon can be no more than 3.46 miles. Okay, that's the miles to the horizon of a globe, if the specifications are correct. But yet we're seeing 2 oil rigs, one at 6 miles, one at 10 miles, and then the horizons behind that, thus debunking the globe. Can you actually address that point? Because you don't seem to be addressing it, and you're just moving on. I don't like that. I like you to address what's put forward
I mean,
to
it's
you.
because well, I'm sorry, but I don't have all the answers. I'm sorry. I mean, it could be reflection. That's the only thing that comes to my mind. But
Reflection of what? Reflection of what? Reflection. That's what's reflecting.
well, the refraction of light.
Okay, you mean refraction of light? Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we've accounted for 8% of standard refraction. Okay, and we're still seeing beyond your standard refraction, magnitudes of orders of magnitude much further. So refraction is not working for you in this case, even
The
if we
problem with
apply
refraction,
8%.
Jed, as
Say
we
that.
know, as soon as you make a claim to refraction, my friend, you lose all and any claims to geometry.
Thank you.
Maybe
that was
That's the only
matrix.
problem with that.
But
And the second problem, so that's your
to...
first issue with refraction. You lose all claims to geometry. Your second issue is you sort of need a second medium for the light to bend through. So refraction is the bending of light as it passes from one medium to another. For example, air to glass, glass to water, water to air. So without the second medium, there's not really much refraction going on. There's other optical effects, mirages, things like that, but they are very well defined. So looming, stooping, towering, Fata Brumosa, Fata Morgana, they're all pretty well defined. If you watch to try to look those up, and there's all, the boys can post up definitions for all those if you want. But yeah, there's no mirage
and we have allowed
really going on, bruv.
Yeah, we've actually allowed for the 8% refraction anyway. So that's the problem there, that, you know, the refraction is not really going to help you. We've allowed for that, and we're still seeing beyond the geometric horizon of a 24,901 mile circumference globe ball. Okay, the radius of which would be 3,959 miles. We're seeing beyond that, well beyond that now. There's an island behind behind those oil rigs, 29 miles a day, and if the weather is permitting and it's clear enough, you can make the outline of the island, which is why I posted a video of the Oahu one being seen from over, it's actually about 108 miles. I say 90 to be safe. Okay, it's all in there. You've got to watch this. You've got to look at the material look at it, look at the video, look at the methodology being employed, and then try to make some calculations or conclusions afterwards. But anyway, as long as you've acknowledged that we are seeing beyond the geometric horizon, that should make you think, why is that? It's not refraction, unfortunately.
Okay.
Right. So what was your other question?
He was asking about the sun. And the sun is the same problem. You could treat the sun like you would treat a boat in this scenario. It's the same problem.
Yeah, and as we're looking at the sun now, it means we're no longer looking at the surface of the earth. And how you're now going to measure curvature by looking at the sun, you're going to have to show us that methodology, which again wouldn't be as accurate as actually measuring the surface that you are actually standing on.
Very well. And I have a question. So,
Yeah, please go
what do
ahead.
you guys think about like all the information that has been given us to us? Then why do you guys think is like the government is hiding things, or that's what I
No,
commonly hear? But
no, the government's not hiding anything. They've just offered a alternative cosmology to people who don't know any better, who don't trust their senses, and the people have believed it. All that propaganda is just a story. Now, if the people believe the propaganda, who do we blame that on? The government or the people that believe the propaganda without doing their own due diligence to figure out where they live? I mean, your experience is that you live and experience the earth is flat, and you also experience it as stationary, and you also have no experience with outer space or the idea of the outer space that they've been given to you. So there's just some kind of alternative story, a fiction, if you will, and most people have believed the fiction because that's all they've ever been shown, at least in the textbooks and whatever, in the Discovery Channel. But in your real life, the earth is most definitely flat, stationary, and enclosed.
why would they change it? With what purpose?
Well, friend, certainly, even in the history that you've learned, or maybe not, some of the propaganda there too, but government powers, world powers, large corporations, over the course of the history of all mankind, have always lied to the unaware public for any kind of purpose. I mean, just to sell you a product, they will lie to you. So to ask why people would lie or why have they done this is kind of a silly question. Powerful people in powerful places have always lied to gain more control and power in the world over the course of all human history.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, do you experience anything else? Do you trust the government?
I don't trust the government. Nope.
Right. And why is that? Because they've already proven to you that they lie, right?
Well, in some things, but
The government is
like
very corrupt.
I wouldn't say that necessarily the whole concept of Earth being a globe is a government thing. For example, like I know that there's some systems that work, and they just work because the Earth is a globe.
Such
Simple
as
things as GPS, for example.
GPS has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe.
Yes, it does because you need
No, let's full stop right here
calculations
then, man.
triangle. Why not?
Who said what? Someone chimed in. What's the deal?
Oh, I just said
I
let's
guess
full
somebody
stop
got.
right. Oh, my fucking finger was on my mic. That's why you couldn't hear me. I just said full stop right here, and then I was trying to let you speak. I shouldn't have even said anything. I interrupted and ruined the damn flow. My bad.
It's okay. No,
Yeah,
GPS has nothing to do with the globe. Nothing.
but it depends on curvature.
No, it doesn't. How does GPS depend on the Earth being curved?
Hmm. So satellites orbit a sphere, right? I'm gonna
I've never
explain
seen any
how science.
satellites ever orbit any sphere. You've never seen that either.
Well, you kind of you can actually see them, but
Never
I
seen
believe
them. You think those lights that you see at night that move slowly across the sky, you think those are satellites, do you?
I mean, yes, they have a tracking system.
Okay.
You can track them, and you can follow where
Yeah,
they
yeah,
are.
yeah.
For example,
You think those are being they're on the dark side of the earth with no light applied to them. You think you're seeing something on the dark side of the earth in the solar system where there's no light shining on them to reflect back to your eye. That's what you think?
well, they have lights of their own.
Oh, really? So how big would those lights be in their angular size from the distance from the earth so that you could see them? How bright are these lights? I mean, if you're going to keep making claims, tell me what kind of lights that they use, how bright they are, and the distances they are from the surface of the earth and how we can see them. You're making stuff up on as you go. I've never even heard of lights being on satellites. Never once.
Oh, okay. You're asking me to
Don't make stuff up, man. It's okay. You made it up. Just tell me you made it up.
No, I didn't make. So
Okay,
listen,
great. Give
I'm
me the
telling you
specific
what I've
satellite.
experienced.
Give me the specific satellite and the lighting system on it, please.
Okay, I have to search it up. Can I search it up?
Wait a minute. Now you have to search it? You had this as knowledge a second ago, and now you're hoping that Google will save your ass.
No, you're asking for specific things. I mean, I don't
Right, okay,
know
no
what type of
problem.
light they use. You're asking me a specific
Right.
light. How am I supposed to know
Yeah.
that?
Give me the specific light, the size of the light, the luminosity of the light, and the distance of that particular
How
satellite
am I
from the
supposed
Earth,
to know that?
and we'll see if the angular size is consistent with your claim.
Okay, but how am I supposed to know that?
Normally, fine lines.
Well, you just told
When
me that
people
you
make
did.
claims to things, when people make claims to things, they already know these things. To start off with, they don't make claims and then go, "Oh shit, I better go and look this up." Yeah, they normally know so that's why they make those claims. So yeah, it's just interesting that you've made the call about these bright lights, and then I better look this up.
Well,
If you can
I
see where I'm
didn't
coming
see
from.
that claim. He said, so you think that you see those lights like flying around, and you think those are satellites. That's what he said.
Right. I'm asking you
It was
about
a
your
question.
claim. You're making claims about your stuff. So you're saying that there are satellites. You see things slowly moving across the sky at night. So do I, no problem. No evidence that those are actually satellites, meaning pieces of machinery that are tethered to the Earth's gravity, whirling around
But
the sphere Earth, which no one has measured and no one has seen.
see them with the telescope.
I
You
don't
can
care
see
what
them.
you see. It's still an affirming the consequent. Listen, I've used telescopes. I've never seen a satellite like that machine that you see that on Google or Discovery
Well,
Channel,
buy
that
one.
propaganda that they show you. Okay,
Buy one,
well,
and you can see it.
why don't you show me what you have? Because I've never seen it. You've never
Well,
seen it. You're
why don't
making
you
this up
start
as you
there?
go. Now you're trying to save your religion. I don't know why you're saving your religion. Are you really invested in the globe? Is it important to you?
I mean,
Dude, don't lie
you.
to me. I know when people are
Why are
lying
you
to
getting
me.
so
Just stop lying
aggressive?
to me. It'll be fine.
Why are you
Because
getting
you're
so
lying to me, I don't appreciate it. Because I don't like it when people lie to me.
I'm not
Why are
lying.
you disrespecting me? That's a different question. You're lying to
I'm
me
not
straight up right now.
disrespecting
You
you.
don't know that there's any
I'm not
lights
lying.
on satellites, and you certainly have never seen a satellite through a telescope. You've never seen either. I know you haven't.
How do you know that?
Well, then please give me the evidence for your claim. You got any pictures? You got
Again,
any
how do you
data
know
about
that?
these satellites and the lights? Well, give me the data for the
Why do you
satellites and the
get
lights.
to insult my intelligence, but you
Let me
get
put
to
it to you
insult
this way. I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm calling you a liar. That's what I'm calling you, as a liar. I'm not insulting
why?
your intelligence.
What proof do you have that I'm lying?
Because you've made claims without substantiating them.
Well, I'm telling you that you can see them through a satellite. Sorry, through a
That's
telescope.
just your claim. I don't want to hear your claim. I want to see the evidence and the proof for your claim. I don't
You
need to
can
hear the
prove it
claim again.
yourself. You can prove it yourself.
No,
I don't need
this
to
is
prove it.
your claim. No, it is your proof. It is the burden of proof is on you. He who makes the claim carries the burden of proof. This is
But
as old as the
why
earth
don't you
itself
want
as
to do it?
well.
Why don't you want to do it?
Fine lines. It's fine lines.
None,
Take a step
one.
back. It's not up to him to fulfill your burden of proof. It's up to you. When you make a claim, and it doesn't matter who does this, Anyone who makes a claim needs to back it. Now, the problem is you've just given him a handful of words with nothing to back. So he can just openly dismiss this. If you're not going to give him anything to back it, doesn't have to back it and just to dismiss it. He can just go, sorry.
But
So it's up to you. If you're the one who's saying that you've got satellite images and stuff, put them up. Just post them in the side chat, man.
Wait, I started with that there were satellites that orbit a sphere. And that GPS
so that's a claim.
Depends.
That's two claims. Actually, number one, that it's spherical, and number two, you've got satellites circling it.
Yes.
So where's the evidence?
Well,
see how quick it stacks up?
Wait, hold on. Both of you are talking at the same time. What did you say?
I said, see how quickly it stacks up?
Yeah.
Again.
So you've made two claims. You need to prove both claims.
Okay. Both claims. The GPS and the satellites orbiting the sphere.
No, yes. Yeah, fine.
Those two claims.
Yep.
Okay. So the GPS, it's a system that depends on Earth's curvature.
Wrong.
Okay.
That's another claim. That's another claim. So now you have three claims to prove.
Hold on. I'm getting there. So how do you want me to prove it to you? Do you want me to show you the physical satellite?
Do whatever you've got to. No, just do whatever you have to. Now this has to be done in reality, by the way. You just can't show me some kind of reification or a program where these are where the satellites are supposed to be according to this made-up model of a sphere Earth. That doesn't work. It's still just the claim. We need the physical evidence of the claim that you're making.
Oh, okay. You need the physical evidence. Since I don't have the information, I can show you probably an image of the satellites they use, I guess, if that's what you want.
And what is that going to help me do? How does that prove anything? See, you understand how propaganda works? If I show you a picture of something and say, yep, that's in outer space, you're going to believe me, aren't you?
So how do you want me to prove it to you then?
Well, I don't
that you
care
want?
how you do it, but it has to be something reasonable, not just showing me pictures of stuff.
I mean, you want
It
to
would
make
also
a model?
be something that I can go verify. If I can verify it, that'd be really helpful.
Nice. So you want the make and model? You want the people that make them? You want?
What does that have to do with your claim? That you just told us that there are pieces of machinery, man-made craft, that have all kinds of technology in them and on them, and solar panels, and maybe even little boosters and shit. And you're telling me that you're going to give me a make and model and who made it here on the ground, and I'm supposed to believe that it is hurling around the Earth at thousands of miles an hour? By the way, you got to prove that the Earth is a ball too. That would be the best place to start. Well, why would I believe because you give me a make and model that is doing what you say it's doing?
Okay, so that's what I don't understand. What you're asking then? What do you want from me? Like, what do you need?
I want something that would substantiate your claim. Do you know how to substantiate a claim? In this case, something is hurling around the ball Earth. I'll tell you what, let's make it really easy. You think these things are orbiting a globe. Tell me how we know that the Earth is a globe, first-hand knowledge of a globe, specifically curvature measurements of said globe. Do we have any of those? That will make this really easy, because if you have measurements of a globe, then I might be able to believe you a little bit. But if there's no globe, then these machines are not doing what you're saying that they're doing.
You can just go go to the north south pole, Antarctica, and there you will see a 6-month day. A 6-month day.
I gotta stop you. I can barely understand me because your microphone is garbage. You sound like you're underwater.
Yeah, your audio is not good, sir. Can you leave the server and come back in? That might tidy it up. And then wait for a great break before you speak, because somebody else is speaking at the moment. His name is Fine Lines, and says who, sorry. So let them get on with it. Just wait your turn, in other words. Oh, and sorry, just quickly, for Fine Lines, I've posted some material, 8 pieces of material, from 51 minutes past the hour, that explains the satellite problem you're having, okay, and the actual way GPS works and communications we have. It's all there for your benefit in the side chat. Have a good look.
Okay, I see it, but
yeah, but what?
Okay, so can you explain each one?
Well, you start
Like
from the top. Look at the
what are
very
the
top one. Look at the very top one. It says satellites. It's giving you the temperature variations of the material that is making up the satellite, for example. It couldn't survive in the environment it's meant to be in. Not fit for purpose. That's what that meme is telling you. Okay. Then if you go to the next one, it shows you the breakup of the air we breathe, you know, the atmos and its layers, showing you where that satellite would be. There's two of those. So you get types of understanding. So you get a rounded understanding. Then after that, you get the GPS. It's all self-explanatory.
Okay, so
very
guys,
easy.
I just want to remember you guys. I don't know the technicalities of all this. I guess you guys are very, very informed of all this information, but I mean,
Thank you. Thank you. That's okay.
I,
That's fine. We
I'm
appreciate
just
that.
trying to like tell you guys like what is the perspective of a average,
Yeah, we're giving you that.
flat
We're
earther.
giving you
I'm
that
sorry,
perspective. Fine lines. Fine lines. We're giving you that perspective and we're showing you the material from which we've all learned from. This is our perspective you've asked for. We're giving you the source. Now you can look at the source, study it, try to digest it a little bit, and then come back, if you will. That's what it's all about here. We're exchanging. We're giving you source. We're giving you
It
the
says
source.
here that GPS is
Jin,
ground positioning system.
Jin, he's saying that he's giving us the global perspective. Friend, you have to understand something. Everybody in here already knew that or thought that the Earth was a globe growing up. Listen, I'm in my 40s, man. For most of my life, I thought the Earth was a globe. You're not telling anybody in here anything that we don't know. We study this much more than you have. In fact, we've studied this much more than most people at NASA have studied this. I promise you. So you're not going to be telling us about any perspectives. We know the claims about the globe. All of them are based on one simple fact, that the Earth is curving. And since the Earth isn't curving and there's no measurable curvature anyways, the whole thing is a house of cards. None of that crap is true because the Earth is not a sphere. End of story.
Yeah. And then from a legal standpoint, in a court of law, whatever you build upon a false premise has to be seen and deemed null and void. For if you haven't established a globe, whatever you build on a false premise cannot be considered dismissed in a court of law. There you go. So, you know.
Okay, so using that as an argument, you said here that GPS is land-based, but where is the evidence it is?
Well, because we have the cell towers all over the earth. We all see cell towers on buildings, on the ground, on mountains. That's physical equipment that we can go and touch and prove that. Whereas your satellites that are in space cannot be validated at all. Not only that, if you keep looking, I gave you a cluster, a whole cluster of technology that's used in the air we breathe in. Blimps, balloons, drones. If you keep scrolling down, you'll see the technology being used. Just keep looking. Don't fight us. Look at the information, please. We're here to help you.
But wait, I think you're confusing the GPS with cell towers. They have different functions. They're not the same.
Look, GPS means ground positioning systems. Okay, let me explain it for you very quickly. The current communication we're having now, me and you right now, this is happening via fiber optic cables, which are under the ocean. Now, there are 436 bundles of these cables that cover 700,000 miles of the ocean bed. And every day that goes by, 10 trillion, that's 10 with a T, trillion financial communications happen via these cables, plus email, cable TV, emails, like I just said, internet, Discord, it's all happening via these cables. And that makes up 95% of the communications right now. Then the remaining 5% comes from satelloons. That would be helium balloons with electronic equipment, drones, okay, wind turbines, which are now used for communications, ocean ways, and we also piggy bank off of the military communication systems. Okay, that's how we're communicating now. So the idea of a satellite geostationary on an Earth ball and we're sending a signal and then it's coming back, that's not true.
But you
Okay?
made a little mistake there. GPS doesn't stand for ground positioning system. It stands for global positioning system.
Unfortunately, we're not a globe, you
system.
see. This is what you haven't established. Remember, when you work upon a false premise, whatever you put forward has to be deemed null and void. So that's null and void because you can't substantiate that, as you haven't substantiated the globe to be a globe yet. And yet we see the physicality of the cell towers. They're all over the Earth. And when the signal's gone down, I don't get my signal, my receiver, because the cell tower is down. It's quite obvious.
But
Jen, our
Google
friend
Maps
was
still works offline.
our friend was going back to proving the curvature with says who.
Yeah, it's not proving any curve, exactly.
Before you jumped onto your cell tower craziness, he was going back to number one, proving the curvature with says who. So I think we'll let him go with that.
Well, I did say that, didn't I? I did say that to him. I did say that to him, that he hadn't established, so he can't have his GPS at the moment. And it's not global because we're not a globe. I did say that. We're not a globe. So the idea that you're thinking that we've got a global positioning system is completely out of sync, as the Earth isn't a globe. You're not proving the foundation of the Earth. You haven't measured the surface to prove that it's curving. You haven't, have you? Have you?
But you're confusing GPS with cell towers.
I'm not confusing anything. Look, I'm not confusing.
They're different things.
Look, this is what you're doing. What you're doing is not acknowledging the problem with your position. Your position is this. You are running to satellites and GPSs when you haven't established the Earth to. And I asked you a straightforward question. Have you measured the surface of the Earth to prove that it is curving? Have you done that yet?
Well, no, but anybody can measure it.
Right, so you would need to do that first, and then have the Earth as a globe. Then we can begin to tackle the other problems. At this point, whatever you put forward will be deemed null and void at the moment. Null and void. Sorry, that is the integrity of the situation.
So okay, let's start from the start then. So you want to measure the curvature of the Earth. That's what you want.
That's what you've got to do first, of course, because you need to prove that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Of course.
Okay.
Can I talk, guys, if it's okay? If you guys don't mind.
Yeah, 1 minute. One person at a time, please.
No, you guys are like 3 or 4 people talking on the voice chat, and there are 5 people talking on the comments. And
Look, if you can just wait your turn, please, for the second time in asking. Please wait your turn, please. Right, carry on.
I'm not sure how to
Fine
pronounce
line.
his name, but I think it's pronounced Aristophanes.
Yes, okay. Aristophanes. Let's take him on. What about Aristophanes, and how did he prove the globe?
Okay, he proved the globe by using 2 sticks. He put stakes apart, like I believe it was like 100 kilometers or more than that, and with a ruler, a tape measure, and just using the time of day, he was able to prove the curvature of the Earth.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that at all. Actually, he wasn't able to do that. 1, he had already presupposed that the Earth was a globe already. 2, he assumed the distance to the sun, that the rays were coming in parallel when we've never seen that in our lives. And then 3, the other problem is, how could he know the difference between? Hang on, how could he know that what was going on between the distance of Alexandria and Syene, which is 500 miles approximately? How would he know all this? So basically, he's assumed. And as we live on a flat Earth, the shadows that was casted from the stick and the obelisk happen on a flat Earth. Okay, we can replicate the same thing exactly to the same if we bring the sun closer. We get the exact same results. Flat, not curvy, by the way.
If only
Has any of you tried replicating
the stars closer to a planet.
Oh,
we
it's
can do
been
that.
done many times, man. It's been done. It's the Aristophanes or Eratosthenes has been debunked completely to destruction. It doesn't work. And then the final point is this: the capping stone is this: we can't even validate that the man lived, ladies and gentlemen. We have no evidence of him even living. That's the other problem. Okay? And remember, today's modern technology is not able to measure a single degree, but yet a man in a loincloth and a pair of battered sandals managed to prove the curvature of the earth, but today's nanotechnology can't prove it. Now there's a mismatch there completely. Okay? So, and where's the modern day measurements of the curvature? Why 2,500 years ago methodology? What about modern times, please? Do you have a modern measurement? Do you have anybody measuring in modern times, please? See the problem?
Wait,
and have you
I
measured
lost.
it? Yeah. And why haven't you measured it yourself? If it's so easy, why haven't you done that? So you can confirm and shut us up.
Why haven't I measured the?
Yes, of course, because you offered it up as an easy thing to do. Why don't you do that, please?
Because I don't have doubts.
No, you don't have doubts. So
Yeah.
you haven't proven. No, excuse me. You see, you now are making a bold claim when you haven't even checked anything. He hasn't checked it, ladies and gentlemen, but he's got no doubts. Have you measured the curvature of the earth? No. So how can you know? You don't know the earth is a ball. You haven't measured it yet. That's a fantasy
mean,
I'm still waiting for your measurement.
Yeah.
but like, have all of you measured? Like,
Yes,
try
we have.
measuring?
Yes,
So,
we have.
when
Every
you
single
said
one
that,
of us.
you said that it didn't work. What part didn't work?
We are okay. Simple, yeah. You don't even know the numbers here, ladies and gentlemen. As you've said, you don't know anything about the model really, and you don't know the technical aspects. You know nothing of the communication. It's simple, yeah. We gave you the numbers: 24,901 miles circumference, radius 3,959, and says who took you through the Black Swan. You know the 2 oil rigs that he showed you, yeah, and the horizon. That's where your globe got debunked. But you didn't acknowledge it again, you see?
No.
You're going around
Hold
in a
on.
circle.
Wait. Let me go with you, okay? So
Okay, go with
you
me.
said
Go
that you
ahead.
tried measure the circumference of the Earth, right?
We tried to measure it, yeah. The
Okay. How did you
circumference,
try
the
to measure it?
curvature of the Earth, to be exact. Curvature, yes.
How did you try to measure it?
Right, with long distance observations. I
Okay.
just told you
No.
the oil rigs. The oil rig. Hello, listen
Not
up.
only observation. Not only
That is
observation.
that. Look. When you make an observation at a long distance, you want to know what that distance is, and then you want to know how much curvature from your position to the object there should be. Now, if the curvature is not there, and you can see the object, that proves you're on a flat Earth. It's that simple.
That's only observation, though.
That's correct. Well, that's all I need, isn't it? That's all I need.
Give me the math that proves that
We
the
gave
Earth
it
is
to you.
flat.
It's 8 inches per mile squared times the observer height. What more do you
Okay,
want?
hold on. 8 inches? 8
Yeah,
inches
8 inches per mile squared.
miles
And if you look at
square?
the Earth's curvature calculator, that gives you the distance between 2 distances. So, for example, if you're looking over 10 miles and you can see an object 10 miles away, for example, across a lake, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature blocking your observation. Earth's curvature should be blocking your line of sight, but it's not. It's clearly, your object is clearly visible. Then there's a 20-mile observation. Okay, there should be 266 feet of curvature. Again, objects are being seen, laser beams tests are being conducted, targets are being hit. Then you've got 30 miles, which is again 600 feet of curvature. Again, no curvature there. So these are observations that you need to make. I can give you a long list, thousands of these observations. You're going to have to go and make one of those for yourself to conduct it, remember.
Okay, how far
Because
away
it's no
can we
good
see?
you listen. It's no, hang on, let me finish, please. It is no good you listening to us and acknowledging what we're saying, but then do not go out and confirm and validate. That would mean you are believing what we say. We don't want you to believe us. We want you to go and validate. You haven't done any validation to date yet. You're doing a lot of believing. Okay, carry on.
Again, because I'm new to this topic. I just came here. I really didn't think there was people that actually believe in that the Earth was flat.
Yeah, we know it's flat. You keep misrepresenting us. We know that the Earth is flat. We don't think it. We don't believe it. We actually know because we've gone out to validate the globe only to find that the Earth is flat. Indeed.
Again, sir, I'm saying that I didn't know that people existed, that people thought that the Earth was flat. I'm not invalidating what you think. I'm just telling you
Okay.
what my perspective is.
Oh
Okay?
yeah, we know it's flat. And before I was born, so thousands of years before I was born, people knew the Earth was flat anyway. They have no reference to a globe whatsoever. There's nothing for them to think. And when you look at the stars and then you say Earth is a globe, that's a false equivalence fallacy. For you're equivalating what Earth is to the things that you've never been to and don't know what they are, but you know what the Earth is. So you cannot look up and see the moon and say Earth is a globe. That doesn't make any logical sense.
Okay.
So,
So you said
so
that the
that's what you're
top
going to need to do.
is 8 inches by per
Yeah,
mile square.
per mile squared.
What Jin is saying is correct, dude. And the globe, you gotta take into account that it was never discovered. The globe was invented, made up, was pre-assumed. It's like a story that has no a certain. It's a baseless assertion. It has no foundations based in reality. You cannot verify it. It has been falsified because the Earth is not curving, so it cannot be a globe. The closest thing to a globe that you can get is the one that you can go to the store and buy in the retail store for decoration purposes, or ones that are drawn in cartoons, depictions on paper, or graphics in a computer. That's the globes that you can probably talk about, but the Earth as one, no, it doesn't work. The
Yeah,
globe has so
that's
many problems, so many pre-assumptions, so many things that are wrong with it. The reality debunks it. Pretty simple. Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, no, thank you, James. Yeah, that was perfect. Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better than that. That's it. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help you. I'm going to post the curvature chart in this side chat in just about 60 seconds. I should come across it any minute now, and I'll post it for you, and it help you understand what we're talking about. The lack of that curvature and how much curvature there should be between point A and point B. The distance. Here it comes. Okay. Just give me a chance now. I'm going to post it in just a few seconds. Okay, and that will help you do the calculation period. It's all been done for you. All you do is look up the distance and it will give you the curvature that you should have. Okay, and this is how to measure curvature. Okay, so it's the maths you would use for yourself if you're living on a globe. Okay, if you're living on a globe, this is the maths you must use. Okay, it's in the side chat there waiting for you.
Okay, perfect. So
To
this is the
use,
math
okay?
to use if this was a globe.
Correct. So if you're living on a globe and you want to measure the curvature of the Earth, that's what you must do. You must use this formula and the measurements therein.
Okay, and does this formula work?
It certainly does, because we're not able to find the curvature of the Earth.
Wait, but if this is the formula to find the curvature of the Earth and it works,
Well, it doesn't work, does it? Because we're not able to find the curvature of the Earth with it. So well, basically, hang on. What I mean is this: that works, but we're not able to find the curvature with it. We're finding horizontality everywhere with that formula. Don't start trying to convolute it. Yeah, it's what you would use if you're going to measure curvature. Okay, remember, you haven't gone out. You
The
haven't gone
formula
out
is correct based on the formula is correct based on the model assertion. But when you go to you can have it on paper. That's the formula on paper, and you can read it and make a model out of it, right? But when you go to reality, to the world, to check it, to verify the thing on paper, you come to find out that it's falsified because the formula doesn't work out there. It's not out there when you go to the fields, to the surface
Yeah.
across the earth. It's not there.
Yeah.
The formula is only on that math, that globe is only on paper, not at the surface of the earth.
Yeah, the globe is not a representation of the Earth that we live on. The maths is correct for a spherical ball Earth. So when you take it to Earth to go measure and confirm the curvature, we are unable to do that. Why? Because the Earth is totally extended, flat, level, horizontal everywhere. It's not curving. So therefore, We're not able to measure. We're able to see long distances. And then there's the military application, for example, and aeroplanes. They don't consider Earth's curvature or rotation when they're firing their weapons of mass destructions, their missiles, or flying helicopters or even aeroplanes. Okay, they don't take into consideration Earth's curvature or rotation. And yet there are legal documents that state that you have to consider Earth flat and non-rotating. Government agency documents. What agencies are they? They would be the KGB, the CIA, NASA, the military, the Navy, the Air Force, and then the aviation industry, the pilot schools. The documents are there stating that when you're flying an aeroplane, you must consider, or you have to consider, Earth to be flat and non-rotating. A non-rotating flat Earth, stationary flat Earth. Okay? Documents are there as well. Why would you need to do that if the Earth is spinning and it's curving? Surely that should be your major concern. Okay?
So, can I ask how you guys measured using this formula?
Yeah, it's quite simple. Like I said, you go to a lake, and if the lake is 10 miles long, you look across. If you can see the other side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see it from your height because there should be 66.6 feet of curvature blocking your view. And if you're going to ask, has anybody done that? We've done that, and there's a representation video in there for you to watch. And the individual breaks it down using the curvature maps, a projector, and the island, everything to scale. It's in there already. I already posted it. Oahu, you got to go back just a little bit more. Okay? And the black swan is another example, the one with the oil rigs, which are going around in circles at the moment. The oil rigs have done it. I posted a video about maybe 45 minutes ago or so, an hour. Just scroll back a little bit, you'll see it. The island of Oahu. It's thumbnail, it's yellow, little black dot arrow. Click on that. And that's the 12-minute explaining how this island of Oahu is seen from another island called Kauai, right? The distance is 108 miles from the center of both islands, okay? And the altitude is there. You can see it at sea level. You can see it from 100 feet as well. And all the maths works out, and the island is visible. 100 miles plus. Okay?
Wait, where are you seeing that? Are you streaming?
Okay, let me post that video for you again. I'll put it in the side chat. Hold on a second, please.
Okay.
Because I can see that you're not going to be able to find it, are you? Okay, no problem. We aim to please here.
No, you
Your wish,
let me know. Sorry.
your wish is
I'm
our
getting
command.
overwhelmed with
It's
so many
okay.
math. I'm getting
It's
overwhelmed.
okay. It's okay. We're glad you're here. Just bear in mind, I've done this for 10 years now. Okay, and 48 years I believed it was a globe. So for 48 years I made an error. So the question that you should be thinking is, what changed his mind after 48 years? Yeah. Why would a man who believes in the globe for 48 years tell me it's flat? That doesn't make sense. Yeah. Well, it does make sense when you go and check it. That's why I didn't check for 48 years. Okay, I posted that video you want to watch later on. It's there. There you go.
Okay.
We have thousands of these. Remember, 10-year accumulation. So we will never run out of this stuff because the earth is flat. We have not been able to see the globe anywhere. No experience, no experience of it at all. You don't have that experience. Otherwise, you would bring that to us. The things you are bringing us are beliefs. Satellites hasn't been established. GPS hasn't been established. Right? Globe hasn't been established. Everything you've said, you haven't been able to prove because it's a belief. We, on the other hand, have given you things that you can material that you can actually validate. Every single one of those that we've given you can be proven. Nothing is a theory. Nothing is fake. It's all real.
Curvature hasn't
Empirical
been
evidence. It's all.
established. Water
Yeah,
on the
thank you.
outside of spinning balls hasn't been established. Gas pressure without a container hasn't been established. The ball falls flat everywhere you look around it. No pun intended. Basically, the globe fantasy model is a contradiction, a misrepresentation of reality. Pretty simple, though. It's not even that complicated.
Okay. I'm seeing the video, by the way. Wait a second, but hold on. Why is he recording like on top of the tree lines and not like directly on sea level?
Can you repeat that again, please? Because your voice was low. What was that?
Yes. So the person, I'm not sure if this is your video, but the person is recording this, but not at sea level. It seems like they're a little bit higher than.
Yes, that's
sea level.
okay. He will explain that in the video. If you watch on, he'll explain everything because it can be. He explains it from sea level, and he explains it from the higher up. The higher up you go, it's even worse because obviously when you go up higher, it's easy to see, but you can see it at sea level as well. Okay, it's all there.
Okay.
And you know what? You know what I'm going to do to you? You know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to give you the full version. That was the 12-minute version. I'll give you the 20-minute versions where he goes into the height of the 150 miles and that. Okay, and that's the correction video. I'll give you that as well. Why not? Let me give you that right now. Hang on a sec. Because at the end of the day, you know, we, like I said, your wish is our command here.
No, no, don't
to a
say
certain
that.
degree,
Don't
of
say
course.
that.
There you go. Okay, here it comes, coming your way in a few seconds. Yes, hang on, there's a few steps I've got to take here. Okay. Right, you should be getting it any time now. And this is not going via satellite. There you are. Bang. That's the full version of the one you're looking at. The short one is good enough. It explains it perfectly. You know, he just gives you a fuller version. That's all. Taking in the 150 feet that he was looking for. And the reason why, because he said it was like 50 feet, but it turned out to be 150 feet up from the airport, I think it was. But yeah, there you go. Absolutely marvelous video. And remember, you've still got to go out and confirm for yourself. That's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that you can look at all the material you like, and you do have your experiences that they all count, but nothing counts better than you actually confirming it. Okay, you've experienced it, no globe, that's fine, and you can accept that. And you've seen the material of other people doing it. Then when you go and do it for yourself, that's when you know, and that no one is ever going to tell you anything else that the earth is a globe, because you realize it is not. And then that's what you've got to now reconcile with yourself, you know, self-counseling and that. And maybe you might go somewhere else to confirm a few other areas. That's good. And then look into the other parts of the history of your life, what you've learned. Have you learned history correctly? Is what you were taught at school actually the event? And you're going to find out that they've lied about everything. You've lived your life through a tissue of lies all over the place. Just amazing how much lies they've told us over the years. You could practically say they've lied to you every day of the week. You could literally say that. And they're lying to you every day now. It doesn't stop because they're indoctrinating the younger generation, and they continue to indoctrinate you. So when you wake up, you begin to take control of your life, then you recognize the lies, and of course you avoid the lies. And you're the one that's going to be better off.
you know what, Jin? I just want to add to that. It's got to the point now where it's a bit like a recreational sport. They're competing with each other to see what lies, how ridiculous a lie they can get away with. That's why we see articles where space smells like popcorn or it's raining diamonds on Uranus. They get credit for pulling off better lies, more ridiculous lies.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is they have now become emboldened because they realize that you lot, maybe not you in particular, but the rest of the world are indoctrinated and they're sleepwalking. They're so emboldened that they've done nasty things like 9/11. They've got the confidence to do something like that and blame another race. And everyone's looking at the other race, but they're not looking at the terrorists within their own country. For example, ladies and gentlemen. So my friend Roots is exactly correct. They're competing now. It's a joke. It really is a dangerous one as well. But you're right. I thought of that as well. Yeah. Yeah. They become emboldened.
They get I think they get a kick out of it as well, you know, just pushing us to our limits. But it's all in the name of, you know, indoctrinating us into, you know, the more lies we believe, the more we don't know who we are. We don't know where we are. We can, you know, it creates a platform for more lies in the future. So it's, you know, it's not just fun for them. It's actually benefiting them to dumb us down.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen this meme, right? Where you've got the world leaders laughing their heads off in stitches. Have you seen that one? I found that disturbing. Did you see that meme ever?
I haven't seen it.
Oh.
Yeah, it gets used a lot. Gets about that one.
Yeah. A very disturbing image indeed, ladies and gentlemen, when you see the world leaders in stitches, and I mean they're holding their tummies, and they're laughing at us, by the way. Okay, they're laughing at all those who are indoctrinated. Okay, I mean I'm not anymore, but I'm still part of you lot, as it were. So that's why I say they're laughing at us. Okay.
So
really
when you say they're
disturbing.
laughing at us, like you mean like the government, like all the governments of the world?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, think about it, right? Maybe it's the truth that the Earth's flat, and maybe evolution's a lie, and maybe the Big Bang's a lie. So how funny would it be if you managed to convince the whole world that they came from a bunch of monkeys who spawned from some stardust, who have no knowledge of self and their history? You've given them a false history. That'd be pretty funny at the very, very top. There's no way back from that level of deception. Well, there is, but it's going to take a hell of a lot of, you know, you're going to have to rebuild your whole worldview.
So I still don't understand the motives because, like, let's just put an example. Why does it matter if the world is flat or it's a globe? Why does it matter either way?
Okay. Do you want to take that one, Ruth?
Well, just want to echo what I just said, because with a globe Earth comes space. With space comes the Big Bang. With the Big Bang comes evolution. And now your great ancestors are monkeys. There is no God. Aliens could attack any moment, or we could die from a meteor. You live in fear, and you decide this is all too much. Let's give our power to the government.
There you go. And
All God-given rights cancelled.
Yeah, what I'm about to add on to what Roots had just said, he himself has said and agrees with me and all the others, and it's this. Remember, our parents have paid for our education, for example, right? So if we're being misinformed at school, that would be a gross misuse of the taxpayers' money. And then industries have spawned from the lies. You know, you've got your satellite industry, which you believe in and you're hanging on dearly to. Then you've got the space industry. Right? Rocketry.
Climate change.
Nonsense. Yeah, there you go. All right. And none of these things are actually happening, but the taxpayers' money are going there to the tune where our children's children are going to be paying this bill. Okay.
How much does NASA get a day?
Currently $67 million a year this year. The highest it was last year at $80 million a day. And then they suffered an $18 million 18% reduction this year, and it's going to go down even further next year. So the money NASA is getting is beginning to decrease. This year, $67 million this year. A day, that would be. $67 million a day for a 18 point something billion dollar budget, down from 29 billion, 200 billion last year.
Yeah, the government has been cracking down in scams. So NASA as a scam is being shut down little by little.
Yeah, it's going to go down a further 18% next year. I looked it up the other day. So yeah, definitely NASA's budget is going down. But it at its highest last year, $80 million a day.
Hey, well, at least we got Tang and Velcro.
Yeah, you know, thanks for nothing, NASA.
We have also space coffee.
Oh, do we?
How
Yeah,
could I
that's right. I
forget?
forgot about that.
How could I forget?
Cool, that would be how much for a cup?
$1 trillion, because to get space coffee, you have to spend at least $1 trillion to be able to get it.
Yeah. Elon Musk is a half a trillionaire, so he can't afford it. So yeah, okay, fine lines. You're enjoying it. I'm glad I can see.
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Not
Yeah,
gonna lie.
yeah.
I'll probably
We've
come
got
back with better arguments, right? To give you
no
guys the
problem.
fight.
No
But
problem. Yeah,
I just not familiarized with the topic. If I'm honest with you.
that's
Hey,
fine.
try your best. Try your best not to argue so much. Just consider the information and try to verify or falsify some of it. And
Yeah,
then don't
stop
no need to
believing.
argue. We can argue all you want. Yeah, we can do that. We love that. But if information is being presented to you, just like you're doing right now, just look at that and check it.
I'll try.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And be rigorous. Be rigorous, because
Yeah.
this is about empiricism. Our position is purely an empirical one. We're not coming to you with any religion or philosophy. We're coming to you with direct evidence, measurements, and observations. If you stick to that as a verification for the stories you've been told, you're only going to end up in one place. You'll realize the globe is just a belief, and flat Earth is just a empirical position of the surface of the Earth.
Already. Okay. I'll do.
Yeah. Because we're always here. Yeah,
And
we're always
please,
here.
please come back. Yeah, when you've done some research, you're definitely going to have more questions. And I like to always say this: some of the guys in here are absolutely subject matter experts. We've got guys who know everything there is to know about refraction, the celestial sphere, the global coordinate systems. There's a guy for every subject. So if you get stuck on anything, come back, ask questions. There's always someone who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, telecommunications, satellites, and the materials that they're made of, and their outgassing temperatures, which is how we know they can't be there. We've got charts, everything. We have it. Okay, and we have to have it because such is the depth of the deception that we've got to now follow it through. Take the experts and hang on to every word they say and try and verify their words and their statements and their position. It's we become the experts. Do you understand?
Yes.
Right. It's going to be really bizarre that the flat earthers, who are supposed to be tin foil hat wearers, science deniers, are the ones that are holding the standard, whilst the experts are busy deceiving you. That's what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are very, very knowledgeable. A lot of information. I'm actually overwhelmed. A lot of math.
Yeah, and it's not difficult math, so really, to be quite honest. It's not that difficult. It's what I call a supermarket shopping maths. It's not difficult. So that means that the ordinary housewife or house husband, for that matter, can actually work this out. It's not beyond them. If you can work out the change you get when you do your shopping, you'll be able to do this. It's very easy. Children of 8 can conduct this and get it right and tell you the earth is flat. Children of 8. I say 8 because that's a nice age. By this time, They've learned a lot. They've got a lot of experience by now. 8 years. It's enough to be able to do what we're doing. Basic
if you're
level,
not a fan of maths, fine lines, just punch into Google Earth Curve Calculator. And all you've got to do is punch in your height in feet, and there's a couple of them that switch metric to imperial. There's one of the first ones that comes up is something GitHub. It switches metric to imperial in case you don't use freedom units. But if you don't want to do any of the maths at all, just ask yourself a question. What are the physical properties of water? Takes the shape of its container, has a flat level surface. So how can we be living on a ball if 73% of it has a flat level surface?
Okay. Are you asking me
Interesting,
or?
isn't it?
Well,
just something for you to think about, my friend.
Yeah.
That's all. You've probably taken in a fair bit today, so.
Yeah. We were just taking a moment for the globe after what Matrix said there. That's a real globe killer, that one.
Your cup overrunneth. Your cup overrunneth with the information.
Yeah, so you don't have to.
You've been deluged.
You don't have to go too far into it. Just some really basic things can destroy the globe claim without even trying.
But you know what? Took me a year to accept it. The biggest challenge is the cognitive dissonance, the social pressure, the people around you. You got to learn how to ignore the noise and focus on the task. It's a lesson in critical thinking, Flat Earth.
So check it out. You asked earlier, what does it matter? And so I think someone else posted up in the side chat, what does it matter? If you think it doesn't matter, I dare you. Come Christmas time, when you've got your whole family sitting there, I dare you to put your hand up. Hey everyone, I'm a flat earther. And watch what happens. If it doesn't matter, they'll all just keep eating.
True, innit? Yeah.
Fire in the hole.
Oh man, you are going to have some entertainment. And you'll probably be the entertainment.
I mean, it's just me and my mom, so I don't know.
That being said, it took my wife 8 years to get on board. 8 years. And the reason for that was she just wasn't interested. She didn't think it was important enough to get into anything, you know. And you know what women are like, sometimes they have that idea. And yeah. But over the years, wherever we've been, here in Japan and whenever we traveled, I've always spoken about it all the way through. And it was a family reunion, you know, gathering, New Year 3 years ago, that she said, you know what, you're right, aren't you? I said, I've been telling you all this time. Of course I'm right. And now you need to go and confirm it for yourself, though. Not just say I'm right or you agree with me. You've got to go and check it because you must know it. That's what I said to her, my wife. She's a flat earther properly now.
Nice skin.
Yeah, she talks to her staff about it.
I flip-flopped for about a year, man. And I remember sitting there one day and I went, oh no, I'm a flat earther. Oh no.
I'm a flat earther, yeah. Great.
Why
Radio
me?
track.
Oh no.
Well done anyway. Yeah. No, I knew I was wrong instantly. You know, 5 minutes in, yeah. I just said, wow, what an idiot I've been. So it's been flogging myself for not joining the dots. Remember, I was 53 by the time I'd come to the realization of my era. And I subtract my early years of childhood. So it's a block 48 years that I had a solid core belief of globe. 48 years, which made me 53 years of age. And to realize it at that age, I thought, man, that's what I asked myself. What have I been doing with my life? Bloody hell. And then I thought of the Eyes Wide Shut. I said, that makes sense. That film makes sense. Look at me, eyes wide shut. Wow. You know?
Jin.
Yeah.
Ever since I was a little kid, all I wanted to be was a flat earther. You know what I mean? I remember one time the kids in the neighborhood carried my mom's groceries all the way home. You know why? Because I was a flat earther.
Wow. Interesting, that one position. Yeah, no, I just thought it was odd, the flat Earth. You know what I mean? I just thought it was odd to hear that the Earth was flat as a kid. I said that's stupid because I saw that ship going over the edge. NASA had just gone to the moon. You see, supposedly they're just gone, right? And I'm in Nigeria. And I thought, yeah, that's stupid. I mean, how can the Earth be flat? Look at that ship going over the edge. That would be ridiculous, I said. You know, and that galvanizes the idea that it cannot be flat. When you see that and you see how ridiculous it looks, you think, no, that's not, Earth is not flat, not at all. So by this point now, you go on to live your life without having to think about that. And you don't. Just occasionally you worry about asteroids that might end life on Earth because they ended the life of the dinosaurs, supposedly. So that was always on the back of my mind there. That, yeah, we could have an asteroid. And whenever I heard of an observatory finding such a rock that's supposed to be coming near Earth, you think, oh, well done. They're still checking. That's good, you know, as you're living your life.
Third crack rock from the Sunset Strip.
Yeah, the Sunset Strip.
Right.
Yeah, where is that place in America anyway? Where is it? New York?
Downtown Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Sorry, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. They got the driverless cars now fully functioning in Los Angeles. The WAMU or whatever, they're all Jaguar SUVs and shit.
What? Autonomous?
Huh?
Driverless, yeah.
Driverless vehicles, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of them.
I didn't think it was really picking up just yet because they're still having teething accident problems still, I thought.
Oh yeah. And if it's raining, the rain totally messes with the frequency, so it screws up their latency. You know what I mean? Because in order to have a driverless vehicle, you have to have zero latency in order for it to basically, be somewhat error free.
Yeah.
But imagine the dirty EMF it's putting out for the people who are in the car. It's just like they're boxed in with this dirty EMF. Just
Yeah,
all bad. You know?
That's true. Yeah, no, I've never been keen on the electric car or autonomous. I'm not really keen on that at all, not really.
Yeah.
You
Electric and driverless, though, it has so many more frequencies, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just not interested at all. My son's going to buy a car, yeah? It's only a small minivan, right? It's 30 years old. There you go. From 1995. He's going to buy that one. He says the old cars have more character. He's 23 years old.
They're safer, too. They're way safer, bro.
Yeah. He's
The
buying
bodies, they're made of like steel, you know?
Yeah.
Anything
That's
from
gonna
like
be
2000 and earlier?
Yeah. This is going to be his second vehicle. His first one was a Daihatsu, nice, really four-wheel drive Daihatsu, small one, really pokey and good interior, lots of electronics. But then he's going back to radio cassette tapes. And I'm saying, I've got loads.
Right.
The ones that I used to listen to when I was a teenager that I made myself on my own Sony and Hitachi radio cassette players, and some at my friend's house. I've got them here. I brought my music with me. Cassette tapes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jin, you might need to explain what cassette tapes are to half of the audience.
They know what a cassette tape is, surely. Nice music.
No, a lot of kids don't, mate.
It's basically it's music recorded onto tape. That's all it is, and it came in 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and what is it? 90 minutes. Yeah, you could even go 120 minutes, but we stuck with the 60 minutes to 90 minutes. They're the best ones. They didn't stretch as much. Okay, the longer the time, the heavier the reel will be. The more likelihood the tape is going to stretch over time. Okay, and then you get distortion in your sound. But no, my tapes are all at 60 and 90-minute tapes. TDK, Japanese brand, best in the world at the time. Yeah. They've since shut down
Yeah,
now.
what does TDK stand for? The Dino Experiment?
I never did know what the TDK stood for, but it's Japanese. So it would have a Japanese meaning, yeah. Remember, I started using them in England when I was 18.
Right.
The first tape I bought was TDK to run on my JVC cassette player. The first one I ever bought was a JVC.
All I know is I never left my fingerprints on my old English. Nah. You still a moderator on Jim Panda, whatever? Panda Express?
Yeah,
Cool. That's
I'm
right.
still a moderator.
Yeah, that's
for,
right.
for all the moderating I do. I don't do that much, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just one or two characters that I do moderate. But for the most part of it, I tend to have it going smoothly for myself, so I'm quite lucky.
Yeah, right.
Gem Panda mutes me though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he mutes
That
me.
would suck to be like the mindset of those people, like where they're constantly like living in like not really fear, but like just like just like
Narnia.
constant
That's
anxiety
Narnia all
over
the
like
time.
the right and all they care about is like the right and the left, the right and the left, the red and the blue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not in the real world at all. They're just
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah.
That's why I always address the ladies and gentlemen. If it's a live stream, then I say, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is what they're trying to tell you. Okay, I'm telling you this. This is what they're telling you. You make your decisions for yourself at the end of the day. But the earth is indeed flat, and that's not subject to your disapproval. It doesn't matter how much you disapprove of it. It's flat.
For all intents and purposes.
Yeah, the way it's been used and mapped and engineered, construction. No one considers Earth as a globe. It's not considered. See, this is the thing, right? If I wasn't a flat earther, I would be thinking that it was considered. That's the thing. Because most people out there think that they are considering Earth's curvature and rotation, because that's what you think. You see? Even though you're not thinking about it. It's an assumption even. Yeah. More so an assumption.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you become a flat earther, and then you realize that in engineering, construction, military application, it's not considered. That does drive home the message how dumb I was.
Right.
Ooh. Yeah. So you have to unlearn what you've learned. Yeah. Rewind everything and then start again. It's okay. It's good. That's what I mean by a second lease of life. And if you're fit, then you're going to get more energy from that. Yeah. And that's what's happened to Jin. Jin has been given an extra boost on top of his energy already. Feel sorry for those globers. That's all I say. Yeah. And then with the experience that I have, I can actually help people to find their way. Okay. Yeah, you need to go back. Okay, now look at all the photographs you took. Go back. Where did you see that curvature? You didn't see it. Now, isn't that not odd? That you've lived this long and you're living on a ball and it hasn't reached you. You haven't seen it. You haven't connected. That would be impossible, wouldn't it? Right. That should make you think. Right. And then the water just lying level. The surface of the water is always level wherever. It cannot form round a ball. Then the first thing they go to is gravity. And that was for most people, it's hard for them to let go. But when you actually say to them, well, Sir Isaac Newton himself disagreed with the theory. He couldn't prove it and distanced himself from it. He didn't want to be associated with it. So it wasn't proven. He didn't agree with it. We didn't learn that at school. No, we didn't. But look, there's a citation of him actually saying it. Read it for yourself, out of his own mouth to your ears. Okay? And now you learn. That's what they're keeping from us, this kind of information. Now, what about Albert Einstein then? Well, Albert Einstein didn't prove it. How does a pencil dropping on the floor bend and warp the space-time fabric? Do we have a fabric that is space? Come on. Where's the logic in all that? Clever word salad. That's all that is to keep you deceived. You don't understand that. The bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. You hear that, you shut down. Yeah, you shut off. You just shut off because you think, well, yeah, all right, okay, Albert, you've gone too far already. You shut down. But when you actually analyze the words, and then you try and drop your pencil, and then you try to equate that to space-time, bending the fabric of, come on, where's the sense in that in itself? Right.
Hey, Gene, that nonsense makes a lot of nonsense, yes.
Yeah, it makes a lot of no sense, yes. It certainly does, right? So when you explain to them now that it's the medium, that would be the air we're in, or even water as well, that's another medium. Okay, so when you look at the behavior of the pencil in the medium you're in, and you've got your helium balloon in your left hand and the pencil in your right hand, and you let them go at the same time, and if you're in a room of gravity, it's affecting you. It's supposed to be keeping you on the ground. Okay, you let go, and then the pencil goes, but the balloon goes up. Well, how can that be? And if you work out the weight of the two of them, the balloon is lighter. So by right, that balloon should never leave the ground because it's so light. The power of gravity. If it's pulling my pencil down, pulling me down, pulling down the chair, the TV, the drinks cabinet, the whiteboard, the bicycles, everything's being pulled down. Your car, your truck, but it can't pull down the balloon. Work it out simple like that. And then people say, no, that's because it's lighter than air. They go, okay, you are correct. That's right. So then that means that the pencil, by the same logic, the pencil is heavier than the air, isn't it? Okay. And then the students just silence, boom. Watershed moment of realization. Yeah, that's right. So it's
What's
got
the
nothing
matter?
to do with gravity. Yeah?
Your big giant Earth can't hold down a tiny little bubble at the bottom of the ocean. Oh, come on, big old giant gravity Earth. Pull on that little bubble. Stop it from going to the surface. Come on. Come on. Come on, gravity.
Go there. Hurry
Pull
up.
down that tiny, tiny little bubble. You can't? Oh.
And then you have an apple. You have an apple, and then you have your little pebble, tiny little pebble. And you throw the apple into the water, it goes badoosh. But then it pops back up. You throw the pebble, and it doesn't come back up. It goes down. Where's gravity in all this, ladies and gentlemen? Why is it that the gravity is pulling the stone through the water, but it doesn't pull down the apple?
Right.
And the apple weighs more.
Like they say, see, look, gravity doesn't let this big giant military tank float off into the sky. Meanwhile, the butterfly's just flapping around like it's effortlessly, like just. What? Gravity? What gravity?
And you know what I like the best, is that you see a helium balloon pick up a tank from the ground. Helium balloon picking up a tank, ladies and gentlemen. The expression I heard was, it was stealing it from gravity. That was the expression I heard back in 2016. Stealing it from gravity, the helium balloon. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, why aren't all these clouds falling on my head? I don't get it.
Yeah.
I can see a bunch of clouds right now. They're not falling down.
Those are
Laden
chemtrails.
with water.
That's smart dust they're spraying, bro.
All right. So sometimes the simplest
No,
explanation.
these are real clouds.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say sometimes the simplest explanation just covers it completely. Pencil heavier than air, balloon lighter than air. That's why they go up and they go down. Now, when people start to conflate, why down? Why down? I feel like saying to them, why have you got a mouth? Why have you got a nose? Why have you got a head? Yeah, why have you got a hole in your bottom so you can go for a poo? Why?
Pause.
Don't stop asking me silly questions like why it's down. Honestly. Why is down, ladies and gentlemen? Why is up?
The girl guys.
Why do you have ears? Honestly, you know, that's when you know you've won anyway. Okay, because you've reduced them to asking silly little questions like this.
Well, they really mean to say outwards and inwards.
Yeah.
Because there's no direction on their ball. There's no up and down.
Mm.
Up and down's relative to horizontal and vertical.
It's a flat Earth reference. Yeah. And the reason for that up and down, ladies and gentlemen, is because when you build your foundation and it's level, you don't want to erect a wall. You don't want it erecting at an angle, because then it will topple over. Your house and everything will just topple over. So that upward is a good evidence of flat Earth, and you know you have to adhere to it. Otherwise, your buildings are going to topple down, topple over, your skyscrapers and the like. Plumb level. The Brazilians decided to measure the curvature of the Earth, and they used GPS to measure the distance between two buildings, 1,830 miles apart. And they were saying that the distance from the foot of the building, that's the entrance, when you go in through the doors, to the roof where the helicopter is going to land on the roof, the distance at the top should be greater by several meters than the distance at the bottom. Okay, and they found that the buildings were both the same at the top and the bottom, plumb level. That's at 1,830 miles apart, two separate buildings. Yeah. Two different locations, of course. Yeah. That was a good little test, that one. And then they did several tests over the ocean. No curvature to mention. They went to southern France. No curvature there. I think they spent 7 years research into proving the Earth a globe. That was their intention, because all of them said they cannot believe that the Earth isn't a globe because of all the evidence we have that's been accumulated over the years. It is impossible. And then because he was like he was in the agricultural business. Another one was into geology and that. Okay, he said, I want to know whether or not my knowledge is worth anything. That's what he said. When I'm jogging, I said, it ain't worth 2 bob, mate. As I'm jogging and I'm listening, every time he says it, I always say that. It ain't worth anything, mate. Sorry, because the Earth is not a globe. I want to know whether or not my knowledge is worth anything. So I cannot believe the Earth is not a globe. And then they became flat earthers. And I loved it. Yeah. There's nothing more gratifying than seeing people who are staunch globers becoming flat earthers. Through their own proof. Yeah. Mind you, they did go on to speculate. And of course, that's where I separate. When people go into the speculations theme of their explanations, I tend to separate from there. You know, I don't really, because I can't really prove it. Can't prove what they're saying. So, but the fact that they proved the Earth is flat, great. Not a ball, fantastic. That's what I'm interested in at this point. Of course, I would.
There's an interesting side of the Brazilians. They did very meticulous testing, multiple different ones, laser, radar. What was the other one? Surveying. They did a high altitude. They did probably like 7 different in many locations. and they were
Yeah.
able to falsify the curvature of the Earth with all their tests. Very methodical, very precise methods that they utilized to check if there was curvature there. They came out to the conclusion that there was no curvature, and even though they did realize there was no curvature, so the Earth is not a globe, they still, some of them, not all of them, they still have like an outside perspective in their mind, and they constructed like some of them kind of like had this idea of the image that they had in the documentary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So it's because still the one that is doing the test and confirming there is no curvature still can have a mental construct, and it will be a misrepresentation of. They don't have that perspective from an outside point of view, but still can picture something like that.
Mm.
It was kind of like that wasn't them. I'm not saying that was everybody doing those tests that actually came to that conclusion, but someone probably
Yeah.
introduced that perspective and that concept into the equation, and it
Yeah.
was just the same mistake that people made with the globe, basically the same mistake or a similar one.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They tried to replace it, you see. What they should have stuck with is just that they've proven that the Earth isn't a globe, which is fair enough. They were speculating, which everyone's free to do that, of course. But as long as you say clearly that this is speculation, this is not the shape of the Earth because we do not know it. So this can be dismissed at your leisure, no problem. But we know the surface is not curving. It is not an oblate spheroid. Definitely not. Just like Major General Albert Stubblebine III in his interview when he was explaining the hole that hit the Pentagon. Okay, he said that that hole is too small for a Boeing 757-200 to have made that hole. He said, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I know, aeroplanes have two wings, and I don't see the impact marks from the two wings and the engine. And then the tail rudder section of the aircraft, I don't see the impact mark there. But when I look in the hole, I see a turbine, a turbine blade. So I think it could be a missile. I'm not sure yet, but I know what it isn't. What's happening, he said, quote unquote. Major General Albert Stubblebine III. Talking about the Flight 77 that supposedly slammed into the Pentagon. There was no plane parts, no damage, no mess, no oil, no fire, not from a plane anyway. And the hole was too small. So it was a missile that went through there. Of course it was. Nothing else. No plane. Yeah, the plane would have been too big. It would have knocked down all the street lights. It would have crashed before it got to the Pentagon. It would have crashed. Would have been a nasty ball on the ground and slid, right? And slid, and you'd see the plane on fire. It wouldn't have got to the Pentagon, I don't think. And if it did, it would have slammed in, kind of like sideways on, right? It wouldn't have made a hole. It would have covered more area. It wouldn't have been a neat little 16-foot hole. It would have been a nasty mess of plane all over the Pentagon, all of it. Wings, undercarriage, tail sections, fuselage. It would have been a nasty mess because there's too many obstacles in the way before you get there. And you only need to clip one of those lampposts, and then the plane is going to be out of control. It's already low. It would hit the ground and just turn into a ball of fire and roll and slam into the Pentagon because you can't fly it in. No way. No way. It would have hit the ground and just totally, and then there would have been scorch marks. But you see today, the grass is so clean that Tiger Woods could have practiced his golfing strokes on that green. It was that clean.
So you're saying the ground was so clean that literally there was zero airplane parts on the ground. Zero?
Zero
right?
airplane damage parts on the ground. You
On
will
the ground,
notice
zero.
though. Yes, that's correct. This is at the Pentagon.
Yeah, I know, but okay, so when the Pentagon, when they first, when how they have like a celebration or ceremony when they dig the first like shovel for the like for buildings when they're building them. So they first dug earth or whatever, had that celebration ceremony, whatever, on I think it was 1941, but it was September 11th. So that was that was when the Pentagon officially opened, September 11th, and then the Pentagon inside the Pentagon was called Ground Zero Cafe, and it was a hot dog stand.
Okay.
I'm just saying though.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I think what they do, they crack break land or something. They call that when they take that first shovel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so it was on September 11th though when they did it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a huge coincidence theorist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's amazing, isn't it? The coincidence there. It's just too much. Too much.
Now think about this. The NIST, when they were working with FEMA, not to be confused with feminist, but when they were working with FEMA, NIST, their main explanation for why it free fell, whatever, is because of the gas, all the jet fuel, right? What if there is no jet fuel? What if jets don't run off fuel?
Yeah.
What are they going to say then?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think honestly, I don't think jets have put fuel in the wings. That's just my opinion, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We've looked into it as well. I'm with you on that. We've still got a question mark. How much is in that plane? Still, the jury's out. I would agree. But with the NIST report, this is the bone of contention for the last 24 years. That the report that they put forward goes against natural law, laws of physics, and what's the other one? Laws of physics. And against the architect industry and how they construct their buildings. Okay, the integrity within each skyscraper. Remember, before that incident, no skyscraper had ever collapsed. That's a Class A grade. Class A and Class 1 grade buildings have never collapsed due to fire. Never, not one anywhere. But yet we have 3 happening in one day. Okay, of such great Class A buildings, they never collapse. Okay, so this is the problem, and this report goes against all of that, and it doesn't match what we witness either. This is what's taking so long, and Congress has found in favor of NIST, so no justice has been had for 24 years. But anyway, and all that happened on
that's because they're all feminists. They're all feminists.
We got Sarwar opening his mic. Sarwar, do you got any questions about the topic of the VC?
Welcome, Star Wars. Welcome.
I think it's Sarwar or something.
Okay, Star Wars. Sorry. Welcome to you, sir. Please come in, relax, and ask your questions whenever you're ready.
We got Mansick hot mic, and Mansick, do you want to say something?
Man sick. Are you sick, man sick?
It's more like seeking. Mansky.
Oh, Mansky.
It's man seeking. It's a man seeking.
No, nothing says take me serious like a picture of like a little like Japanese cartoon and a little Sailor Moon type of Pokemon. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Oh God.
So yeah, all this is happening on a flat Earth, non-rotating, not hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year. That's a lot of mileage. And all your stars are in the same place. You know, and you get these globers like to argue that the stars have moved so many. Don't rubbish me. We're talking 19.2 billion miles in 63 years of my life. Don't be telling me about that. It's only they've moved a little, 0.0 whatever that is degrees. Crap. Nonsense. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, that's what they try and tell you.
Because they're too far away for us to tell that they're moving or not, but they're not even there. They've already exploded. So we're seeing something that's not really there, but it's too far away to see that it's moved.
Yeah, that's right.
Glober, so you're gonna let these guys talk to you like that? Come on, Glober, say
Mental
something.
gymnastics.
How can you defend the light year theory that all these stars are like Polaris is 430 plus light years away? 1 light year the equivalent of 6 trillion miles for one light year.
That makes a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of no sense. It does.
What do you think, Flat Earth Saints? Does the nonsense make a lot of nonsense?
Yeah.
Does the nonsense makes a lot of sense?
Bro, it's just all fantasy, bro. You know what I mean?
You should
It's
add
just
one
all
of those.
fantasy.
How do you say? Try to the nonsense making sense into some of your lyrics.
I know, right? Yeah. It's just like it's just like they have all these different things to cover this and that, and by the time you get back around to the subject, dude, they'll triple team you, and basically they work with like they have longevity, and they'll work with like power and numbers, so they just wear you out physically. You know what I mean?
Nah, not
Or they
me.
try to. Not wear you
I,
out, but you only are awake for so many hours in a day. You know what I mean?
yeah, I sleep standing up. I sleep on the run. I'm ready to destroy those Glovers, and I do.
That's right.
They're the ones
Yeah.
they're the ones that are out of breath. Let me tell you something. When I go in there, they're getting a workout. You can hear them breathing heavy because they're trying to say so much, and I'm drowning them. And they're trying to keep it. They cannot. They're out of breath. You should go in there when I'm in there. Jim Pando, and I start get going. They're the ones out of breath. And then I call them unfit bums as well.
We got Woimbom trying to say something. Go ahead, Woim.
Yeah, it's Abraham. It's just funny.
Abraham,
I'm
are you gonna
listening.
let the
Yeah.
Flat Earthers talk to you like that?
I do not know.
About the
It
globe?
seems like-
He says he doesn't know. I like the answer.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm just listening to you people. You're doing
Well,
good.
what do you think?
Doing
What do you
that.
think about what we've said? If you've been listening, is there anything you think we've got wrong? Are we being
No, I
outrageous?
was like more like I was more linear with your opinion. It was nice. I agree with that kind of.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what we try to do is not give opinions as such, but we do try to give facts as opposed to opinions, because again, an opinion, what is that really?
Appreciate it.
Let's
Appreciate it.
talk
Yeah,
about
that
the
was my.
facts of the matter. That way we can use that. We can use facts more so than an opinion. You see. So if we say that the Earth is flat and that's a fact, right? That means we've gone out to check it. And if we say that nobody knows the Earth is a globe, that's a fact. Okay, we can prove that because 100%, if we have 10 people coming in here, I don't think one of them will know the model complete. And they won't know the Earth is a globe because they haven't measured the curvature of the Earth to prove it's a globe. So we can say for a fact that nobody knows the Earth is a globe, but yet you hear that from from the scientists and those who believe the Earth is a globe. Part of their argument is, yeah, but everybody knows it's a globe. How can you think it's flat? Everybody knows the Earth is a globe. Everybody doesn't know the Earth is a globe, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the actual truth. Nobody knows the Earth is a globe. Nobody.
It was nice to meet you guys. See you guys later. Hopefully I can come back and resume our conversations.
Yeah, fine lines. Of course. You know how we roll here.
Anytime, man.
So we look
Alrighty.
forward to your return. Hopefully you're going to be returning as a flat earther. Of course. That's what I expect. I don't expect you to be bringing me any more globe nonsense because it doesn't exist, but we wait to see, of course.
Alrighty. Well, take care, guys. Bye.
Yeah, enjoy the weekend. Enjoy your weekend.
You too.
That
Thank
sounds
you.
like a fine glober.
Yeah. He took in all the material we gave him. He's taken it away. He's been looking at it, listening to us, asking all the questions, pushing back a little bit. But then you said to him, take your time, digest the stuff we've given you. Don't try to argue too much because he doesn't know the stuff anyway. So he wouldn't be able to win an argument. And now he's going to go away, and hopefully he's going to return as a polished up flat earther. Yeah.
You will find out that there's no fine straight lines on a globe.
That's right. Yes. A straight line is straight and level.
That's very ambitious of you, Jin. Very, very ambitious.
Oh, I like to be ambitious. You know, be ambitious, young man. Be
I gotta say,
old man.
you're much more of a an optimist than I am when it comes to these things.
Yeah,
You
yes.
know, I'm such a pessimist,
Be
bro.
optimistic, young man. Be
I try to
ambitious
be,
and be
bro.
optimistic.
I try to be, bro. I've only seen.
Jin always have high expectations for the young people. He wants them to to stand up. I mean, to grow, and I don't know. Jin always have like he wants to speak to the young people and try them to start thinking for themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, and express themselves. Carry good knowledge and carry it well. Speak with confidence. Speak well to what you know. Exactly.
Yeah.
Put your best foot forward.
I got a theory that I want to run by you guys real quick. And this is for all intents and purposes just my opinion, right? So you know how the old cathedrals and castles didn't have any plumbing systems, and they said like they peed and pooped in buckets and threw it out the window, and like, but I mean that just doesn't sound, okay, so you've heard that story, right?
Yep.
Say the people didn't used to eat anything and therefore they didn't poop or pee.
Yes. So look, bro, that's exactly what I was going to say. So listen. I think the two holes that we have on our body, the pee hole and the asshole, the back hole is just for letting out gas and steam, and the front one is for semen, for procreation. Now, I think that once we started eating, then, it was like it could be reverse engineered for this purpose, just like you can speak into a speaker and listen through a microphone, but it wasn't meant for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, but in order to have gas, you would have eaten something that's caused the gas in your stomach. Otherwise, if you're just breathing air, you're just breathing in, it's coming out your lungs and out your nose. Come on, man.
Well, you could have gas from electrical buildup.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
he might be trying to say, I don't know, flat earth saints, but I probably heard some people saying this in the past, and they're saying maybe people used to get energy from the ether or go to these cathedrals and be energized and not need to have food or
Yeah.
get in the sunlight, get in the air.
like,
That will be
I have
energized to them, and
that before, like,
they didn't have to eat for energy, and therefore they didn't
Well,
poop.
what about the animals, though?
Still,
What about the animals then?
yeah,
What
the
about the
animals
animals?
also eat
If you
and have the
compare it,
water. The animals have the similar stuff, so yeah.
if you compare it with a car,
they
then
eat leaves.
it's more like, yeah. Your point was good. Like, if you compare it with a car, then like its nose is enough for you for like passing out the gas. So the like butthole is not that like important for like it doesn't count for that reason.
Yeah, no, that's just interesting, but it falls flat on its face because the animals, the fish, everybody eats, man. Everything eats.
Well, yeah, but just like the animals has really nothing to do with us, though. That's like saying, like, look at the sky, the earth. Therefore, the earth must be.
Well,
you know
look. Okay, look. Let's take an animal and we skin it, and you see bone, you see cartilages, you see similar things that we have in our own. So we're
organs,
close.
you see brains, you see eyes, you see ears,
you see blood,
mouth, teeth, you see
come on, man.
livers.
The difference is, though, we have dominion over all that. We have full dominion.
Yeah, that's why we farm them. We farm them and eat them.
Yeah.
I mean that. Regardless of that, though, I don't agree with that. I mean, I agree. Obviously, it happens. I just don't morally. I don't agree with that. But okay. But all I'm saying is that, like, if he created us in his own image, right? Not the animals or anything. But I'm just saying, I think it is possible for people if people are in the right environments, like these ethereal charged like buildings and stuff like that. If they are in there, I believe that they could go long periods without food or water.
You're probably talking not in this fallen state right now. You're probably thinking a man walking next to God in heaven and getting the energy from the source itself. Don't need to eat, and they're they're different. But now we are in this environment that we have to eat. We have to drink water. We have to drink the water, and we have to drink the water, and we have to eat, and that's just reality. We that's the way it works.
Yeah, I think Matrix. Someone's trying to get in on the side.
Someone is
yeah,
trying
but I
to
was in the middle of my sentence.
Sorry.
That's great. You just lost one, guys. Well done for talking shit. But anyways, As is were.
Talking shit? I'm not talking shit.
Well,
Hey,
Adam
thank you
was
for clarifying.
instructed
I
he was able
appreciate it.
to eat from any tree except for one. So
Oh yeah, the forbidden.
Except for from the tree of Scientia, right?
So what's for dinner?
Yeah, I can hear the noise in the background. What is for dinner?
I'm eating an omelet right now with avocado and toast and red
Oh, that
potatoes.
sounds good. That sounds
Bomb.
really good. Yeah,
Delicious.
My friend's
that's
a
good
cook.
food right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to. I don't have to eat. Unfortunately, I do eat though, out of habit.
No,
You know
I
what I
have
mean?
to eat, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to eat. I love food.
Yeah.
I love cooking. Love the flavors. No.
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
to eat. I think we can go a month without eating. Maybe you can go longer without eating.
Oh,
But
I'm sure. Yeah,
eventually, you're going to
totally.
need food. You know, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you got to keep. As long as you've got the fluids going in.
Yeah. I think the best food is when it's fresh from the sun, like you pick it right off the vine or the tree, and it still
Yeah.
has like the sun's electrolytes in it. Because like think about this, like a potato. You get a potato right out of the ground, and you can like power a light bulb from it. But as soon as you put that potato in the water to boil it, or whatever you do to heat it up, or whatever process you do, you kill the electrolytes in it, and you can't. It's no longer a conductive source. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It's been
think of,
proven,
I mean, like
because. Sorry to cut you off there.
yeah, no.
I just say it's been proven. There's a documentary called "The Beautiful Truth," okay, and it goes through the GMO and everything else, okay, and it shows you the difference between an organically grown tomato and a GMO one, okay, genetically modified one. And what they do is they slice it up and take one, and then they subject it to like ultraviolet light, and the organic one lights up like a Christmas tree because the energy is still in it, and then the GMO one is dead. 1 or 2 areas only lighting up. Okay, no energy in it, dead.
Yeah.
So there's something in what you say. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I've seen it. Lit
for
up like a
sure.
Christmas tree.
Yep.
So there's a lot. That's why having it fresh from source.
What
Sometimes
he
I just
actually
I'll just
probably
get like a
means that
sweet
if
potato
we were
and just eat
eating
it
like
raw.
food in their natural state, probably the body will be digesting it better and there will be less waste and probably will be eating and drinking less, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you wouldn't be eating or drinking anything at all.
True.
Yeah, because you got to survive. I mean, these vegetables are there. God put them there for us to eat the fruit and veg. So we have to eat.
Well, let me
What
ask
would
you
be the
this
point of
though:
these vegetables?
Have you?
And
I know you've heard. I know you've heard the expression many times. But have you actually ever witnessed somebody starving to death, like dying from lack of food? I haven't. You know what I mean?
No, I've only seen it on. I've only seen it on TV. When you see these young children,
Yeah, man.
famine and wastage and that. But then that could all be just a show. But I've seen that.
Like the holiday cost or whatever. Stuff like that. But
yeah. Well, that was actually typhoid. Anyway, that's what that was.
Okay.
It wasn't the lack of food. It was a disease, actually.
Yeah.
But we won't go into that. Leave that for now.
I know. I'm a
Yeah.
denialist on almost anything. I don't believe anything from the past, dude. Like nothing.
Yeah. The
I
thing
really
is,
don't.
I wouldn't call yourself. You can't call yourself a denialist if an event didn't happen. Then you can't be denying anything. If it happened and then you deny it, then you would be. So there has to be something has to happen first before you can deny it. That's what I always say, anyway.
Well, it's like things like George Floyd, the whole knee thing. Like I'm not denying that event took place, or just like Columbine or something. I'm not denying that people didn't get shot. Like people get shot with cameras, like snap. But these events took place, but they were like planned events. You know what I mean?
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Some of these companies. There's a company you could actually Google. It's called crisiscast.com. And they boast that for some of these events, they go in 3 years in advance, dude. 3 years in advance with a crew of over 100 people, and they start getting minimum wage jobs and enrolling in school. That way, the people who aren't part of it will be like, "Oh, I knew this person and that." You know what I mean? So they plan way in advance, bro. For some of these things, like the Las Vegas thing, that was like 3 years in advance, bro.
Amazing. And all those crisis actors, especially the guy, look, talk about 9/11. The guy that said, I saw the airplane come in and creamed into the building. And then a few
Yeah.
hours later, I saw the building collapse due to structural weakness. And, that guy was a
Yeah.
plant.
Yeah,
That
for
Was
was
sure.
a
someone trying to say something? I think in the middle of there.
Sorry, go ahead. My apologies there. Hello and welcome. If you have a
A few
question,
people,
please.
a few people joined, and someone was.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead and ask your questions, please.
That's what it might be. Flutter saying like a yumming on his
Sorry.
food or something.
I'm gonna mute.
If you've got any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. We are here to answer your questions. You've got Gemsy, Flatter Saints, myself, Matrix. I think Roots is in here. There's a number of us in here who can definitely answer your questions. Most of our colleagues in here are very good and they're itching to answer your questions. So please don't hesitate. And it doesn't matter how strange you might think the question might be, but everybody learns, everyone. So please, fire away. Okay, well, back to the tomatoes and organic foods. Joking, of course.
Yeah.
I think I saw Light joining the VC. This Light left. Have you seen Light before in here? I haven't seen Light.
Yes,
Yes, I saw
Light's
Light here
Flutter.
yesterday. Yeah, I've seen him here. I saw him there yesterday and the day before. So he has been
What
in, Light.
about VLTK? VLTK?
That's the same guy. That's him.
Oh,
That's Light.
okay.
Let there be light.
Let there be light. Come on.
Mayrin.
darkness.
Mayrin?
As long
How
as
you
it's not
doing,
LED
Mayrin?
light. Stay away from them LEDs. Anything with the word dye in it, diode, dye, oxide.
Welcome, Mayrin.
Yeah, Mayrin, he's been there, but he hasn't said anything for quite a long while. He's been here a number of hours, not saying a word. I'm wondering why.
For many people, it's like depending on the timing of the day. When it's late in some places, people don't like speaking much in the mic.
Yeah, 2 hours, 3 hours. That's what I'm talking. That length of time.
We also have Ime Tibrito. Have you guys spoken to Ime Tibrito?
No, not yet.
No.
Welcome, Ime Tibrito. How do you say the username?
Yeah. How do we pronounce your Discord name?
Isn't it Emmett Brito?
Ime Tibrito?
Emmett Brito.
Emmett Brito.
What happened,
We
guys?
Oh, what's going on with you? Welcome.
Okay, thanks, man.
What brings
How
you
are
by
you?
to the... Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. How are you today, and what brings you into the server today?
Only listen you conversation, guys.
Okay. So you're listening. Where are you from? You sound like you're from Spain.
South America.
South America.
No.
Yeah.
I am Dominican Republic.
Ah, Dominicano. Okay, cool. Bienvenido. Welcome.
Thanks, man.
Lovely language.
I would have noticed, but I needed him to speak a little longer.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to notice my accent.
Yeah, now that you say it, I know where you're from, 100%.
It's from Jamesy Town.
No, not Jamesy Town. Next town.
Is that Portugal then? Is it?
No, Dominican Republic. He said.
Oh, Dominican Republic. Nice place. Yeah. I had a friend by the name of Danny Baptiste. He was a nice guy.
And you, man? You speak Spanish. I know that.
Wait. Let me talk to him, guys. Let me talk to him, guys.
But wait. I just want to know what's that? What has that place got to do with Dominica?
What?
He's missing the end. He's missing the Gene said Dominica Republic, but it's Dominican.
Yes. So what's it got to do with Dominica? It's called the Dominican Republic, which means it's got to have something to do with Dominica.
No, he was just missing the end.
Yeah, I know, but what does the Dominican Republic have to do with Dominica?
If something is republic, does that mean it was public once, became private, and then it got republicized, so it's republic?
Let's see the elevation profile of
I don't know.
that.
Wait,
Carry on, guys.
Brito, you had a
Carry on.
question, Brito. Go ahead. What was your question, Brito?
Where are you from? Because you speak Spanish too.
Oh, I'm from Puerto Rico.
You are next to me.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Yes,
We're
sir.
equal.
Yes.
But you can't see him because of the curvature.
Actually, people say that you can see Dominican Republic from Puerto Rico, and the same thing from the other side. You can see Puerto Rico from Dominican Republic. I haven't done that myself, but I've
What you're
heard these.
seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah, and T Dub's question was quite valid because Dominica is a place, and that is a valid question.
It's another. Yes, Dominica.
Yeah, that's why he said, "What does Dominica and Dominican Republic have to do with each other?" It's a good question. Come on, man. No one wanted to answer that.
I know.
I got what you meant, T Dub.
Only I know is Dominican Republic is a country, and Dominica is another country. But I don't know anything about that country.
When you add the Republic, you already know it's not Dominica, because I think Dominica doesn't have the Republic next to it, does it?
No, it doesn't. Of course, they're two separate countries.
So when you say
That's why
Dominican
T Dub asked the
Republic,
question.
it means
So they break away from each other.
Yeah.
They're different.
They had
Once you
had
add the
some kind of
Republic, you know which
revolution.
one you're talking about.
Some kind of revolution happened in the history there somewhere. Of course, it's a beautiful place, though. Nice area. Wouldn't mind living there myself. But again, you're against the government regime. That's the problem, though. You see, this is the problem. Governments like to wreck your lives. Beautiful place, stupid government. There you go.
Hey, Brito, have you considered about this topic, Tierra plana, flat Earth, instead of el globo?
Well,
the globe.
For me, it's a globe. For me, but it's a airplane.
So, what was that? What you say about the airplane?
For me, it's a globe because in the high school told me that. They teach
Me too. Right in school, even for me was in elementary school.
It's another for I don't know about that.
You know what they told me in Puerto Rico, Brito? They told me that Christopher Columbus, Cristobal Colon, right?
Ah, yes, the same in history, my friend.
Yeah, so he crossed the Atlantic Ocean and he discovered America, proving that the Earth wasn't flat. That's what they told me.
Yes, I think he come to the Dominican Republic.
He did. He allegedly, yeah.
Here, I think.
But do you think that does follow logically? Like, because you made it from one position to another, that determines the shape of the Earth?
No.
Exactly. No. Good answer, Brito. You're a smart man. It doesn't determine the shape of the Earth. So when they told us that in school, that's complete nonsense.
Yes.
True. Yeah. So there you go. In the school, probably in the next page that you learn about Christopher Columbus, they showed you an image of the globe, didn't you? You remember seeing the image of the globe in the book?
No. I never.
You know the globe in the books, el globo terráqueo.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so in the books you viste imágenes en el libro of the globe, right?
Yes, but in the book is no a globe here, but we have many architects, you know.
Okay, so in the book you saw
globe.
it as a globe, but the thing is, Brito, that the waters, the waters across the earth, when we check that stuff is not curving around a sphere. The water it's level, horizontal, nivel.
Sí.
So from the shore of Puerto Rico to the shore of Dominican Republic to the shore of Jamaica to the shore of Cuba to the shore of Florida and shore to shore to shore, the water it's level and horizontal. There's no curvature between any position.
Yes. You're right.
Yeah, correct. So it cannot be a globe because the globe will require for it to be curving.
Yes, I think so. That I never said another form of the air.
Wait, repeat that. You never said what?
I never said the air has another form.
Okay. But because you said you think it's a globe. Remember you said that?
Yes.
But the
That
globe will
is in
be.
the high school always.
Say that again, Brito. My bad.
And that is me in the high school.
In the high
Always.
school, yeah. In the school, they taught us. They showed us it is a globe. Christopher Columbus discovered America. But
They
now,
never
as
told
an
me. No,
adult,
it's the air have another form. Never.
yeah,
Only
exactly.
global.
Yeah, only globe. Yeah, but now as an adult, you
If
can use your
another
logic
people
and
thing or another country thing, the air has another form. Yeah, that is problem of them. You know.
but yeah, other people might have a different opinions about the shape, right? But when everybody across the earth goes to the surface of the earth and we can drop our opinions, leave our opinions at home, right? And then we go outside and we check and measure the earth or the waters across the earth, we come to find out that it's not curving. So it cannot be a globe because a globe will have to be curving.
Well, my friend, that is their opinion.
No, Brito, not opinion, because when you check and you verified, that's not like an opinion anymore. That you already verified that it is what it is. You know, like water is horizontal and flat and level. Doesn't matter what I think, my opinion or your opinion, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the water is what it is. The earth
Yes.
is what it is, and the laws of nature are what they are
Yeah, of
without
course.
my opinion or your opinion.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
fact and the history.
exactly. Facts. Exactly. So, like I just told you, when we leave our opinions and our beliefs behind, and we go to the earth or the waters and we check that, we do testing, and we test the earth, it show us that is a horizontal level plane that is not curving, and it's also, you know something, Brito, it's not moving. You know, like in the cartoon they show you the earth is spinning.
Yes.
That's also not happening. The earth is not in motion like they show us on the TV.
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, you got it. That's pretty simple.
The cartoon is a cartoon. It's
Exactly.
imagine, oh my God, imagination.
Yeah.
The many people create many, oh my God, many fat
Concepts, many
whatever they think
concepts.
or whatever
Yeah,
they want.
true. Yeah, when you look at the cosmologies of in the past, you can see many
Yes.
different cosmologies depending on which region of the world you are. Many people have different ideas about the cosmology of the world,
Yes.
and the globe being one of those. But
Like
when you go
last
ahead,
year,
Rito.
last semester, the last semester, I uh, took a class of philosophy. The professor told me, I don't know what if was Aristotle or
Aristoteles, yeah.
Platon. One day said that air is plana, no sé cómo.
Okay, yeah. You
But
could say flat. You can say flat or plane or horizontal
yeah.
level.
But
Yeah.
after years ago, he changed her idea. his idea, you know.
Alexandria?
No, he changed
Wait,
his
say that
idea.
again.
With the pass of the time, he changed her idea.
I couldn't
You
get that.
don't got it. With
Try
the pass
to.
of the time, you know.
With the pass of time. With the pass of time, yes.
He changed his mind about the
He
Earth.
changed his mind. Okay, your professor changed his mind.
No, the philosophy.
Aristoteles.
Yes, I think. Or Platon.
Okay, yeah. The people in the past used to believe one thing, and then they changed their mind. They changed their mind. Yeah. That's been the case. That's the case here for many people. People used to believe that the Earth was a globe, and because that's what they told us in school, and that's what they showed us in the TV, and people believed it, right? And then people went outside in the world and tested the Earth and the waters across it, and changed their minds because the Earth cannot be a globe because it's not curving. It's pretty simple.
Yes.
When you mention Aristoteles, when you mention those people of the past, like you're saying, it's similar as of now. But many people in the past knew that the Earth was, like a horizontal, motionless, contained environment.
Yes, but
Tú
you know,
sabes,
many people have many problems in their head.
many problems in their heads. Yeah, man, that's the case for many people. Yes. Yes.
Only if you are sure about your information, yeah, it is what it is.
Exactly. If there's information, either you can verify the information or you can falsify the information, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what has been falsified by testing, demonstrations, observations, and measurements has been the curvature of the Earth has been falsified. It cannot be verified because the Earth is not curving.
You have to see the other planet, the cartoon or whatever channel of information. They show us that another planets are global. It's a circle. True.
I get it. Yeah, that's true. And the only thing, logic, right? You're talking about philosophy. We can mention logic, right?
Yeah.
When you in your premise, when you start your sentence, and you say other planets, and then you look up to the sky, right? We look up to the sky, and we see the stars and the wandering lights in the sky, right? The planets.
You can verify. Oh my god.
Verify.
Verify the information
Verificar.
with a telescope.
Yes, we can look. Let's say, okay, so we have our eyes, and also we can pull out telescopes, right? And we can look at the luminaries. Se llaman los luminarios, right? Luminaries. And we can see that they're doing what they're doing, right? And they look the way they look, right? That nobody's denying that. That's observable phenomena. The thing is that when you say other, you're already thinking that the earth is one of those things, but the earth is not one of those things. The earth is tierra, celestial, los luminarios son celestial. Terra, under your feet, below your feet, celestial, above our heads, above the ground. They're separate, different, not the same.
Yeah,
You get that? So
Yes.
yeah, so we do
All
see the planets, we do see the sun, we see the moon, we see the Mars, Jupiter, and the stars, but the Earth is nothing like those things.
Yes. Like this.
But many people have different thought about that.
Yes, many people have different thoughts because, unlike here on the Earth, you know, Brito, when we want to test on something like how to boil water, tú sabes, evaporar agua, to boil
Yes,
water,
more.
we can check that we can use fire and apply
Yeah.
heat with the fire to the water, and we'll see that the water can boil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. We can test it. We can verify it. You can do it. I can do it. Everybody in here can do it. Perfect. The thing about the luminaries is that no one in here can go there and test them, check them, and see what they are, what the medium that they're in is, the distance. We don't know the distance. We don't know the mechanism that operates and causes that effect that we observe. We can see them, but we cannot test or verify. So when you say that people make different ideas, you're correct. You and I, you can be in Dominican Republic, I can be in Puerto Rico, and we
Yeah.
can both look at the sky, and I can make my own story about what I'm seeing, and you can make your own story about it.
Yes, you're right.
And the
If
guy
we
in
have a
America,
opinion,
the
if
guy
your
in the United
opinion,
States, yeah, the guy in the United States can make his own idea, and the guy in China can make his own idea. But the thing is, though, that the luminaries move in cycles. ¿Tú sabes ciclos? They move
yes.
in cycles, like clockwork. You know, like the hands of the clock.
Yeah.
You know, like they move. You know how you see the hand of the clock at 12, and you know that like in an hour the hand is gonna be on top of the one, right?
Yes.
So the sky move in a similar manner. We know that the sky moves in cycles like a big clock.
Okay. With a time.
Yeah, and it's repeating cycles like a very complicated clock.
Yes.
But that's the observable phenomenon. That's what we see.
Yeah,
We
you only need to be the sun y the moon. Every each time you can they change. Oh well, the air. Sorry.
repeat that. Just tell me that idea. What are you trying to say?
With the information you told me, you only need to watch, see, oh my God, the sun and the moon. They change with that
Yeah,
pass
they
of the
move.
time. Yes.
Yeah, they move. They're moving. That nobody's denying that. Everybody knows the sun rises from the east, sets on the west, and the moon also moves across the sky, doing similar things. But the ground below your feet is motionless. No se mueve. The ground is not moving. What's moving it's like when you're standing in your house and your house is not moving, and you look at the clock on the wall and the hands of the clock are moving. That's a
Yes.
similar thing. You see the fan spinning, the hands of the clock moving, but the house is not moving.
That is correct.
Yes. That's pretty cool, Brito, that you get it. You get it. You're a smart guy. Yeah, Dominicans are pretty smart people. I love you guys.
No, the Dominican people.
No, bro, you guys
But
have your
hey,
own way of doing things,
check
and
this out. Check this
check
out.
it out.
So if you're sitting in a car that's moving 60 miles an hour, how fast are you
No,
moving?
I need to gotta go because I have university almost.
Hey, Brito, good talking to you, bro. Send me a friend request and ask me any questions about these topics if you want. Okay? Talk to you later, bro.
You're moving 60 miles an hour. Easy.
Okay. So
I
so
send that request, man.
it's the same. It's the same way with the Earth.
All right,
The Earth
Brito.
is moving.
Brito,
The Earth
hey
is
guys,
moving.
wait. Let me finish my convo with Brito, guys. Don't be
Bruh.
rude. Brito, have a good one. Talk to you later. Come back later, okay, bro? Take care.
Okay. Okay.
All right, take care, Brito. Bye. All right, new guy. What's going on? Greek god. It's the Greek god. Is your name Aristophanes? The Greek god? Greek god. He's quiet now?
Yeah, the Earth is not moving like a car in any way, shape, or form. Because you want to say that in a car you don't feel the movement. But if the car was taking the motions that the Earth is claiming to be going in, you would absolutely feel that. If you're in a car, not only spinning, but going around a track, yeah, you're gonna feel that, bro. You're not going.
Especially if you're standing on the car as well. You need to stand on the car like you stand on the earth, because we're not living in the earth, we're on it. Please bear that in mind. So it's absolutely correct. You're going to feel it for sure.
Yeah, and that's the other point. You're inside the car in a closed system, whereas on a globe you're in an open system. So, yeah, cooked.
And not
Yeah.
only that, but there's a
Well,
big
the
difference.
thing is that
Check this out.
the car is
Hang on.
way smaller.
No, dude. No,
The Earth is way
bro.
bigger.
Now you got to understand something too, right? The car analogy itself, it's been thrown around a few times. It's not analogous, okay? Because in an ideal sense, okay, you got your car, you're in your car, and you're going in a straight line, you know, on a straight road or whatever. Okay, you're traveling you're traveling in a linear velocity. Okay, the car itself, when it's traveling, if it's not accelerating, at some point you're going to find some equilibrium or whatever, and you're going to quote unquote not feel it anymore, right? But if you accelerate or decelerate, you're going to feel that. Also, you'll feel the bumps and shit on the road. That's fine. Okay, we get that. The issue here, the why it's not analogous, is on the idea that we live on a globe. Okay, there's constant angular velocity. Okay, and the reality is that that translates into constant linear acceleration. So you would feel the acceleration because that's what you actually feel. You don't necessarily feel the movement itself. You feel the change in movement. Okay. So in this case, you would feel that.
Wait, hold on a
technically
second.
speaking.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
You're saying that the Earth is accelerating?
No. If the Earth itself is
You
rotating
just
at a
said
constant.
you said the
Hang on.
angular velocity is
Yeah.
accelerating.
Let me clarify. Right. If you have a constant angular velocity, that translates to mathematically a linear acceleration, right? Because think about it, you're at the top of a ball, and then you move to the left, right, at a certain rate, but you also move
Yeah,
downwards.
no, I understand. I
Okay, right?
understand that if you have
That's
linear velocity, then your acceleration is constant.
no, angular velocity, linear acceleration.
Yes.
That's it. So in the car analogy, linear acceleration or deceleration is only when you're actually braking or speeding up. You see the issue here? You're like one derivative. You're speaking like in terms of like two different things that are separated. You know, they're tied together, but they're distinct.
I
I just
asked
wanted
you
to
a
point that
question.
out. Like the analogy is not
I asked
exactly.
you a question of whether the Earth is accelerating or not, and what is your answer?
The Earth doesn't move at all, so no.
No.
The Earth is not moving. You don't
No,
sense any motion at all.
guys,
Period. Whatsoever.
let's not jump
And you
3
cannot
versus 1,
create
okay?
you cannot create
Tactical
an
droid.
experiment. You
Tactical droid,
cannot
sit in your
create
place.
an experiment to
Sit in
identify
your
the Earth to be
place.
in motion.
No one let you talk. I'm talking with the other dude.
I don't
Nope.
care.
Bro, you're not
Hell.
going to speak like that to the room. Okay, watch your
I
tongue.
don't care.
But you guys are just jumping 3
And
versus 1,
Yeah,
like one at a time.
Guys,
Because you're
let's
talking
be
through him.
concise. Try. Okay, so have a back and forward. Maybe one take it, then the other the other guy take it. Just have a back and forward and bring the point to a conclusion.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that the analogy he was drawing was not exactly appropriate. If you guys want to continue, that's fine. But yeah, you know, some room etiquette would be nice, but it is an open panel,
Yeah.
dude.
So yeah, my
Okay.
apologies. My apologies. Yeah. So is the Earth accelerating or not?
There's no way to prove that. So, and
No.
I would follow up. Are you talking about like in an angular sense, so like in a rotational sense, or in a like an actual displacement sense? Like the actual
So let me give you a good
the locus,
example of what
like the
acceleration
locus.
means.
Hang on, right? I just want to just clarify again. In a
Yeah,
rotational sense,
I'm gonna.
or is the locus itself the axis of rotation, right? The entire thing displacing in space.
It doesn't really matter. Just in general, if it was accelerating, you would feel it. So an example would be a car.
Mhm.
So in a car, right, when it gets to a complete stop, you feel it decelerating, right? Because you're going forward. And then as the car is accelerating, you feel it because your back is going against the chair that you're sitting in. So you feel both of those moments. But
Linear
once
acceleration, deceleration, exactly.
but once the car is in constant motion, you're not going to feel the car's movement because the car is not accelerating nor is it decelerating.
In an ideal sense, that's what I was talking about before. Yeah.
So by that
This is why I was
analogy, don't you have enough information to conclude
no,
that the
because
Earth
it's
is not
linear.
accelerating?
No, this is why I was trying to point out that the analogy is not appropriate. Okay, because you're talking about linear acceleration and velocity, right? The car is going in a straight path on an ideal straight road, right? You hit a top speed and then you stop accelerating or decelerating. You're gonna feel like you're just sitting there with a little few bumps and stuff. But we're
Okay.
rotating
Can you give me
on an axis.
yeah, help me understand here. What do you mean like okay, how would you feel angular what would I need to do to the car to gain angular velocity? What would angular velocity entail in a car?
Drive around in a circle.
Or yeah, if you're on a ball, right, and the ball is rotating, there's centripetal or centrifugal, I forget which one, forcing like pushing you off the ball. Thank you. Forgot I complete the two. Excuse me. One of the two, right, throwing you off, right?
Okay.
So you have to somehow stay downward, stay on it, and you're kind of rolling over it, around it, right? Take a little Lego man, put it on a little basketball, and he walks around the ball, right?
Yeah.
So there's
Okay.
2 axes, 3 axes that need to be accounted for, not just one.
So do you think that the Earth is accelerating in the angular plane?
No, this is the whole point. The claim
Okay,
is
so
that,
then we
and
came
we
to the
ask
conclusion
why.
that the Earth is not accelerating, right?
That's why we're here, dude. It's people that come in here say we're on a ball whizzing through outer space around all these different axes.
Wait, but hold on a
Theoretically,
second. What if it's spinning or it's moving in the angular motion at a constant rate? Then it's not accelerating.
I told you, dude. God fucking damn it. Are you deaf?
Okay,
No, he's just ignoring you so that he can keep this up.
Hang on. Constant
Dave,
angular
you have to
velocity.
just like
Let
you
me
asked me
finish.
earlier to respect you, you have to respect me too.
No,
So
dude,
watch your
I'm not.
language.
I respect you,
Watch your
dude, but
language.
it's kind of.
Yeah.
No, you're not
Again.
gonna. Nah, shut your mouth, dude. You're not gonna talk to me like that. Okay.
Watch your
Here's the
mouth.
reality. No. Eat shit, bro. Okay, check this out. I'll repeat myself. Okay. Constant angular velocity translates to what was it? Linear acceleration. Repeat again. Constant angular velocity translates to linear acceleration. That's what you feel. So even if you're rotating around an axis at a constant angular rate, there would be a linear acceleration that you would experience. This is the point. And you go.
I can't believe he was honest.
Because he talked through you. and let you finish your statement. He had to speak right as you're getting to your punchline every time.
Yeah. And I said the same thing 3 times. Forgive me if I'm sounding frustrated there, but you guys heard that, right?
No,
Like I had to
no.
repeat myself.
You did it good. You see, I was
Like
going to say to him, I was going to explain to him that you've got to give 20 cups a chance to speak, because he has this attorney approach where he wants you to get to the full picture before you speak. And he takes his time to break it down in small chunks so you get it. I like that. It gives the brain a chance to digest each step, but you're cutting him
Yes.
off.
When you start
Yeah.
losing the battle, then you start muting people. That's power. Yay, go flat earthers.
No, that's not what
Settle
we're
down.
doing.
Jen, Jen, hold up. Jen, silence. Okay,
He's gone.
20. So what you're saying... Oh, he's gone? Okay. Anyways. So basically, it works out. We feel acceleration. We feel deceleration. So speeding up or slowing down. We feel a change in vector.
Yeah.
So we feel acceleration, deceleration, and a change in vector. If we're on a ball, which is the claim, and it's rotating, it is a continuous change in vector. So we should be feeling that.
Yep. Even if the angular change is constant, because the vector itself is rotating, it's changing
Yes,
direction.
because it's changing.
There's your vector change. Yeah.
And the simplest demonstration, you draw a picture of a ball or a circle, and you say it's spinning this way. At the top, the arrow is pointing to the left. At the bottom, the arrow is pointing to the right. So that means they are changing. It's very simple to draw out so they can understand it. So if there's a change in vector, yeah, you'd be feeling it.
Yeah. A good analogy is a merry-go-round. I mean, the relatively slow angular change there, but let's say that merry-go-round starts speeding up and shit. I don't know, there's a screw up in the machinery and it starts whizzing around several times per minute or something like that. It's a constant rotation speed, but you're being pulled off. You're being flung off, right? The centripetal force or centrifugal, whichever one.
Centrifugal. Centripetal force brings it inwards, keeps
Thank
you
you.
on. So
I always
centrifugal.
thank you. I always conflate those two.
That's
you
okay.
get the idea. Yeah. Thank you for letting
But,
me get that.
No, you were doing. I love your approach to when you actually discuss with people. You give them time to digest it, but some of these people are in a hurry. They don't want to listen to what you got to say. They want to get what they want to say out. That's what That's what is very evident when you're discussing, because you're giving them time, which is necessary.
I appreciate that. I mean, I just wanted to point out that the analogy was wrong.
Yeah.
But
It was.
it turned into a whole blown thing. Like.
Yeah, I go into depth with that analogy, because I say, look, you're not supposed to be in the car. You're meant to be on top of the car first and foremost. And if you're going in a straight line, you're not going to be in the car. You're going to be thrown off at 60 miles an hour. You're going to be off the car before you get to 60 miles per hour. So don't worry about it. So that's not working for you.
Yeah.
Then
the car.
And where do we live? Yeah. Where do we live where we can move? And it's so smooth, you don't notice you're moving. When have you ever experienced that? Tell me.
Yeah. The car thing's interesting. The top of the car thing is, what I mean, because it's particular, because like we have the air resistance, right? You feel the wind pushing on you as the car's going, right? But you know what I mean. But say there was no air, like it was a pure vacuum, the car would accelerate. You would have to hold on to the car, but when the car stops accelerating, you could stand up. Right, because there's nothing pushing. There's no wind resistance.
What about conservation of momentum? Wouldn't you notice that? Conservation of momentum? No.
Well, exactly. So the car's accelerating. You're accelerating with it, so you have to hold on, right? Let's say you got some straps.
Yeah.
Right. So
the car would leave you behind.
Otherwise, it would, right? While it's accelerating, right? But once it reaches the top speed and is maintaining that, you're also maintaining that, so you can let go of the straps.
Okay.
Pause.
I mean, and there would be no air resistance to throw you off.
Yeah, but we don't live that life.
I know. That's an ideal theoretical. That's in an ideal or theoretical sense there. But just to illustrate the whole velocity and velocity change stuff. You know what I mean? and as applied to here, I mean, yeah, then that's where the whole gas pressure without a container stuff can come in, right? Like, we don't live in a vacuum. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Yeah. So that's right. No, you got it right. Yeah. In reality, we don't live in a vacuum, so it's not analogous or analogous, as you would say. It is not, unfortunately. So you can't use it. It's no good. It's been debunked 6 ways from Sundays. Okay. We're now into Saturday. There you go.
Yeah, it's so season one. Yeah, but you're like in a car, you can't feel it. It's like, for starters, his question was, if you're in a car going 60 miles an hour, how fast are you going? 60 miles an hour. Ta-da. That's hard. Be like, well, you're not feeling it. Like, well, that's not a good analogy.
That was an
for
insult,
all the reasons
by the
that
way.
Tony Cups
That was an insult.
Yeah.
I felt that was an insult, by the way. I was offended by that question. I really was.
It's so
Asking us
basic.
that
I mean, we
stupid
covered
question.
it.
Yeah, no, that was just rude, man. If you're in a car doing 60 miles an hour, how fast are you going? 220 miles an hour. That's what I would have said. Just to wind him up. So it's a silly question, isn't it? Come on.
It's like, well, are you in a closed system going in a straight line on the globe? No? Oh, okay, great.
Yeah,
Find another
that's the
analogy
question.
then, I guess.
Yeah, there's your question. You see, that's the one you ask. Are you in a straight line whilst you're on a globe? Exactly. See? Because it's meant to be rotating, you see. When it's rotating, as the merry-go-round analogy comes in, you're being thrown up as daddy's pushing it hell for leather, running. Pa, 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 pa. And the little girl's giggling to it, hanging on. She's laughing because she can feel the force pulling her off slowly, and she's laughing because daddy's going fast and she's hanging on. And it's funny, isn't it? She's hanging on for dear life. Daddy's going like crazy. And that's why merry-go-rounds are fun. Okay? That's centrifugal force. And daddy going like hell to keep it up. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reality of it all. On a globe Earth at the equator at 1,037 miles per hour, you would not be surviving. Not even at 600 miles an hour. At the UK, for example, or 500 miles per hour, Alaska, you're just not going to survive this stuff. Yeah. You'd be thrown off at that speed still.
They're always like, oh, I don't feel it. I'm in a car. I can't feel it. Like, really, bro? You're just like numb, or what's the problem?
Yeah, it's silly, really. I posted the 5
Nope, can't
famous
feel it.
Yeah, I posted the 5 famous experiments that I didn't learn at school that prove the Earth's stationary. It's all in there for him to look at. It's 50 minutes long, 10 minutes per experiment. All 5 experiments prove a stationary Earth. Because of Morley, Sagnac, Aries failure, it's all in there. So, I like the one about Albert Einstein because it says that Albert Einstein lied. The narrator of the video says that Albert Einstein had to lie. He actually lied. It's what she says. And you don't often hear professionals when they're narrating videos calling people outright liars. But it was said in a professional way, not derogatory. It was to inform you that if you believe that, well, that was wrong because he actually lied. And I thought, wow, well, okay, that's strong. Okay. But it wasn't rude. It was put in the way of you to inform you and educate you. It wasn't abusing Einstein. It was just letting you know. So that's why I posted it. It's a really good one. And then there's the sniper challenge. $20,000 for any person who can prove that the Earth is rotating. That would mean you've got the Coriolis effect. If you can prove that, you will win $20,000. Challenge still there. 10 years later.
Right. You know when the Earth is moving, especially when there's an earthquake going on and buildings are crumbling and toppling down around you, that's when you know the Earth is indeed moving. When your house shakes, okay? That's when you know the Earth is moving for sure. It's very noticeable because all the cables are swaying left to right all the way down the street. You see it. You know, even when the earthquake has stopped, the cables keep on moving to and fro.
Pretty big panel here. Welcome, Elbow TV.
Yo.
There he is. Yeah, the last guy came in and mentioned, hey, don't you guys know that you can't feel anything in a moving car?
Funny.
And then it all went down the drain.
Does anybody here remember the story a few months back about that 20-year-old that flew over Antarctica?
I
How'd
was
you get
thinking
everyone up to
about
speed?
him yesterday because people were asking about. Well, there was some guy here. You guys should go explore the ends of the world, and I was thinking about the guy. That what happened, Noble? Tell us about it.
Why did I'm a question? Why did he get arrested? You remember why he got arrested?
Mm, it's vague. What I remember, I thought he said that he was going. He flew towards that area, and he was having some issues, so he landed, and then I guess he got arrested. I don't even know where he got arrested. Antarctica or Chile, Argentina. I don't know.
Yeah, where did he fly from?
I remember. I remember. Uh, it was that he flew over. He wasn't supposed to fly over Antarctica. He deviated and flew over Antarctica.
How much of an idiot do you have to be to
Give me a
realize
second.
this? What? Are you an idiot? You
Hey,
idiot.
idiot!
Can you
Hey,
hear me
idiot!
talking?
Just wait. Someone is talking, idiot. Just wait. Give him a minute, then speak. Go ahead, Elbow.
Stop, you Russian bastard.
What I
Come
remember is that
on.
he flew over Antarctica and then got arrested. I don't remember
Yes,
him
that's what I.
landing. I don't remember him landing in Antarctica.
Uh-huh, I like it.
I would imagine that he will have to land and then turn back. No, would it be like go there and then come back without landing?
Ready, what you doing?
Yeah, well, supposedly he was gonna just. He had a planned flight, but then he deviated to Antarctica to fly over it, and then he went back and then
Yeah.
got
And then
arrested.
question though.
Well,
Okay, someone
that's
has
the
a
way.
question. No, someone has a question. Go ahead, sir. You got a question. Ask Elbow or ask Jin your question. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, where are you from?
Well, I'm
That's a
from
relevant
England. I
question.
was born in England. African,
And you
born in
don't have to
England.
answer that.
It doesn't
Sorry.
really matter. You know, I've got
If
no
he
idea.
asks a question
I'm from
relevant
England.
to the subject,
Wait,
if you're gonna ask a question,
whereabouts in England? Before I get my question started.
if you're gonna ask a question, ask it relevant to the subject. Otherwise, relevant to the flat Earth,
I am,
or
but I want to know, like,
that's
it's
irrelevant.
It's relevant. It's relevant. I promise you. Promise.
Okay, well, you know where I'm from anyway, right? England, but I'm talking to you from Japan. What's your problem? Go ahead.
Wait, whereabouts in England?
That's not necessary now. Can you now get to your question, the real
Is it
question,
down
please?
south? Down south.
Well, you can tell by my accent that I'm not from up north. Can you now please get on with it? Come on.
Can you tell where I'm from?
Not really, no. No, but that's got nothing to do with it. Again, can you now please get on with the question related to the flat Earth?
Are you a flat earther?
What was that question again?
Are you a flat earther?
I most certainly am. Yes. And so are you, by the way.
Like, you've been on a plane to Japan. When you're up in the sky, you can
Yeah,
see the curvature.
6,000 miles, 9.5-hour flight. What is it?
Yeah.
3,740.47 miles of curvature. Not there. What next?
I saw it when I went to Australia. I saw the curvature.
Nah, you wouldn't have done, mate. Sorry.
Have you got any
wouldn't have done.
explanation why? Or are you just like being rude?
Well, because the
saying
Earth
no?
is flat, of course. That's why.
Have
It's
you
a
got
flat
anything
Earth.
to prove your fact or no?
Sorry?
Have
I
you
just
got
gave you the
anything to
fact. I
prove
just
it?
gave it to you. I gave it a curvature that would be predicted to be experienced. No one experienced that curvature. It was a straight linear flight.
So
Linear,
you
straight,
think the Earth is a
horizontal,
pancake?
no curvature at all.
What
I enjoyed the meals, the music, the movies, the snacks,
Right, yeah.
the warm blankets, and the
The
pillows,
what?
magazines,
The what?
newspaper. Yeah.
The what?
I said I enjoyed the music on the plane. I enjoyed the movies on the plane. I enjoyed the entertainment, you know, and the food and the
Right,
drinks
okay.
and the snacks.
All good, but like, in your head, what image do you have of the Earth? Flat, like
I don't
like,
have an image of the shape of the Earth. All I have is a level plain. That's all I've got, with mountains, valleys, rivers, lakes, ponds.
right. So
That's all I've got. Ocean. That's all I've
when
got.
someone
I've got
asks you what's the shape of the Earth,
no shape as
just think
such.
of nothing.
Sorry?
So when someone says to you, "What's the shape of the Earth?" you say,
I say I don't know. I know it's not an oblate spheroid.
"It is."
Well, how do you know that? What proof do you have of that now?
Not a globe.
Yeah. How do you prove that?
It's a globe. So first of
How
all,
do you know that? How did you prove that?
all, let me tell you. My science teacher said so, and he's pretty smart.
Does that make it true?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Well, Mr. Beacom said it's true. That's what it is.
No, someone saying something doesn't mean something is true. Right?
Yeah.
So give more details, please. More details.
Do you believe in God?
No, we want to know how you know the Earth is a globe. You haven't answered the
God
question
also said it. God
satisfactorily.
also said it in the Bible.
Who?
In the Old Testament. Jesus Christ. Well, God.
No. I don't care, bro.
You don't
So
care about
give more details as to how
God
you
said it.
know
God said it.
the Earth
God
is a
said it.
globe.
God said it, and I believe in God. So therefore, it's true.
So you're just here to troll.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Do you believe in God?
Okay, let's be serious now. What makes you think the Earth is a globe? Is it just because your science teacher told you?
I'm Catholic, so therefore.
Yeah, I'm not interested, man. I want to know about.
And God said.
Yeah, what, in a dream? Like, bro,
No.
come on.
In the Bible.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
No, it does not.
Have you ever read the Bible?
Yes.
The full way of it, because I have.
Okay. Right. So a book says it is, right? But it doesn't. It doesn't actually say it. But okay, it says it in a book. Is that any different to somebody telling you, like your science teacher?
Hey, don't disrespect my science.
Hello,
teacher.
business. Just get to the part. Get to the serious part about why you think the Earth is a globe. Is it
Yeah.
simply
How
because
have you
that's what you've
proven
been
it?
told?
Yeah. I'll
First
let
of
you
all,
do it.
do you know like NASA, the space people, NASA? Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, he's there. Hello, I can hear you. He's there. He's there.
Yeah.
He'll answer in a minute. We know NASA. What about NASA?
Well, they put satellites in space,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You have one problem. You have one problem with that. One, it's again someone else telling you, and you haven't validated for yourself that the Earth is a globe. Not having been done yet, you're now moving to satellites, which is another begging the question
I
fallacy,
believe that
affirming the consequence fallacy
the
at
naked
this
eye
point.
won't be able to tell you. The naked eye won't
Yeah.
be able to tell you. So,
Yeah.
so
Can you
you
do me a favor? When you hear me speaking, don't start talking. Do you think you can do that? So I can actually finish what I got to say and understand that you've understood what I said before you start speaking. Because whenever you speak, I respond to what you are saying, but you're not responding to what I'm saying. You're not acknowledging anything that I've said at all. You're just going on, but you're not acknowledging anything.
right, go
Okay?
on, then.
Let's try again.
Go on,
Let's try again. Let's
go
try
on,
again.
go
What
on.
we're saying to you is that you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe yet, but
You
yet
haven't.
you're mentioning satellites. You can't have a satellite until the globe has been established. And as you haven't proven
You
that,
haven't
you
proved it
don't
though.
know
You
the Earth
haven't
is a
proved that
globe
the
at
Earth
the
is
moment.
flat.
Yeah, because we've gone out to measure the curvature.
You went. Oh,
I've gone out there. Everybody who's in this room has gone out to where they live and checked, and maybe they've travelled the world as well and checked.
but
That's my situation.
right, okay,
Okay.
but by the naked eye, you won't be able to see if the Earth's flat, a
How
triangle,
would you
or a.
how would you know that if you
Because
haven't
it's just
actually
obvious.
gone out there to do that?
I have. I'm looking
Like,
outside now. The
cool,
naked eye
Ben,
won't be able to tell
honestly.
you.
It's ridiculous, mate. Look,
Can you stop
if
talking
you're
about
looking over,
nudity?
hang on, I'll ask you a question. If you're looking over 10 miles, how much curvature should there be in 10 miles?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, there you are. You see, you couldn't tell me. So you can't tell me then. So you don't know the Earth is a globe. You need to go out and measure it. You've got to do the research. Okay? It's flawed. Your teacher's told you, NASA's telling you, the Bible's telling you, but you
Your
don't
teacher
know.
liars. Your teacher liars.
Yeah, there you go. The teacher liars. Okay? So basically, you don't know. All right? Go and find out a bit more. Do a bit more research. Measure the curvature, because that's what you've got to do. You've got to go out into nature and measure it for yourself and confirm. Now, you don't need the Bible, okay? You don't need God, okay? I'm religious. I know there is a God. I'm just saying, if God wasn't around, let's say, and your Bible wasn't there, you'd still be able to know because you can measure this thing, okay? But God is there. I acknowledge God as an existing force. Definitely, this earth is
Your
part of
teacher
God.
lied.
So,
Your teacher lied.
yeah, the teacher has lied, well, or misinformed us due to the education that they received. Okay, so that's the best thing you can do. You're carrying a belief at the moment. So what say you now?
Rose black.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, well, he seems to have gone quiet now, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Yeah, it's quite telling when they don't listen to what you're saying. They just go straight through what they want to get out. But yet you're putting them in a situation where they have to acknowledge that what they're saying doesn't make sense. And if they haven't checked anything, they can't begin to tell us we're wrong. They can't even begin to do that. That's very high ignorance and blatant disrespect. That's all. T-Dub was correct. Where's your substance? More detail, more substance, please. Give me lots more substance.
Open your mic, refrigerator. There's not too many people. Why so weak? So weak.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. The Earth is flat and level.
What's up, people? Any new people in? Rion, what's up, Rion? You a flat earther? Or a globe earther?
What's up, flat earthers?
What's up? Who's that? Hi.
It's just another night slightly above the earth, you know. Haven't been on the earth. I wouldn't know.
What brings you by the flat earth room?
God?
Okay, you a flat earther? Globe earther?
Hell no. Ain't nobody here a flat earther.
No?
You think you're a flat earther?
Why not?
What were you when you were born?
What's that got to do with it?
Okay, what age did you change to be a flat earther?
No one's changed. It's just if you live on a flat earth, that's what you are, isn't it?
Oh, okay, that's a hypothetical statement. Do you think you live on a flat earth?
Well, yeah, Earth is observably and measurably flat.
Really? You honestly
Yeah.
believe that hills are flat and mountains are flat? You honestly think that?
Oh, well, no, obviously the hills and the mountains are topography, but we're talking
So
about
you don't think Earth is
a
flat, right?
general curvature versus topographical plane. You can call it topographical plane Earth, or if you prefer, if you're a pedant.
Yeah, I mean, when I just go look at it, right? Like any normal person would. You
Okay.
know, you just look at it, see if it's curvy or not, you know?
You see a big spinning ball?
I don't think so. It doesn't look like a big spinning ball.
Well, there you go. You're a flat earther then.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, you're a flat earther. You reject the globe?
No, I was born a
You're a flat
creature.
earther.
Yeah, I was born a creature. You know, I'm not a flat earther. I don't want to be a flat earther, you know.
Well, it's too late. You've already said the earth isn't a ball. That makes you a flat earther.
Yeah, but it's not flat, so that means I'm not a flat earther.
Now you're a flat earther, dude.
Yeah, it's not flat.
Yeah, you're a flat earther.
Yeah, it's not a ball. That doesn't
So
mean it's
what would a
flat.
lake be? Is a lake flat?
A lake isn't Earth. That's two different things.
The lakes make up a portion of the Earth's surface, do they not?
No, it doesn't. That's NASA bullshit.
Earth comes from the
Water is
word
water.
world,
Earth
dude.
is Earth. That's
Look,
just NASA bullshit.
you're using a word context fallacy. We don't mean the fucking dirt.
Yeah, I don't
Earth.
drink Earth.
Oh, India.
I drink water.
Great
Just
pee
to waste
drinker.
your breath.
You drink pee. We know. You've
Yeah, I
admitted
drink water, not Earth.
it. Yeah. So cool.
Okay.
Because you're using
So
a word
you can stop with
context
your NASA
fallacy.
bullshit. Earth is not
You're using a
70%
word
water. That's
context.
stupid.
Okay, motor mouth. You're using a word context fallacy.
Yeah, nobody cares, Indio. You're a stupid faggot anyways. You're an idiot.
Okay, now you gotta be
man.
disturber
Yeah,
because
you're
you
a
said
stupid
that.
nigger. Shut up, Indio, you
Oh, now
faggot.
great.
Oh, you're so triggered, dude.
Yeah, you're just
Why
a
are you
piss
such
ass
a
man. That's what you
triggered
are.
little bitch?
Unbelievable.
Wow, I mean, he spazzed out right from the jump. Little melt.
You can go gargle urine somewhere, I guess.
Was that really pee drinker? God, he was less
I'm pretty
abrasive
sure.
last time.
Pretty sure. He said he was a
Holy melt.
preacher. That's what gave it away. He was born a preacher, remember?
Oh, is that what he said?
Oh, dude, he uses Discord from the Garden of Eden, man. Didn't you know that? I'm dead serious. He said that.
He's
So where you
plugging
at,
into
pee
the
drinker?
tree of life.
Yeah, he said I'm in the Garden of Eden. That's how you on Discord.
God, those types are even worse than the Globers. I'll take a Glober any day over that.
Yeah, it's pretty I don't even know what to say about him anymore at this point. He's persistent, though. I'll give him that.
Yeah, mental illness is persistent.
Yeah. I think that's how you know it's mental illness.
Yeah, no one's that consistent. Oh, man. It's quiet tonight. I was wondering where everyone is.
Working, I guess.
On Halloween.
It's Halloween in America, so.
It's Halloween here, too.
Oh, you guys do Halloween?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say they don't do it in Russia, man. What the fuck's wrong with those guys?
Yeah, I don't know about Russia, but still too orthodox.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh has joined the chat. Josh is back.
Josh is going to go as an astronaut for Halloween, right?
Yeah, Josh.
I'm a zookeeper this year.
Did you dress up as Dom
You're a
Pettit?
zookeeper. That's what your globe archetype is, zookeeper.
Zookeeper.
Yeah. He thinks he's outside the zoo and we're the animals, and he's looking at us going, look at this. Look at their mating habits.
That's more like the NASA pen when they're watching their rocket launches, isn't it? Or high-fiving each other like a bunch of chimpanzees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Woo, woohoo! Hooping and hollering because
Over the graphic?
The
Over the
graphic
computer
just
graphic.
changed. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, in their paradigm, that happened like 15 minutes before that on Mars. Like, they're high-fiving a computer graphic of some event that happened 15 minutes before.
Yeah.
That's closer to 8, but yeah.
Fucking nerd.
It's amazing as well when we make fun of the shitty computer PS2 level graphics that they show us for this kind of stuff. The Globers try and straw man it and go online and say, the flat earthers are saying that this animation proves that it's fake, but NASA admit that it's an animation. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, they ain't the flex. They think it is.
Like they're trying to make out like we're thinking that animation is supposed to be some real representation of it, when we're just pointing out that it's laughably cartoonish.
Is there any particular reason the animations need to be so atrociously shit?
Because they really like trolling the diehard Globers.
Yeah, I know, but
it's just for trolling
it's like
purposes.
you could grab like a stock fucking pro mod, like 3D model off of a website for
because
like
there's no way to
$5.
tell.
It's better than theirs.
Nah, it's
Bro,
still got to be bespoke.
It's because there's no way to tell, dude. They have nothing to refer it against. There's no way to tell. They could show them anything, literally anything. Earth looks like a unicorn. How are they gonna know? They've never seen the Earth from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's probably like all their, oh well, if the Earth was a globe, it would do this. If the Earth is flat, it would do this. Like you've got no idea what a globe Earth would do. What a
All they
globe
can
Earth
compare it to
would
is like a Mercator map, or maybe a globe in the corner of the classroom, or something like that. That's the only comparison, or some other fake video.
But the fact that they're like so convinced that they're like, well, if we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, it would feel like there's nothing at all. It's like, what are you even talking about? You'd even know what that would feel like. And we
I
give
know
them
it's been.
the benefit of the doubt on that. We're like, well, yeah, no, they can't be detected, so it could be like that. Like, no, I'm not giving them that. I'm not giving them that they would know what living on any kind of ball would be like, because they never have.
That's a good point, dude. Like, AB was bringing this up too with the Black Swan. Like, why are we taking a position like why are we going, hey man, it looks flat, hey, it's not a globe? Like, they never proved the globe in the first place. Like, what? Like, we like taking on the burden of proof is showing that the globe doesn't exist.
Yeah, they've got no right even uttering a globe. They can't even come into the picture.
Yeah, they really can't wrap their head around that level of much the
I know.
burden's on them. Though.
That really just was like, nah.
Yeah, because it'd just be like we sit around and be silent. People come in, like, right, prove your globe. Oh no, show me a picture of the flat Earth. Prove your flat Earth. No, it's
I mean,
not
don't
Earth.
get me wrong.
Globe.
I
That
love
would be the
you,
conversations, you know.
but we are generous to them by even entertaining any argument from them, really, where they say, "Oh well, if Earth was a ball, this would happen." Like they've got any idea what would happen if the Earth was a crazy ball, which they have they've got no reference for it.
The funnier thing
Yeah.
is they go, if the Earth was flat, this would happen, and then they say something absolutely stupid.
Yeah, something different. If the Earth were flat like I observed, then the Earth wouldn't be like I observed.
I think Josh has realized he's in an echo chamber circle jerk yet.
I hope so, Josh. You picking it up?
I'm really glad that you said it and I didn't.
Well, at least it's a change of
Who's the pivot man?
echo chamber, Josh, because surely you've been in the other echo chamber for, I don't know how old you are. Let's say 38. 38 years?
Oh damn, no, I'm 29.
29. Damn, they're just hiring kids, eh?
29, dude. You're a young buck. I won't hold that against you.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I'll quote Reagan. I won't hold against my opponent for political purposes his youth and inexperience.
Be honest though, Josh, it must be refreshing to hear a challenge to the heliocentric globe dogma, right?
Refreshing? Yeah, I've been around this conversation for a long time. It's more stimulating.
Stimulating.
Would you like your colleagues that kind of rib you for dealing with us?
Yeah, they can do it
You
like
think they'd be
smelling gas or
horrified if
huffing
they
paint.
came in here? What do you think what would happen to them?
Oh, they'd
What do you
probably
think?
do
How do you think
what
they'd
the normal
react if they
Glober
came?
do stuff too. They'd do Dunning-Kruger and
Really?
freak out. Yeah, it's just something we never have to talk about or think about.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So you are, in fact, not in on it then, Josh.
Not in on it? What do you mean?
You're not behind the green curtain pulling levers, I was asking you.
No, I mean it's just, clock in, do what you gotta do, clock out, paycheck. That's what it's all about for you guys.
No. I mean, I do a
he's
ton
an
of stuff
evangelist.
outside of. Yeah, I was gonna say I do a ton of stuff outside of work for free. It's not just about the money.
But you're certainly not going into work with any kind of intentions of unveiling a worldwide cosmological deception, right?
I definitely, poke around and put my head where I probably shouldn't. Ask to get photos of things and all sorts of stuff with like
Is this
that.
from a place of skepticism?
Yeah, oh yeah, like I said. Well, from a not place of skepticism as much as a place of curiosity. Like, you guys asked me like, how do you know that's true? I'm like, oh wow. Well, I mean, I should probably go get firsthand experience with that data. And so I poke around internally and go learn and go hunt down the data because I'm in a place of privilege to go do that.
I endorse that approach 100%. So, two things. I'll just bring up this one instead. Why do you think that somehow? I assume you believe in evolution and all that shit, right? So why do you think
Oh, yeah.
now, after 250,000 years of human beings that have been telling stories about what the stars are, how come you think now that we have the answers and all the other people were wrong? Why do you think that somehow we're special compared to all those other people?
I think. What do you mean, other people? What is the other
All
opinion?
the other human beings that have existed that told stories about the stars and what they are and the whole cosmology, right? Planets, stars, all what they're made of, what created them, and all those stories that they used to tell, cosmogony, right? How come you think the modern cosmogony is actually the correct one?
I don't
How
think
come they're
it's
all
the
wrong and we're right?
correct.
Isn't that a little arrogant?
No, I don't think it's the correct one. It's not like a religion. It's just we're
You kidding
building
me?
off of. Oh,
You
okay.
have
I'm
you have a
sorry.
Josh, you have a creation story, right? You have
Are
a
you talking
creation.
about the Big Bang, or are we talking?
Yeah,
I'm
that's your creation
confused.
story, right? Is the Big
Oh,
Bang a creation?
I don't give a shit about the Big Bang.
Okay. Well,
I don't
there's a
think it's.
creation of man story too, right?
Okay. I
Okay,
don't put a ton of eggs in that
now you got
basket. Like,
one
I care
creation
about the here and
story,
now. I
creation
care
of
about the
man.
here and
So
now.
yeah, I understand, but it is like a religion. Okay, the whole thing is a religion. This doesn't have a deity with a personality. That's the only difference. But all the other parts answering the big questions, they even say this. You know, they say this. Science is answering the big questions. Those big
Okay.
questions used to be answered by religion, but now we say that we have a superb method of figuring out the actual answers to the big questions. We're going to use inductive reasoning, which can't prove anything. Duh.
Okay.
I mean, is anything I said factually incorrect?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, no, not sorry. Yeah, nothing you said is incorrect there. I'm not gonna like die tooth and nail on the Big
Yeah.
Bang. Like, we're
It's the whole
uh
thing. They have
I
the
mean the
answers to
whole
the
thing.
universe.
The whole
Just
I
model's
mean,
fucked up.
no.
I mean, you must be aware of the science propaganda that exists out there.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I'm also aware of the religious propaganda. I still go to church on Christmas to see my family, right? So you can engage with dogmatic organizations without wrapping your entire self-worth and identity in their beliefs.
I wasn't trying to personalize it to you. I'm just
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like if you're gonna liken it to a religion, I'll carry out the analogy.
Well,
You want to say
heliocentrism.
something, Tygon? But
Heliocentrism. I mean, it kind of is a bit like a religion. You know,
I
mean, the dogmatic
don't.
worldview given to the layman by the elite.
realistically,
Let's say.
Josh, let's grant you everything you believe to be true, every freaking possible thing. Rockets, spaceships, all that shit.
Okay.
Is there any do you think there's ever going to be time where human beings can confirm what a star is physically?
We already know what it's. You can just look at it. What do you?
You can just look at that. That would be an inductive inference that you would need
What?
to
No.
confirm.
Do you
No,
not believe in nuclear fusion?
no. Have
Like
people been
just
inside of a star
mass?
to observe nuclear fusion, Josh?
No. But you what? You observe the heat and you get the spectra. You get
Well,
the spectra off of it.
there's actually
You see,
problems with
it's
all
a
that.
okay. I'd
I,
be
I'm,
happy to
I,
look at
there's
those
actual
problems, but
no, there,
I
there's a
just disagree with you that there's any time in the future that we would know what a star is.
but even
I would argue that in the past we already know what a star is.
yeah, well, you don't know, you think you know. So we look at the spectrum of a star. We look at the can't even remember the name of it. Need more sleep. We look at the emission
Spectroscopy.
curves and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And we
It's
look at all
helium and
that, and
hydrogen.
then we make well, you're just claiming that.
Okay.
That's what it is in the lab, but you don't know if that's what it is out there. Okay? Because you've never actually confirmed it.
Well, no, we've also flown through the
Would you
outer
say?
layers and the coronal mass ejections and collected,
That's it.
physically collected the emissions from our sun using the Parker Solar Probe.
Well, those would be unbound protons and electrons. They wouldn't be helium. They'd be just protons.
It's a little bit of column A, a little column B. You can dive in. I mean, I'm happy to pull up the payload design for the Parker Solar Probe if you're interested. But we have stuff that's skimming the sun currently.
The chromosphere.
Yeah, it gets down to I'm trying to remember what the exact altitude is, but it gets pretty
We'll see
damn
1,000,000
close.
degrees, dude.
Oh yeah, it's real hot. It's got a big shield on it.
Oh, well, made of what? Unobtainium?
I don't know. Let's you want to go on a deep dive on Parker Solar Probe? I mean, I'm more than happy to.
No, I want to stick with what I'm saying. Thing I feel you're trying to wriggle out of. Okay,
Wriggle
regardless.
out of.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're making indirect measurements of something, right? These aren't direct measurements, meaning we don't have access directly to the thing we're concerned about, as in the composition of the sun, its actual
disagree
matter
with
and
that.
molecules, and we're reaching inductive inferences from observation of the light that reaches some device that we possess, right? There's no doubt that this is inductive inference. There's no doubt that this is
disagree with
affirming the
that.
consequent. You can
I
disagree. It's a
with
matter
that.
of logic.
No, I'm just saying we have sensors. Like we have the ability to send technology out to directly observe these things.
Yeah, observe. What are you observing?
Like I said, capture coronal mass ejections and orbit around other heavenly bodies to take direct spectroscopy images and hyperspectral images and optical
Those are images,
images.
right? The conclusions are inductive inferences.
Everything's
Just
a
a matter of logic.
everything's a conductive inference. Then how do you
No,
define a
not
direct
really.
observation?
No,
Does it have
because
to
I
be a
can.
human? Does it have to be a human sense that is the one capturing the data for it to be a direct
No,
observation?
even human senses use of inductive inferences. That's not it.
Exactly.
Meaning we don't have a sample of the sun in the lab to measure its composition, right? We don't have a sample, right? So we have devices like gas chromatograph spectroscopy or something like that where we can tell for
Everything can go in the
certain
lab,
what.
though.
Hold on, we can tell for certain what something composition is. Okay, this is
And
they
go
claim
ahead, sorry.
precision greater. I'm dead serious. They claim precision greater than what we can do physically in a lab with direct access to the samples. Are you aware of that?
What are you referring to?
Gas chromatograph spectroscopy can detect elements to 9 parts in 1,000,000. They claim that they can look at shit and see 3 parts per 1,000,000.
I'm not familiar with that.
16 million miles away, they can see 3 parts per million.
I was going to say I'm not familiar.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to compare.
I can't make a claim to confirm or disagree with you on that.
So often, Josh, what I do is I'll compare what we know we can do on Earth to what they claim they do with stuff in space. And oftentimes, the terrestrial devices that we use are significantly worse than the ones they claim to use in space. I mean, they'll claim they can do things. So Uranus. Uranus smells like farts. They detected hydrogen sulfide at 3 parts per million. Okay, let's look up gas chromatograph spectroscopy. We actually have the sample. We stick it in the fucking device, and it fucking measures the mass spectrum, right? Boom. 9 parts per million. Precision. 3 parts per million. 16 million miles away, right in the fucking device. 9 parts per million. That shit don't jibe with me, man. This sounds like bullshit. I'm sorry. Because they use this technology to convict people of crimes and shit. Well,
okay. Well, I mean,
I'm sure
if you have
now
a primary source for me to look at, I'm happy to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the precision's probably better now. So this is like 10 years ago when they said Uranus smelled like farts.
Okay.
But if you looked up the precision then, what they said is like I said, gas chromatograph spectroscopy, which
There still should be a primary source from Zach then, right? Like, I'm happy to look at it where you're getting
that
this data
Uranus
from.
smells like farts? Like, which one do you want?
Yeah. The paper that claim was made off of, right? And that you're seeing the discrepancy between the parts per million
hold on.
of the state of the art of terrestrial tech versus what's being claimed in that paper. Like I'm more than happy to go look at these things.
Now, hold on, I'll get to you. So, but I just want to say this one thing. Now we know when we have the physical sample, what it is. Because we have direct access to the material.
Yeah, but how do you, even if you have it in the lab, you're doing the same types of tests. Like how does having the sample in the lab change than just going out and taking a picture or an image or observing it
No,
in
'cause they can
its
they
normal
can actually
environment?
weigh the elements, right? They can measure their mass. 'Cause
So
they
you
have
can do the
actual
same
access to it.
thing. Yeah, I was gonna
So,
say
of course you do
you can
that
do
with
the
the
same
sun.
thing and what? Yeah, because
Oh, yeah, do that with the sun.
you can. What? Because you understand the gravitational
Because you
constant, and then
understand,
you're
so you
able
do it with your
to.
mind. This is about what you understand, dude.
Yeah, you're doing the same thing here on Earth. You understand that things accelerate towards the ground at 9.81 meters per second. Therefore, if this amount of force is applied on a scale, that its mass should be this. You're doing the same thing here on Earth.
Well,
You're applying a gravitational acceleration that you understand to be universal here on the surface of Earth. So you're doing the same thing in the lab that you would be doing out there.
no, that's not how they measure mass in the lab. They're using the resistance to acceleration mass, not gravitational mass.
Resistance to accelerate. You're talking about the same thing.
Well, allegedly. I don't know if that's ever been proven.
Okay, but I'm
The
just
mass
saying,
energy,
like, it's
the
it's
inertial
you're
mass,
measuring
gravitational mass equivalent. There's actually someone that's been working on this that has the data that shows they're actually not equivalent. That's why I say that. This isn't just based upon me
So
making it up.
I would assert that both. It doesn't matter if they're equivalent in the nature of like what's causing the force, right? I'm saying that you're taking the resistance to an acceleration and inferring the mass from that point. You're doing the same
Yeah.
thing, both out, imaging the sun or seeing how bodies move relative to the sun, as you would be doing in a sample in the lab. Therefore, I don't find having something in a lab to be more viable than going out and doing science in the field.
How are they measuring the mass of the elements within the sun?
I'm not sure.
We need samples.
I disagree with that, but
I mean, yes, you can make inductive inferences, but all this stuff is theory laden, Josh. You do realize that, right? All this stuff is
yeah,
theory laden. Okay.
exactly. In the lab, you have a theory that it's gonna, the resistance to acceleration is going to be universal. Like, why isn't like you're doing the same thing here on Earth?
But there's things that are known empirically from testing, and then there's things that are known
Yeah,
from
exactly.
theory.
That's what we do. We go look at how objects move relative to other objects, and we backed out how these trajectories work, and we have empirical data about observing, hey, this thing moved from point A to point B, and therefore here's the ratio between the mass and its period. So it's also empirical data. Like I disagree with your differentiation here.
What are you are you talking about the sun specifically? What?
Oh no, and objects just in general. The moon moving around the Earth, and the planets moving around the sun, and
You drinking, dude?
no,
Look, I'm just trying to say,
say
on the sun, the composition of the sun, dude. It's like you're freaking going way off. Just the composition of the sun. There's no way to directly know that. But I was talking about stars, not even the sun. Stars. And the reason I said stars is because they're so far away, right? Do you think that we're ever going to be able to confirm what a star is? Light years away, nearest one. This thing on?
you're good. I'm taking care of some stuff.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Cyclone, whatever. You can say what you're going to say, since he's taking
I
care
was of just going to say, Josh, I think would you say it's fair to say that although you said you know what the sun is it more fair to say you think you know what the sun is? Since you're not really confirming what you think it is in order to say that's correct.
No, it's a large enough amount of mass to create the conditions for nuclear fusion, which has been, demonstrated in short bursts here on Earth. We have performed nuclear fusion here in labs on Earth that lines
Not
up
with
with
a
theory.
giant mass. Not using a giant mass, though.
And even if that was the case, you've got no way
No,
of
but we found
confirming
it's a
that that's what the sun is.
because it releases energy in the same mass fractions that we observe coming from the sun. You take the mass plus the spectra to understand the chemical ratios of what it is, as well as the solar flux, the energy that gets to Earth. The actual energy that we're feeling at X distance away, and all of these observations of how big it is, how bright it
What
is, the
test was
spectrum coming off of
performed?
it.
I mean, what test was performed that can be validated that shows that?
I mean, I don't have a primary paper. We can go on a rabbit hole if you want. Like,
That
go
just
figure out how we figured this out.
sounds like a cool, convenient story, but unless you could actually
Okay.
show someone doing something like that, it's not really much of an argument.
Oh no, I don't argue in these rooms. I'm not
Well,
making
no,
an
but
argument.
you're trying to justify your statement that you know what the sun is when
I'm just
everything you're
answering a
saying.
question.
Yeah, because you're asked, do you think you know what a star is? And you said no. Well, you said yes, I do. I know what the sun is, but you don't know what any of these things are. You maybe think you do. Like India was saying, you can't go to it. You can't test its composition, its makeup, or the mechanisms that you believe power them, drive them. You can't do any of that.
Yeah, even within your own paradigm, Voyager is going to take 150,000 years to reach the closest star.
Oh yeah, 100%. 4 light years away.
So you have to concede that you don't know what they are.
Oh, you can take pictures of. Oh Lord. Okay.
You can take a picture of them. You can observe them.
Yeah.
Draw a
You can
smiley face
observe
up.
what they are, but you can't say this is what it's made of. This is how it
You
works.
can. You can say what
No,
it's
you
made
can't.
of.
Well, no, you can't.
Or do
You can
spectrographs
claim what you
just
think it's
not
made
work
of.
outside of Earth? I don't understand that. Why do you think that matter emits certain frequencies of light when we're in a lab, but if you observe the same exact frequencies of light not in a lab, that you can't make the conclusion that it's made up of the same elements? Why do you think that doesn't work?
Why do you think you would be able to know what an element was from
Because
what distance are we talking?
spectrography is consistent because we actually
Yeah,
have
but that's accurately done within a machine, within a contained environment, not pointing something at the sky for how many millions of miles, billions of miles.
Yeah, it's just a frequency of light. Like, I don't understand why you're contending it makes it any different. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's just pseudoscience. It's just you making
So
claims
just
that you're seeing
reach for the buzzword just because. Like, why does the light
similarity between something on Earth, and then you're saying it must be the same thing when you've got no idea, and you've got
So
no way of
why?
verifying that it is the same thing.
Yes, so you send things there and then you take direct samples, right?
Yeah,
If India is making the claim, that we have to like physically touch the things and like manipulate them to understand their composition, right?
No one's sending anything to these things.
We have sent them. We have probes on Venus. We have probes on the moon. We have probes on Mars. Like we have
those are stories. We've got
those are
no
not
evidence for
stories.
any of that. You've got no evidence for
We
any of
do
it.
have evidence. Yes, we have. If you point a radio, if you point a radio antenna, like receiver at Mars, tuned to the specific VHF frequency that the Mars Perseverance rover moves its data down to Earth, and we pick it up with the Deep Space Network, you can hear the data coming back down. It's actually unencrypted. JPL does not encrypt the data coming back from the Mars rovers. So if you literally just point
possible means to falsify this signal.
Well, again, that's just cool stories because who's
No,
doing
I've
that?
done this
Who's got
stuff. I
access
haven't
to
done
that?
it specifically with the Mars rover myself, but I've built my own
Yeah,
antenna,
no
my
one
own
has.
ground station.
No
Why are
one
you
has.
making this claim? That's not. You have nothing to
Well,
back that
it's
claim
your
up.
claim.
I
It's your claim
apologize.
that they're sending little vehicles
No,
to the light
your
source
claim
sky.
is that no one has been able to do that. My claim is
Well,
that there's antennas
yeah,
all over
Yeah,
the
no one
world that are
sent
tuned to do
little
that.
robots to the
Josh,
lights in the sky.
sorry, Cycle.
No, I was just gonna. Well, I mean, like these are cool stories and everything, but I mean, what data or evidence could you actually show us that there's a little vehicle running around on that light in the sky that we call Mars?
Like I said, you can point an antenna at Mars, tuned to the VHF frequency that the Mars rover uses, and you
Well, that's
can
just a
get
cool
the
story
data.
at this point. You said you haven't even done this, so have you got something that can
Not
actually be
specifically
seen?
for that, but you can
Like,
just go to the deep
like
space. I
how
mean,
how would
what
you?
country do you live in? Are you in Australia or Spain or the U.S.? Any of those three countries?
I'm in the UK.
You're in the UK. Okay, so the closest antenna to you is in Spain for the Deep Space Network. You can file to go visit there.
I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could submit an application to come and hear the
Oh,
robot
you're
on
serious?
Mars.
Yeah.
Is there any
Wait. Let's
actual
do this. No.
accessible
Let's do
evidence
this right
for
now.
the
Hey,
public?
let's do it. Sure, let's do it right now. Deep Space Network, Spain. Visitor.
A
Like
member
this
of the
is
public wanted to know if this story was true. This is what they'd have to do.
no, because you
Okay, what can
want
we do?
data. You want to
Reasonable.
ask your own questions. Yeah,
Well, I
visitor
want
center,
evidence
Deep
of
Space
this.
Communications Complex, the TVC.
Well, yeah, but what evidence can be accessed by the billions of people who are being told this story? How can we know that's true? We can see this little light in the sky. What evidence do we have that they're going and sending little robots to it, driving around?
Because that's how radio frequency propagations work.
No, I mean, you
That's
just claiming that some people are pointing an antenna at the light in the sky and they're speaking to the robot. I mean, that's just a cool story, bro. What could you actually
I'm
put in the
saying
side chat that we could look at that would be evidence for this claim? Like, if you were to put it in a link, what link would you send to evidence this claim you're making?
I don't debate in these channels. I'm happy to provide you opportunities for you to go
It's
learn,
not a question of
but I'm not
debate.
here to change your mind. No, I'm not here to
No.
change your mind.
Of course you can't. You're not going to change my mind. You're not even offering
I'm not here to
evidence.
attempt to do that. That's
Well,
not my purpose.
and that's fine. But if you're going to make a claim, you're going to be
I was
asked
answering a
for
question.
the substantiation of this claim. I mean, this whole thing
Okay,
is
I do
coming
not want to make
from.
a claim. Then I apologize for if you. I just
Well,
wanted to
that's
answer
it. I
your question.
mean,
I'm sorry.
Indio's whole thing was like, you can't verify what these lights in the sky are, and your thing was we're sending little robots to them. And I'm asking, well, what's the actual evidence for this? That's reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me grab the frequency if you wanna know what you need to tune your radio to get the
No, I want
data.
evidence that there's a little robot on that light in the sky called Mars. Not that you can point an antenna somewhere and hear something. If I have to go to Spain for.
You don't have to. Okay, Lord.
Anyway.
You might have to trust somebody.
I
You might have to
know there's
trust
no
somebody
actual
besides your
evidence.
own direct observations at some point.
This is it. Well, this is it. At a certain point, you want to believe in the gold. You just have to believe these stories that can never be validated. But
Oh,
the
they can be validated. I
weirdest.
just told you to go to the
Do
DSN
you
in
not find it
Spain.
odd? Do you not find it odd that they can apparently send these little robots millions of miles away and go